Yes, hello, Hanheim.
How's it going? Top of the morning to you.
What's up, my boy?
Not much, not much. Just finished Mace's brilliant, convinced me otherwise episode.
Nice, nice. Did he convince
How
you
you doing?
otherwise?
No, we convinced him, which was amazing, which was really cool. And we had a
Yeah, I'm sorry I
full
didn't.
100%, and
Go
we
ahead.
had full 100% agreement, which was really cool too.
Wow. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. I didn't get to come to it because I was studying my shit, trying to get somewhat of a plan together about what I was going to talk about. But I can just wait till people start to roll in. Oh, we got North. We'll talk to him for a minute. What's up, old Northy? Northman.
Sorry, buddy. That
Mm-hmm.
that that old thing happening again.
What's up?
Not much. I'm stepping out to dinner here in a bit. Um,
I feel you.
I wanted to get your thoughts. So I've been listening to your guys' like epistemology slash philosophy stuff for a while, and I'm trying to like get together my own understanding of like what it is, why I
Yeah.
think it, and right now I'm hovering around this kind of cobbled together idea of just like, for lack of a better explanation, is just like probability. So if I'm talking about like you and I can both like hit a desk, hit a table, and we've never seen anybody's hand go through a table as many times as we tried it. And we can
Yeah.
never prove that that table is real, and we can never prove that I'm real, and we all might just be Sims or dream. But we have
Yeah.
nothing better. We have nothing better to go off of other than, well, none of us have ever seen our hand go through the table, and so we all have to operate off this kind of like
Yeah.
probability of like her hands don't go through the table because of these
Yeah.
base these base laws that might all be fake. But what other choice do we have then?
Yeah. That is basically what it comes down to in epistemology is what other choice do we have than to follow these ideas
So what
if
would
we
you
want to try.
categorize that in? What would that thought process be called, if anything?
Hmm. I'm not really sure. I don't know what I could label it that it would do it justice, you know? What do you think?
I don't know, because I'm just getting into the terminology now,
Right.
and I'm not really sure the best way
Well,
to go about it.
my series on epistemology started off with belief, and then I'm in justification now, and then it's going to go to truth, and then it will go to knowledge, and then I will talk about skepticism and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be an entire series. Tonight, I'm just going to focus on conceptions of justification and theories of justification. And I'm not going to get too deep in either one of them because I think it's better to give people just a little bit of meat and let them eat on that for a while and think on it and then come back later and get some more. But
Hmm.
we'll see what happens. But what was, I don't think I answered your question. Do
Oh,
you
it's
want to
fine,
give
man.
it to me? Give it
No,
to
no,
me in
no.
a different way, just for the hell of it.
Well, yeah, I think what I was asking, it's not super important. I was just wondering if you had, like, what I was describing to you, if that already had a label put to it, like
Hmm.
realism slash
Pragmatism.
something. I don't know.
Realism just
Pragmatism, I
means
think.
in philosophy, realism and anti-realism are meta philosophical terms. They can be applied to pretty much anything, like internalism and externalism can be
Right.
applied to anything. All realism means is mind independent, and anti-realism means mind dependent. That's technically, I mean, and then it goes for internalism and externalism as well. Usually, depends on how they're used. I'm going to explain a little bit about internal and external justification here in just a moment when we get a few more people rolling in here. I haven't got
Okay.
any of my speakers to show up yet, which is crazy. You can come up and speak with me if
No,
you.
like I said, I'm about to step
Oh,
out,
that's
but
right. You got to
I,
go. You
I
got to
know,
go.
I know your shows can go for a couple of hours. So if you guys are
Yeah,
still chatting, I might jump back in later.
we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it
Okay.
goes, brother.
All right, man.
All right, man.
Have a
See
good
you.
one.
Honnenheim, I didn't mean to force you down, bro, but you got to wake up, don't you? Let me see if I can get Scott in here. Hang on a second. Hey. All right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm waiting to just see if any of my speakers are going to show up. I guess I can go on as they arrive. Yeah, he said he's coming. Okay, cool. Well, basically, since we got us over 10 people in here, I'll go ahead and start. Hello, my Pangburn family, my friends, compatriots. Tonight is another torture time. We are going to talk about theories of justification. We're going to talk about certain components of justification and the Munchausen trilemma and all that kind of stuff. So basically, last time, I was just thinking, guys, sorry. Last time we covered what justification was. We talked a bit about, how most of us truth seekers are going to use empirical evidence as our justification for many things. Um, some other people have different ideas on justification. If you check out the last episode, anybody who's just now listening to this one, it goes over a lot of things that I'm just going to kind of skip this time so that we save a little bit of time. But justification basically it just involves the reasons why someone holds a belief and why someone should hold a belief based on the current evidence. So justification is a normative process. It is tied to belief because justification gets us closer to the truth. Uh, there are problems within justification, though, and that's what I'm going to talk about tonight. Excuse me. Basically, just like I was explaining to North a minute ago, there are meta-philosophical terms like realism and anti-realism and internalism and externalism. Well, the conceptions of justification are internalism and external, epistemic internalism and epistemic externalism. So, you know, very briefly, internalism is that the believer must be able to justify a belief through internal knowledge or understanding or whatever you want to say. An externalist believes that outside or empirical sources of information can be used to justify a belief. Now, I don't think there are people who argue strict internalism and strict externalism. I think personally, just me, that they kind of have to exist in some kind of duality, because if you don't have both, I don't see how you can come to rational justifications, because you have to use your mind and you also have to observe uh, quote unquote objective reality, the phenomenological reality that we experience with our senses. So, Alex, I'll go a little bit on epistemic internalism. Let's see if I can explain that a little bit better from my notes here. So, yeah, this is from Stanford. A central debate about the nature of justification is a debate between epistemic externalists and epistemic internalists. It says, while epistemic externalism first arose in attempts to overcome the Gettier problem, which we will be going over in other episodes, it has now flourished in the time since as an alternative way of conceiving of epistemic justification. So the initial development of epistemic externalism is by this guy named Alvin Goldman. Although lots of other philosophers have worked on this topic, he's one of the main ones that talks about internalism or externalism. So an externalist, hold that factors deemed quote unquote external can be conditions for justification. So what they mean by external is obvious, outside of the psychological states or the phenomenological states in your mind, whatever be out there, the objective reality that our senses are seeing, that's what we can use to, a strict externalist, for example, would be like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Well, I can't come up. Let me think here for a second. So it's like an externalist. Okay, an external. You will get to the Gettier problem, but I'll use this as an example. An externalist response to the Gettier problem is to say that for a justified true belief to count as knowledge, there must be a link or dependency between the belief and the state of the external world. So I'm going to read that again because we haven't really gotten into justified true belief and knowledge yet, but I'll just throw those terms out there. So an externalist, in response to the Gettier problem, might say that for a justified belief to count as knowledge, there must be a link or dependency between the belief itself and the state of the external world. So usually this is understood to be like a causal link, empirical evidence. Such causal empirical evidence, to the extent that it is outside of the mind, would count as external, or, you know, objective. That word is so tricky. I hate using it as much as I can. But anyway, internalists, on the other hand, they assert that all knowledge and information conditions are within the psychological states of the subject, the believer. It's so internalism and externalism, it's not hard to understand. It's just, I think they both work together for us to come to conceptions of justification. I mean, we have our internal states which guide us, and we also have the external world, which we are not separate from. Me being a methodological naturalist and a physical materialist, I'm going to say that we both need our psychological states and uh, the empirical evidence that we gain through our senses and the scientific method. That's the way that I'm going to internally or externally justify my beliefs. So I guess we can jump off that real quick. Those are just conceptions of justification, internal and external. You can read a bit more about them if you want to. They're quite easy to understand. It's not complex stuff. But now let's move on to theories of justification, which the episode's mainly about. So we talked last time, I briefly went over the Munchausen trilemma, and I guess I could go over that again because it is really important. So I'll just read straight from the page. It says, in epistemology, the Munchausen trilemma, also commonly known as the Agrippin trilemma, is a thought experiment intended to demonstrate the theoretical impossibility of proving any justification, even in the fields of logic and mathematics. So, without appealing to accepted assumptions. So, if it is asked how any given proposition is known to be true, proof or justification may be provided. We'll just say justification. Yet the same question can be asked of the justification and any subsequent justification after that, going on for infinity. So the Munchausen trilemma is that there are only three ways of getting out of this problem of asking why for infinity, right? There's the circular argument, which is the proof or the justification of some proposition presupposes the truth of that very proposition. It's circular. So I don't mean to insult any Christians, but the Bible proves the Bible because the Bible says so. That would be a circular justification. That is spectacularly uninformative and unhelpful. It's also logically fallacious, so not many people consider the circular argument. However, it is involved in another idea of justification, which I'll explain in a moment, which kind of changes that a little bit. So just keep that in mind. Then from the circular argument, we have the next one, which is the regress argument, okay, which is the problem here, in which the justification requires justification for infinity. There is no, we're all thinking of this in a chain of justification. So the circular one is a circle chain. The regressive argument is a ad infinitum chain, like an infinite chain into the past, if you want to say past. Then there's the dogmatic argument. So there's the circular argument, the regressive argument, and the dogmatic argument. The dogmatic one is associated with foundationalism. It says there is a final link in the chain that is an accepted belief and is merely asserted. So it's basically saying there's an end to the chain, and that one piece in the chain does not have to be justified, because by definition, every piece of the chain is justifying the earlier piece in the chain. So if you have a dogmatic argument or talking about foundation, those kind of things, if you want to talk about um, those kind of theological ideas. But so there's a problem with all three of those: the circular, the regressive, and the dogmatic, which is basically the three that we're going to talk, the three theories of justification that we're going to talk about the most. Well, there's four really I'm going to talk about the most, but the three that come up the most are the circular, which is coherentism, the regress argument, which is infinitism, and then the dogmatic argument, which is foundationalism. So foundationalism, infinitism, and coherentism are all ways of solving this problem of justification. There's also one called foundationism, which is a mixture of foundationalism and coherentism, and this is different too. Now, by the way, I'm going to make this caveat here. I am not talking about the coherence theory of truth. I am talking about the coherence theory of justification. There's a big difference, and we will get to the theories of truth when I get to my truth episodes. But when we're talking about coherentism, we're not talking about the coherence theory of truth. So we're going to separate those two so that we know that there's a big difference. Because when you're arguing with somebody in epistemology and you start talking about coherentism, they're going to be like, okay, which one are you talking about? So now you know there's a definite delineation between the two. So, you know, it's three equally unsatisfying options here, okay? So it's lifting yourself up by your own bootstraps, basically, because these chains, any which way you slice it, they don't seem satisfactory. Because with the foundationalist, you could just say, well, the chain ends here for me. This is as far as I want to justify this. Why did it rain today? Because the news told me so. End of justification chain. That's all I need to know. You know, that would be ridiculous. But I mean, there are good arguments for foundationalism, but there are also criticisms against all of these. That's why it's so difficult. And that's why I say justification is a normative process, because we are choosing where to stop justifying things. You know, it's an individual attitude that we choose based on our beliefs and our assumptions and our inferences, that we choose one of these styles of justification, these problems. So anyway, let me go on. I'm babbling. The name Munchausen trilemma was coined by the German philosopher Hans Albert in 1968, where he, I don't even know if that's important. Hang on a second. I'm reading my notes weird here. Yeah, bootstrapping. I just explained that. Okay. Oh, yeah. So it is it is also known as the Agrippin trilemma. I guess that's important to know, as after a similar argument reported by Sextus Empiricus. In contemporary epistemology, yeah, this is what I said a minute ago. So in contemporary epistemology, advocates of coherentism are supposed to accept the circular horn of the trilemma. Foundationalists rely on the axiomatic argument, where there's a final unjustified piece of the chain. And then the view that accepts the infinite regress problem is infinitism. I can't give you any specific hardcore arguments against infinitism. I mean, I don't know why it couldn't be infinitely justified, but I mean, who would ever be alive long enough to see if it was justified infinitely? So, I mean, it may very well stop at a point, but which human can tell us which point at which to stop justifying things? You know, Carl Sagan had a good quote about an infinite regress. Somebody said to him something about the infinite regress, and he said, "Well, why stop asking?" And that was a really cool thing I thought that he said. That's, you know, it was obviously infinitism, or the infinite regress argument, wasn't a problem for him. So Carl Sagan, very cool dude. So let's dive into both of these real quick. We know the problems. You know, some statements don't need justification, basic beliefs. The chain of reasoning loops back on itself. The sequence is infinite. And there's some skepticism thrown in there and about. But let's say foundationalism, you know, perhaps the chain does begin with a belief that justifies itself, but is not justified by another belief. It's the end in the chain. Such beliefs are called basic beliefs, like I was talking about a minute ago. So in this solution, which is called foundationalism, all beliefs are justified by basic beliefs. So foundationalism seeks to escape the regress argument by claiming that there are some beliefs for which it is improper to ask for justification. Now, I think that's horseshit. I'm just going to be honest with you. I can ask for a justification for anything if I want to. But anyway, this would be a claim that some things, basic beliefs, are true and in of themselves. Now, I do kind of agree with that a little bit, just personally, because there are going to be some tautologies like a triangle has three sides, and linguistic tautologies like boys will be boys, and there's going to be things that are true by definition. But all these foundational beliefs, I assume, go back to the laws of thought, or the laws of logic, as they are known. Non-contradiction, excluded middle, and identity. um, but and that's where I would assume most foundationalists would rest, is they would eventually get back to those as their basic belief, or if they were religious, they would get back to some kind of theological basis for that basic belief that didn't need any other justification. So here's a good example from Stanford. Foundationalism can be compared to a building. Ordinary individual beliefs occupy the upper stories of the building. Basic or foundational beliefs are down in the basement, in the foundation of the building, holding everything else up. Duh. So that basically they're saying that foundation doesn't have a foundation, because that's the way that foundationalism works. That last piece is by definition unjustified. So because we're looking at this in chains of justification, right? So coherentism, alternatively, it says the chain of reasoning may loop around on itself, forming a circle. But in this case, the justification of any statement is used perhaps after a long chain of reasoning in justifying itself. The difference is coherentism replaces the chain with a holistic web. So coherentism is the belief that an idea is justified if and only if it is part of a coherent system of mutually supported beliefs that support each other. So, in effect, coherentism denies that the justification can only take the form of a chain. It wants that holistic web of beliefs. But the problem with that is that, one, taking these circular webs, circularity is logically fallacious. So we want to, coherentists have to answer that problem of that fallaciousness and circularity. And since every coherentist would have a different chain or holistic web of justifications, that means nobody could agree on the right one. Everybody would have their own holistic web. So that means that there wouldn't really be anyone with the truth or the correct justifications, because it would all be different holistic webs of beliefs that are justified all the way back in the web. It's so funny to me. So I'll read a little bit more about this from Stanford here. It says, the most common objection to naive coherentism is that it relies on the idea that circular justification is acceptable. Yeah, it's not in logic. Coherentists might reply that it is not just P that is supporting P, but P along with the totality of the other statements in the whole system of belief. So I know I read that out of context. I hope that wasn't too confusing, because the rest of it is just a bunch of atomic variables and jargon. But I wanted to at least read that out there so that you could go do some studying on your own. So here, I'll read this. Coherentism accepts any belief that is part of a coherent system of beliefs. So coherentists might say that it is very unlikely that the whole system would be both untrue and consistent, and that if some part of the system was untrue, it would almost certainly be inconsistent with some other part of another person's system. So, yeah, that is the problem with coherentism. The section on infinitism is just one sentence. It just says, infinitism argues that the chain can go on forever. Critics argue that this means that there is never adequate justification for any statement in the chain because it goes on forever. So that's it. So you really have three options. You have foundationalism, like I explained. You have coherentism that forms that holistic web. And then you have infinitism. Those three are the main problems of justification, theories of justification. We might cover foundationalism and coherentism more in the future. I might go ahead and read foundationalism real quick, because it's just short, and I think this is a pretty good example of it. So, foundationalism is a theory of justification that combines elements from the two rival theories, foundationalism and coherentism, to form one idea itself, which is kind of weird, because I think from reading on the internet, I think this is maybe what stance I take, but I'm not quite sure. So let's read it together here. It says, Foundherentism was developed and defended by Susan Haack in her Evidence and Inquiry Towards Reconstruction in Epistemology, 1993. So this is a relatively new idea. Susan Haack, Haack. So in principle, foundationalism holds that basic beliefs unilaterally support derived beliefs, with support always directed from the former to the latter. Coherentism holds that belief mutually support each other when they belong to the same coherent belief web. As these theories were refined, however, some foundationalists began to admit that even basic beliefs, those self-evidently true beliefs, could be fallible, and that derived beliefs could mutually support each other. So, kind of bleeding into coherentism. So it says, whereas some coherentists began to admit that experiential beliefs should be weighted so as to reflect realistic degrees of coherence or justification. I am going to read that again because I messed up there. Yeah, whereas some coherentists began to admit that experiential beliefs should be weighted so as to reflect realistic degrees of coherence of justification. So, the rival theories began to lean closer together. Moreover, these foundationalists who wondered why there couldn't be mutual support between basic and derived beliefs were in danger of falling into coherentism, and vice versa. Um, derived beliefs or derived justifications are the pieces in the chain that aren't the end. In an infinite chain, every piece is used to justify the next piece. But in the foundationalist ideology, those basic beliefs end at one certain point, and you're stopped in the chain. So Susan Haack argues that foundationalism and coherentism don't exhaust the field. They don't explain everything. So, of course, that's why her and her contemporaries started to look into this in the early 90s is what is looking. So Haack argues that foundationalism and coherentism don't exhaust the field and that an intermediate theory is more plausible than either. She says that it is possible to include the relevance of experience for the justification of empirical beliefs as experiential experientialist foundationalism. That's what she calls it. But coherentism does not. And at the same time, instead of requiring a privileged class of basic beliefs to allow for more pervasive mutual dependence among beliefs, as coherentism does, but foundationalism does not. So that's kind of a confusing sentence. I don't like the way they worded that. All right, we're going to move on. So these are the key ideas of foundationalism. Haack introduces the analogy of a crossword puzzle to serve as a way of understanding how there can be mutual support among beliefs, as there is mutual support among crossword entities without vicious circularity, like, the logical fallacy of the circular argument. The analogy between the structure of evidence and the crossword puzzle helps with another problem, too. The clues to a crossword are the analog of a person's experiential evidence, and the already completed intersecting entries are the analog of their reasons for a belief. Okay. She claims that her metaphor has proven particularly fruitful in her own work and has been found useful by many readers, not only philosophers, but also scientists, economists, and legal scholars. So I would look into foundationalism. It's not 100% fleshed out. I mean, there's only like 3 paragraphs on the internet that I've been able to find between Stanford and Wikipedia, but it is cool to look into, and it's some ideas about the problem of the Munchausen trilemma. So guys, I really appreciate you listening to all that. I love talking about it. I like getting deep into these topics and being annoying and lecturing and all that kind of stuff. So I appreciate everybody for listening. I was going to say, please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout and also go to Pangburn Philosophy YouTube and get our Discord link and subscribe to the Pangburn YouTube. And also, please come to our Discord. The Discord link is on the YouTube, like I said. And I'm going to open the room up for callers, and I'm going to open the room up to my speakers. And if you guys have any questions that you want to raise about what I talked about, we can do that. I can start asking you guys questions if you want me to. Doesn't matter to me, man. I'm just here to party. What's up, Scott? Dow?
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Oh, not much. I was just absorbing
Oh yes.
the shotgun blast of knowledge to my dome.
It's pretty. I mean, this stuff is not terribly hard. A lot of shit in philosophy repeats itself. Like you'll see this internalism, externalism every fucking where. You'll see realism, anti-realism everywhere, and it's just in every single field. And you have to remember like the difference between coherentism in justification and the coherence theory of truth, two completely different things.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, it does get confusing. Dow, what's up over there? I saw you pop up. You at work?
Yeah, my lunch break just ended, so I won't be able to say much.
Ah, Dizam.
Yeah, but I did like the talk of coherentism. I love coherentism. I think it's awesome. As a description, anyway. Not really
Yes.
descriptively.
Yes, the problem is that no two people would have the exact same web of beliefs. That's where the critical analysis comes in with it, you know. The idea that they could even have a web is justification itself, so it gets a little confusing. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I still consider it. I don't know the answer to the Munchausen trilemma. You know, I don't know if anybody does. It's all of the answers are non-satisfactory. So that's what you end up with in epistemology when it comes to justification, because like I said, it's a normative process, so you're choosing where you want that chain to stop. And if you're saying it goes on forever, then how could anyone ever know that, right? So there's a lot of problems with it. I just love beating it to death, man. You know me. I love driving this nail into the coffin. But what you got on your mind, Scott? What you been doing today? Let's talk about other stuff since people are bored.
I've just been getting my ass handed to me in chess again.
Oh, man,
It's
damn it.
brutal, dude.
What level are you playing on now? What
Dude, I pop up between like right at like 1,500, and then I drop down to like 1,000, which is a
Yeah,
drastic swing.
damn.
But then I found out somebody was cheating. I got an email from the chess.com. They're like, it's come to our attention that there might have been some cheaters. So here, we're giving you some points back. And I was like, okay, I feel a little bit better now, because there are like some people who were like 300 points less than me, and they were just destroying me. Like I was like, had never played chess before.
Wow. So those are the people who are like thinking like 10 moves ahead, right?
Yeah, like I mean, they were obviously had like a chess engine. That was like that they were asking for answers, you know.
Did
Because
you
with like
no, go ahead.
like it's like stuff like a move that like yeah I wouldn't even see what was going on until like five moves down the road, and then like I'm getting checkmated. I'm like, what the fuck?
In all honesty, how many moves do you think that you're thinking ahead?
Like two or three. You know,
That's
I mean,
probably about as
typically.
much as I could muster, bro, for real.
Yeah,
Maybe just two.
dude, well, even like Gary Kasparov, who's like one of the best chess players of all time, like he even says he's like yeah, this idea that people think like all these moves ahead, he's like it's really nonsense. He's like I
Hmm.
only ever really think about one, two, or three moves ahead. That's all. You know, like you look at the board where it is, and a lot of it comes down to when you're at that level and you've just been playing for so long and you've learned enough, you go off into.
Yep. Dal, are you still there?
I hear you.
Did we lose Scott? I think we lost
Did you?
Scott.
Did I drop off?
Yeah, you dropped off there for a minute, buddy.
Oh, weird. Dude, my fucking call-in keeps acting up, man.
It's a beta. It's a beta. It is
Yeah,
still a
so
beta, right?
I think so. Yeah,
I
because
thought it
I'm just
was.
looking
I know
at,
they've been
like, I
trying.
was like trying to read on this coherentism while you're going through that, and it's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Ernest Sosa, is that keeps pointing me to this guy named Ernest Sosa. I don't know who that is.
Is that Sammy Sosa's brother?
I think so.
Sammy Sosa's some like baseball guy, isn't
Yeah.
he? Sweet. Guys, I swear I do. I mean, I could ask y'all questions, but I mean, I feel like what we covered is relatively simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's not really too much to beat to death. I just want to put it on record so that people can hear it. And if they don't want to read this shit, they can just hear me blab about it.
Yeah.
And I give my own thoughts and ideas. Paraphrase a bit. So, but it's hard not to just read things sometimes as they're spoken. And some of
Yeah.
these dude, I swear to God, whoever is doing the editing on Stanford Encyclopedia needs to be shot, because some of those sentences do not make a fucking lick bit of sense, dude. It's ridiculous. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm a genius or anything, but I mean, I'm not stupid. And when I read these sentences, I'll be like, oh yeah, I understand. Oh, wait a minute, that makes no fucking sense. It's just like it just comes out of nowhere, and you're like, somebody when they were doing this either wrote this wrong or copied it down wrong, or because it's all from textbooks and shit. I don't know, but
Yeah.
you heard me when I read those hard sentences. I would even be like, okay, I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Yeah.
so so yeah, there's even a point to my obsessiveness where I'm like, okay, there's really no point in going too much further into this. Like, there's like 13 theories of justification, but those three are really the only ones that people concern themselves with.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
and since we're justifying our beliefs with evidence and the scientific method, that's how we're going to justify things. It doesn't matter if it's coherentism or foundationalism, right?
Yeah.
Because we're going to justify it with science and with the empirical method.
Because yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that's like the difference between like internalism and externalism, right?
Hmm. You can
Yeah.
have that in pretty much any, like, there's internalism and externalism about beliefs, and then there's internalism and externalism about justification. And
Yeah.
all that means is that internalists are thinking, mind dependent. Externalists are thinking mind independent,
Yeah.
right? So it always just comes down to those two variables, right? Even like with is, ought, uh, prescriptive, descriptive, all that stuff comes down to internalist, externalist in some way, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I thought about some questions I could ask people, but it didn't look like a lot of people are calling in super interested in talking about coherentism and foundationalism on a Friday night. But shit, man, I don't know, man. We can keep bantering. Honenheim, get your ass up here. Brett, I see you down there too. I'm gonna start calling people out, getting some conversations going up in this bitch. I mean, we do not have to talk about this, guys. I just have to babble this stuff out. It's in me. The music is in me. I must get it out. But here, I'll invite Honenheim up to speak. You son of
I
a
don't know
bitch,
why.
Honenheim.
I'm looking up these pictures and it's like probability and coherence and justification. It's like pictures of fucking who is this girl? It's God, Rihanna with like a pink or like a green mohawk. I don't understand what's going on. I don't think I understand. I
What are
don't
you
think I
searching?
understand anything anymore.
Google has bamfoozled me. Google. Yeah, there's also this thing called, you should look it up, Scott. It's called the principle of inferential justification. I thought about talking about that, but that's a little bit too heavy beans for tonight. So if you want to look that up, that one's pretty. Uh, it's a head scratcher.
Justice.
Yeah, the principle of inferential justification. Anybody else who's just curious, look it up. It goes even deeper into the trilemma problem, but it's a logical formula, so it's not easy to read those atomic variables out and be very consistent. Do you see that shit, Scott? You cut out again. Oh my god.
Sorry. Can you hear me
Now
now?
you're back. Yeah, I can
All
hear
right.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm on this on the Plato.stanford.edu.
I think it comes up if you just search it in the Google tab. I think it comes up. Let me see. Principle of inferential justification. Bada boop. Yeah, so I found it.
And it looks like the cool kids just call it Pidge.
Yeah, that's correct. Pidge. So here, I'm
Pidge.
going to read this off. I'm going to rattle this off. Get ready for a little mind blow here. For a belief P to be justified by evidence E, one needs to be justified in believing E and justified in believing that E supports P initially.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you don't even know if you have to question if the evidence even supports what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
so like
Yes.
yeah.
You're not even dealing with the claim. You're dealing with the evidence of the claim, and you got to
Yes.
justify the evidence before you even get to the. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want a brain bender, go look that up, guys. Anybody in the arguments, the principle of inferential justification is a teaser for the mind, but I mean, you can't get past that. Once you read that, you're like, okay, we can't know shit. Screw it. I'm tired of talking about knowledge. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's a crazy one. What do you think, Honnenheim? You waking up still, bro? You busy?
I've been awake for ages. I've been listening. Yeah,
What do you
I
think?
don't know. I need a question. You'd have to
You need a
question me. I don't
question?
know.
Well, Travis is going to come in and kick us off. Kick us off with a question, please.
What up, fuckers? Are you there? Check, check.
Yes.
Oh, okay. How's it going?
Sounds like you cut out too.
Oh, shit.
Nope, now you're back.
I might be having a connection issue here.
Yeah, you are popping a little bit.
Fudge.
Popping and
Balls.
locking.
Popping and locking. He'll try again later. Hundenheim, you can go ahead, bud. I didn't mean to cut you off. We just had Travis pop in on us. What's up?
No, I needed some kind of question. I don't know whether.
You need a question?
Yeah.
Okay, let's find a good question for you. Scott, help me out. Let's get him a good question.
It's something about belief.
Or justification.
Belief. I don't like belief. I think it's that I put that in the side of my brain for magic. Although I believe in kind of magic.
Oh, belief.
I believe, yeah, I believe in something's true. It's kind of like, okay, I don't know yet, so I just put that in the side of my mind of, okay, don't know yet. So I don't like talking about it really. I believe there's a God. I believe there's all sorts of shit, but I don't like talking about it with others because I can't prove it yet. So
yeah, I mean, it's just our attitudes towards things, right? It's just justification and truth, at least by epistemological standards, are what separate belief and knowledge. You know, you need that justification to get that undergirding. You know, that's what Socrates says, is that a justified belief is what did he say? Girded, or what the hell did he say? Anyway, it was something like that. It was something like girded or ironed or something, like some kind of, I don't remember. But, you know, do you think that beliefs we don't even have to think about it in terms of belief, right? Is that what you're saying? That it should just be what is true and what isn't true? No
Yeah,
worry about
justify true belief.
justification.
Then I would justify true belief. I would then, okay, that goes into almost certain knowledge, but just
Mm-hmm.
belief in general is just kind of opinion. I don't know yet, so this is what I think is going on, and
Yeah.
I talk about it if I'm asked, but I wouldn't like to talk about it unless it's my show and I'm just going to spout off what I think. But otherwise,
I
yeah, I'd
mean,
rather go
nobody's
justify true
talking right
belief.
now, brother. You can say whatever you want to.
And
I mean, I
going to
don't want
say,
I don't
like,
want
I
to put
sort
you
of
on the
have.
spot, but go ahead, Scott.
I was going to say, like, for me, I guess, like, I do the same thing. I guess I'm not as rigid with the term belief. Like, I'll say, like I could say accurately, I believe I had a bowl of poke for lunch today. Like, to me, that's like
Mm-hmm.
I'm using belief in the way that says I know I did this thing.
Yeah.
I guess I guess when it comes down to something that's unprovable, that's what I say. Like, someone would have faith in it. So I just distinguish between belief and faith, probably the same way that you're referring to belief.
Well, Honnenheim is actually correct. Beliefs are basically without justification and without understanding if they're true or not. They are just opinions. You know what I mean? Like my beliefs about quantum monism and shit like that. I don't even 100% believe in that. I just entertain it very seriously. But
So, like, the
yeah,
difference.
I mean,
So then you'd say I have knowledge that I ate lunch today.
yeah, because I think that you would be justified. I think that you would have a justified true belief that you ate today because your justification would be the science of it, would be the fact that you have an empty bowl in your sink, you feel full, you have all these experiences of doing it and the memories of doing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to add.
Yeah.
You'd have
So
to add
that's
the
your
justified true.
justification for. I'm sorry, Hannah.
Sorry, dude.
Oh, I
You
was
can
just
say
saying
what I was
that's
going
your
to say.
justification. Yeah.
I think you'd have to
Would
add
be
the
the.
justified true part for it to be valid, and otherwise, it's as Pangman has said in the comments. It's fuck. He's Peter's sentimental fucker. As Pangburn has said, I was going to read what Pangburn said, but then suddenly Peter put in sentimental fucker, so that replaced it in my brain. So belief is an expression of your sentiments. Yeah, I'd agree there.
Yeah, in psychology, belief comes from attitudes that are built in by nature and nurture. So, but I would say that what you said about belief is correct. I mean, it is without justification, without truth. Here's the thing, though: you can have a justified belief and it be true by luck. You can also have a justified belief and it be wrong.
Yeah.
So that's why justification can help us get closer to the truth from our belief or our opinion. But, it's going to be the part where we take in the empirical evidence and do the scientific method. And then we're going to get to the truth part of finding out if it actually comports with reality, because most of us are correspondence people, I would think. So we'll get to that in later episodes, folks. Theories of truth and shit.
So
But
would you guys say there's a difference between belief and faith then?
No,
yeah,
in my
belief
opinion,
is
no.
just an attitude that someone holds towards a proposition in epistemology. Faith, if it's just used as confidence, is just confidence. But faith, as used like the Hebrews 11:1, the evidence of things, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen.
Yeah.
Faith is the
So
absence of knowledge, and I think belief is probably like a probability, more leaning towards that
maybe
probability.
so. Matt Dillahunty likes to say that faith is the excuse people give when they don't have a well-rationalized reason. Now, I can't say that for sure because that verse in the Bible says it is the evidence. So is faith the methodology or is it the evidence? I don't really know how to take that. So I would say belief, they have belief in their faith, but the belief itself is not faith. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because, I believe that there are probably spiders in my room somewhere. You know what I mean? I don't know that. I don't even really have a justification for it, but for some reason I believe that there's probably spiders hiding in my room somewhere.
Well, people are religious. People are
Hiding,
religious
like
confused
they're
because they talk
hiding from
about
you.
I'm
tied
sorry,
with the
what?
liquor.
People
What's
are
up, Niv? I'm
religious
sorry.
people are religious confused because they talk about evidence, which is kind of like proof of fact, and then they talk about faith, which is the absence of facts, right? And just having faith without there being a reason to have it.
Well,
You just to have it.
Oh, but those
a
people
lot of
tend to have a
people,
reason.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's like yeah. It's like being anti-reason and using reasoning at the same time. It's confusing to me.
It
Yeah, I
seems
don't.
like there's also a problem with the different kinds of evidence, right? In that scenario. Hi, sorry to barge in.
Oh, you're fine, dude. Go
uh,
ahead.
hey guys, hope you're all doing well. But yeah,
Yeah,
like
man.
David
How you
just
doing,
said,
Brett?
like I'm good, man. Life of a teacher, just fucking tired after a long week working with 18-year-olds, questioning my life choices. But
I
I
feel you,
got
bro.
I got medical insurance and a good retirement, so I'm chilling.
Hell right.
But yeah, but no, like yeah, I've often wondered that too, like how it gets lost in translation, how the different points of evidence. Some people see something they describe as evidence, and it's like, no, I think that's just your belief in
Yeah.
something,
Yeah.
and they
Evidence is a bit
conflate the two.
higher on the chart than the belief. You know what I mean?
So,
Go ahead, Brett. I'm sorry.
yeah, 100%. It's really difficult because I'm guilty of this too. But when a person throws in pathos, they think that pathos is simply evidence, and you have to just respect that. And it's
Yeah.
like,
No.
well, yeah, emotion matters in the things that you experience in life, but at the same time, you can also be having an emotional reaction to something which
Are
you're
emotions admissible in court?
can
Somewhat, right? Like just a little bit.
psychological well, you can have psychological damage as potential assault. Actually, I don't remember that specific law. I think it depends on the state.
Yeah.
You can have psychological damage that could be related to emotions, but not like a witness testimony. If a witness,
Yeah, I mean the jury is taking into account, the impact statements of the bereaved. You know what I mean?
Emotional damage.
Well, when we're in a dialectic, we want to try not to appeal to emotion to seek the truth. But I mean, we of course can't ignore the interlocutor's emotions. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Everything is born of our attitudes, or as Travis likes to say, our sentiments. So,
I
what was
found
I going to
that.
say to you, Brett? Damn it.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, because I forgot what I was saying.
Okay. Especially when I've noticed with debating people of different religions, there unfortunately is a point where, and maybe it's certain beliefs that I grew up with that I also have this fallacy or whatnot, but there's like this attachment to say, like you said, with the foundationalism, that there's no way this foundation I'm presenting could be false, because if it was false, I literally would know.
That's right.
And like,
that's right. They're betting all their money on that one unjustified belief, on that one unjustified justification.
And that psychological effect that people talk about why do people potentially in any faith, not just Christianity, but any faith, why might you believe something that is completely like beyond the laws of physics? Like literally the laws of physics would have had to stop in order for that thing to occur. And it's like, well, like a person says that this is how they view existence.
Yeah.
And so then they say, this is what I have as evidence, and you can't scale the same evidence, right? You can't. I think that's really one of the first important parts, is to scale the evidence and say, hey, like this is worth this amount. This is like, this is evidence you would use in this given scenario. And then also name what is not acceptable evidence. Because it's just as important to report, you know, like, hey, like beliefs are great, but there's a certain point where we're observing them and they become too close to faith that they're not evidential anymore.
Yeah. I mean, beliefs, just mere belief and, you know, speculation and wild assumptions and things like that are not accepted in a court of law, and usually appeals to emotion aren't what the prosecutor or the defense will do. They will never, usually will not argue from emotion, because it's not a good way to. It is sometimes a good way to convince certain people, but other people it's the opposite. So, you know, depending on how many people are in the jury, I was just making an analogy because in the court of law we try to take emotion and just bare belief out of the system so that we're not getting any of the information about the crime wrong. You know what I
sometimes
mean?
the emotion could be valid, right? The person and how they're treated and how they felt about it. They you can say, okay, they have every right to feel the
Yeah.
way. I
Should
think I just think emotion and reasoning they support each other and they go back and forth between.
Mm-hmm.
They it's not one or the other. I think
Yeah.
it's just a relationship between the two.
Yeah,
I
because
think so.
couldn't you argue that like if a person goes through an extreme experience, that the rational sense there is like when they're reliving that and they have to tell that in the, you know, on the witness stand, that
Mm-hmm.
most people aren't going to be stoic philosophers and
No.
like, you
No.
know, they're
Yeah, you're
actually gonna be
right.
like, no, you see that guy over there? If I had the chance, I'd fucking kill him because of what he did to me or my sister or my mother
Yeah.
or my father, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
And it's, but like they also are saying like I can tell the truth and be angry about it, you know,
Well,
just
I
because
think
a person's angry doesn't mean they're not telling the truth.
Go ahead, Niv.
to think things through, how you felt emotionally, you could end up no longer feeling that way and realizing you're wrong to think that way. And sometimes in where where you're no longer angry, you know what I mean. You figure it out like, oh, okay, I was angry for nothing, or
Mm-hmm.
you could think things way where you end up becoming angry because you can think like it can come to a conclusion where, oh crap, like this situation's more worse than I thought it was, even more pissed than I was
Mm-hmm.
before.
See
They
what you
both
mean.
they both just go back and forth. One can trigger the other, you know.
You're talking about emotion and reason, right?
Yeah,
Together in like a synergy. Yeah.
one can trigger the other, then one can have an effect on the other. Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah. The thing about that, like, I never really too much got emotions. But then again, I realized like the difference between like a person in reasoning versus a person that's emotional, where the emotion would be impulsive more, and if you want to do anything in a spur of the moment, like fig whatever bias that you have to act in the spur of the moment in an impulsive way. It would kind of make sense, right? To 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 react impulsively through your emotions.
yeah, I mean, there is a justification for those two things being directly linked, at least
I think it's
linguistically, because real quick, Nivet, those things are linked, and the emotion and the reason, because you can think about your emotions and you can also be emotional about your thoughts. So they are inextricably linked.
I'm talking about like in a spur of the moment, like a fight or flight type of thing, in
Okay.
where it's more instinctful, and you're in whether or not you run out of fear, or you or you don't, and not in it's almost as if like people they have their pre-assumed biases and
Mm-hmm.
act off of that in an impulsive emotional way is kind of
Yeah.
in a spur of the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
But
have
so,
their reptilian brain kicking in, right?
yeah, that's what's kicking in. The
Yeah.
medulla oblongata or whatever. And
Medulla oblongata.
did I say that wrong? What I'm thinking.
No, you
What?
got it, bro. You're good. You're good.
And then after a while you reason out. That's when the prefrontal is override.
The
You got
prefrontal cortex is the personality center, the cognitive and executive functions of the personality in the brain.
it doesn't reason things.
Yeah, the prefrontal cortex is where you're going to do your deepest reasoning.
Yeah, introspective. Like, maybe.
Yeah, and it also involves other lobes as well, but yes, mostly your prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, so that person, that reminded me of a person that looked like a guy that I hated and treated me like a every day after school, right? And that's not the same guy. So I shouldn't be.
He got your lobes juicing. Is that what?
Get your lobes juicing. Brett, did you want to respond, bud?
Respecting in where you're at, emotion sometimes good,
Yeah,
and
I
your emotional impulse is sometimes good because you're putting out all your anger on a person you shouldn't be doing that to. It's not the same dude.
Go,
That's
Brett.
correct.
yeah, that's a really good point, Nivik. I think that when I'm working with students. By the way, I'm driving, so if you can't hear me, just let me know and I'll mute.
No,
You're good.
But being able to observe your anger and see why it comes up and how it affects you, I think is a superpower. And I think that's why something like martial arts is just such a brilliant concept, because it really teaches you you're not just learning to fight, but you are learning in fact to defend yourself. And then the number one thing is to run away from it, because you don't need to it's actually smarter to be like, hey, the other person, maybe they know more than I do, or maybe whatever it is. So if I can get out of this fight, I'm going to. But yeah, controlling the anger can be really challenging when if you, for example, if you perceive that someone's insulting you and they're really they're really going at it, and they're not joking around, they really, they're trying to put that onto you. Can you observe the scenario you're in and be like, okay, I'm really coming back at this person? Or can you be like, hey, this person obviously has a lot of pain. Can you do a Jedi reverse, psychology trick and be like, hey man, do you need a hug?
you have to balance it with your impulse. You have to balance it with your reasoning. And where
Yeah.
some people they bottle up their anger and they think that's controlling it, and really that is you're not really processing it. And processing it is making sense of why you felt the way you did, and were you right to feel the way you did. You're pretty much breaking it down and consuming it, where it's not eating you up anymore. And some people, they don't get the difference between doing that versus bottling it. Bottling it is nothing but just is making it build and stew within you, and where you're still so it's like you're not getting rid of your hatred, you're not getting rid of whatever emotion that is there. It's still there, and you're not figuring out why it's there or making sense of it or doing anything with it. It's just stewing within you.
And I wonder, I know that we all often say on here, Deepak Chopra and the woo woo, but I really do wonder if we're going to come to a point where we realize that bottling up the anger, I don't want to say just leads to more chances of aneurysms, but do you know what I mean? The emotions that you have that are kept inside that, create more stress. The stress creates physical changes to the body or whatever else it is, right? There's that phenomena of people's hair turning white over a really gnarly experience. And how are we going to discover in the future that, yeah, like actually here is a really sound way to understand the emotions, so much so that, you know, you would almost teach it like you would any other science to people.
Yeah, people don't understand their emotions and know how to control it, and they bottle it. And
Yeah.
I think that builds up a lot of anxiety. It builds up a lot of stress. Your fucking heart rate is up. You're fucking
Yep.
agitated, and that's not good for you. And
Nope.
the thing about it is, it's kind of like, if you if you're able to, if a person, if you have a person that's able to do that, able to manage it, everything, it's like water off a thing. Shit's like water off a duck's back. You know what I mean? You're not all
Yeah.
fucking bent out of shape, and you're not ready to. You're not going to have a nervous breakdown at the drop of a feather. You know what I mean? And some people, they don't
Yeah.
understand why they are like that, and why
Yeah.
other people aren't like that. That's because people just know how to manage their stress better, and they don't
Or,
think that there's a way of doing that. They just think, oh, I just fight
or
the emotions, and
yeah.
and I get and you suppress it, and you go around and you just be angry, and you get angry about this and that and other things, and then you're gonna blow like a top, man.
And what it just, you know, what's just a mind fuck there is, like, all it could be is that that person in their household, that's all they've ever seen. That's all they've ever modeled. And all they would need is another person to show them for a short period of time, you know, a couple of weeks together, you know, just with some exercises and whatever else, that, hey, there's another way of being, you know. And I'm not saying
Yeah.
that will not solve every person's PTSD, but I know many people who have just said, like, in my household we grew up with yelling and that was normal, and then they get to a place where people don't yell and they don't raise their voice in, like, conflict or, like, doing the chores or, you know, things that you might talk to roommates about, and they don't know how to act, because their first thing is to say, why didn't you do this? And then you're like, bro, why are you yelling? And they're like, oh, because when I grew up that was normal.
I was always
That's,
wondering if
Yeah.
emotional intelligence was a thing. I always thought that was like bullshit, but I'm thinking it is a thing.
oh,
Emotional
No, if
intelligence.
you go look it up,
oh, it
emotional
totally is.
intelligence is a thing.
Yeah. like
It's just
like
not
example,
widely accepted.
yeah, for example, like, how many let's just take sex for a second. How many men do you know, the example I gave there, where if someone was making fun of them, how many of them would stop to say, like, hey man, this guy's really hurting, versus like, hey, this guy's insulting me, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him, you know? And you can say I'm naive for saying that, like, you put yourself in danger by, you know, giving that person compassion, but, like, you also have the power to stop that fight to a certain degree. And maybe it's not blocking like it would be like martial arts if they took a swing at you, but who's to say that the reverse psychology wouldn't work, and that person actually does just need somebody to give a shit about them, you know?
A lot of it,
Like,
a lot of it, a lot of emotions based off understanding, and some folks, they don't understand what certain levels of understanding of
Yeah.
things or people. You can approach things in a positive way as a result of that understanding. It's like you bite into a line. It's like, oh, it's evil, it's bad, it's horrible, and then it's like, wait a minute, I can do things with this lime. I can mix it with some ginger and some sugar and some ice cubes,
yeah.
and it's fucking great. I love limes. You know,
Thomas,
it could be your perspective can change based off understanding.
What's up,
Thomas,
Brett?
that cycle that you were talking about with which one of the three? There was the cycle.
Oh, the circular one, the circular argument. Yeah,
Yeah, is that? Do you
that's
think
that's
that has
that's
to
the
do with?
that's
Go ahead.
the
Sorry.
the Bible proves the Bible because the Bible says so. That's circular.
Is that? Do you think that has anything to do? Maybe it's a little obscure. Maybe I'm just making a connection that is only makes sense to me. But, like, do you think that has anything to do with what we're talking about? Where it's just the cycle of, like, you go through a process of emotions, you go through a fight in
Yes,
a
it does.
family,
Yeah, I mean it
right?
does. Yes, because psychology and philosophy are inextricable. They're very connected. So yes, I would say there is a connection.
Dude, I mean, right? And all you got to do is show them that there's a way out of the circle. Not,
I mean,
again,
even if it's metaphorical, which is how we're talking about it. You know what I mean?
yeah. And again, I'm not saying that just trying to show someone the way out of a circle is going to change their behavior. But, you know, if a person grows up in a very noisy environment, I've noticed this working with youth in the city, in a big city. If they grow up with noise all the time, you know, fire engines and just everything's very loud, there's cars and stuff like that, and just think about the vibration.
Desensitized.
Right? Yeah. And they get into nature. Like, I've taken a few to nature before, just on field trips, and, you know, I was a coach and other stuff like that. And they're like, what the hell? And I'm like, dude, this is another world. And
tell them to come to Alabama. The forests are so fucking thick here, you can't see.
Yeah. And you got your crickets, or not kickadees. You got your crickets and a couple frogs at night.
The insects live in Alabama. This is their home. This is their home base. Every mosquito in the world comes back here like fucking doves flying south for the winter. Or I don't know what flies south for the winter. Pick a bird. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know shit all about zoology. Shit all. But yeah, what y'all are talking about, I mean, it definitely, there's lots of things in epistemology and how we justify things and believe things that are going to tie into the philosophy of mind, which I'm going to have episodes on the philosophy of mind and self-awareness and consciousness and all this kind of stuff before we actually dig deep into the very complex psychology topics, you know, like social psychology, evolutionary psychology, depth psychology, all the different fields. We're going to explore all of those as Torture Time grows as a show.
I have a question.
Nope, I'm sorry, you can't ask any.
I'm sad.
What?
Do you know America exists? Do you believe America exists? Or do you have faith that America exists?
Can I say I don't know?
I suppose. Questions for the room.
I don't know. For the room, yeah, please, anybody.
Justified true belief America exists.
Can you see America?
Yep, right now.
Oh,
he's looking from
like I'm speaking of the country, by the way, not the land.
I'm not talking about the land.
I was gonna say, when I go to a baseball game, I feel like I'm at America, but you know.
Dal, it sounds like you are fucking something up, bro.
I'm in a factory.
Thomas, Dal, Nivik, I don't know if Brett, you live in America, yeah?
Yeah.
And I can see your picture and you flash in when you talk. I can see America. I have a justified true belief America exists.
Yeah, I live in California.
Ah, good then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people here live in America. I can see your profiles. I can see America. Oh, that's a justified.
Isn't that just evidence for America?
Isn't evidence a justification for your belief?
What's your definition of America, Dal?
What is your definition of America, Dal? You got to give us that first. Dal. Okay, he's lost to the pneumatic air gun.
Dal is literally building America as we speak.
I don't want to mute him because it's so funny, but I might have to in a minute. Dal, are you there, buddy? Okay, he had to go back to work.
Dal is literally building America as we speak. So
yeah, he's constructing it as we speak. I've never been to Thailand, but I trust Honenheim and maps that it's there.
No, I'm an actor, sorry. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. It's a fake. What if it was a big conspiracy around the world that like Thailand doesn't exist And everybody started just believe like we could spread that conspiracy across the internet. There, hey, by the way, this is fucking hilarious, guys. Anybody who wants to go look this up, uh, there's a fucking like nonprofit organization called Birds Don't Exist, based on a conspiracy theory that the government killed all birds in like the 60s and 70s and like replaced them with fucking like spy things or some shit. I don't know the whole theory, but it's called Birds Don't Exist. Let me
Birds
look it
aren't
up real
real.
quick.
I know it.
Birds aren't real.
Those
That's
are-
it. Birds aren't real. Yeah.
Those are some damn tasty spy robots, then.
Oh yeah, they are. Fucking how good do drones taste?
All right.
So,
And
can
his argument
can I-
is that that's why they're always on power lines, because they're recharging to
oh
their batteries.
wow. Are you Nivek? Are you bullshitting? Or are you serious?
No, he's serious,
I'm dead
dude.
serious,
Oh
man.
my
Birds
He's
aren't real.
serious. Yeah, that's what
Christ.
these people believe, dude. And it's a troll.
Oh.
There's people who actually follow it, but it was started as a troll. It's man.
And
So
the guy doesn't break composure either. He plays the part, and
Yeah, he does.
He plays this Alex Jones part, and
Yeah,
will
he
not break
does.
composure for shit. He'll tell you he'll act very serious,
And he'll believe whatever nonsense he's talking. It's
yeah,
pretty good.
and be very passionate.
so like, how do you combat? Man, I don't even know.
Yeah,
what
you
to
didn't
say
know
to
there.
that.
You didn't know there was a website called Birds Aren't Real, did you?
No, I didn't. Jesus, dude.
He's
my
just
God.
trolling conspiracy people out, the other conspiracy people out there that talk all types of crazy shit. So he's trying to out absurd them.
Why
But
do you
he
think?
doesn't break the composure. He acts very serious.
I know that we have as a species have believed stupid shit for thousands of years, but why
That's his argument.
is it just TV and the internet with the uptick of that it seems like in conspiracies, or is it like the confirmation bias? Like, why does it seem so bad? Like,
Well, I mean, there were conspiracies before like the JFK conspiracy was a huge one. The moon landing one was a huge one. Ever since the invention of the television, people have been prone to not believing anything because it can be staged. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I think that's when a lot of it started exploding. I don't know if there were really big conspiratorialists back in like. I'm sure there were. I mean, I know there were things like the Hellfire Club and things like that, but that wasn't really a conspiracy. That was just a
Brett,
meeting
can
of a
I
bunch of rich
respond to
people.
that? I think people have
Yeah, go
identity
ahead.
in things that they believe in, and they want those things to be validated in confirmation biases. And they're not really about seeking truth. They're about
Yeah.
what they have an emotional attachment to be justified at all costs. And if it aligns with that, no matter how absurd the explanation, they'll be like, yep, absolutely. You know.
Well, it seems like, if you want to go back to Nietzsche and like the death of God and religion, however long ago, right, in the early 1900s, or if you want to.
Well, conspiracies have been around since. I mean,
But
you could probably trace it all the way back to like Rome. You know what I mean? When there were plenty of conspiracies to kill, Julius Caesar and not Julius. It was Julius Caesar, right?
Yeah,
that was
Brutus.
murdered
Yeah,
by Brutus. Okay.
I literally
Yeah.
just taught my seniors that. Brutus
Type in
and the
first conspiracy ever.
Yeah, the Federalist Papers. We just did that in my government class, so that was pretty dope
Ah.
stuff. But like, why is it like? It just seems okay. So then, if it's been around for a while, right? Obviously, why? What is it about the human condition that just dumbfounds people so much that they have to believe in something, and then they go like so deep in this thing, and yet to the average other person,
They have
it's like,
cultural.
hey,
Let him finish. Let him finish, Niv. Let him finish.
All I was gonna say was you can prove the Earth is not flat in a half hour to an hour, and how do they get so locked into something like that, which doesn't really have that much foundation?
You have natural human traits, and where you have cultural identity, and you have people where it's a natural human trait to seek understanding. And sometimes you could have the cultural the belief that you have that's now your identity more mattering than reality because it's you. and you want to defend it at all costs, and you want it to be
Mm-hmm.
validated. So
Yeah.
it's and if and there's commonality too, because you have a lot of people who believe the same thing that you believe in. You have belonging there as a group.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
to defend it, it kind of makes sense. It's just how to wing a person off of that.
I feel.
It's
Can we
it
let Honenheim jump in after this? I think he's been waiting. No, Nivik, you're good. I'm not cutting you off, brother. Honenheim, did you have something to say, or were you just
I
unmuted?
was going to put what Nivik said in different words, possibly. I think it's
Okay.
down to their hierarchy of values. So they value being right, or they value being on a stage more than they value the truth. One example I can give is during my masters, we had the opportunity to ask an Asian student, because cheating is a big problem in Asia, and we asked, why is there so much cheating and why is it so acceptable in Asia? And she said, well, the thought of the act of being, or the result of failing, is far worse than cheating. So in society, if you're caught cheating, it's far worse than actually failing. So that's why it's okay to cheat, because the hierarchy of values places cheating below getting a low mark, or above, if you know what I mean.
and that's where like when Brett was mentioning religion earlier, and where a lot of times people say, well, they get their meaning from religion and then they get their values, and you can't do that without religion. And that's not necessarily that so it's like you create your value, but that's not necessarily the case, because you can, through engaging with the environment, get understanding, get meaning in from understanding of the environment that you're in. And by developing enough understanding within the matter of the environment that you're in, you could therefore have an idea how to manipulate things in a way that manipulate things that in a way that's valuable to you. So
Yes.
it's almost as if you want to lean towards objectivity versus subjectivity. With the lack of objectivity, if there's not enough of objective fact and reasoning to understand something, people just make it up, right? And they'll get their value from
Sometimes.
that as a compensation for it, as a compensation in order to feel content. Because if you're not content in trying to in having understanding, then you have to have a compensation of creating that, and
Do
Okay.
as a substitute for things that might be beyond your understanding, in being too ignorant or rational. So
Okay.
do you
Let
think
Brett jump in.
this has anything? I don't mean to keep taking us on tangent after tangent, but do you think this
You're
has
fine.
anything to do with the big three of like, where do we come from? What's the meaning of this life, and where do we go? Because
Yeah.
do you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
once you square those, when I squared those away with myself, I felt a very big like weight lifted off my shoulders of, I don't know where we came from. I'm not too concerned with where we go after this form, because I think it's really just an energy field.
I got my
If
answer.
No,
Okay,
hang on. Let him finish. Nivik, I
but
swear to you, you're going to get your turn. I swear.
yeah, and I'm almost, yeah, I'm trying to be better about wrapping it up. But the middle portion is like, there is a large portion of this form and this seeing that you see through, that is about, perspective. Granted, you have to, be aware of outside factors that can harm you, and you got to,
Mm-hmm.
rent, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a portion of it where the entire basis of the reality is the perspective that you hold. And it's unfortunate that our our culture at a certain time just basically says, your worth is on the amount of money you have, or the resources and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, you gotta
Right.
you gotta have the place to live and be able to do things and whatever else it is.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I think if people understood that the meaning is largely or at least it's sizable enough that it's going to make a damn beautiful difference in your life if you can develop some things that will give you meaning and
Yes.
perspective, and you don't
Yes.
have to have it in an outside source that says like, oh,
That's-
I know the meaning of everything.
100%. I'm with you.
And like, I just wish that, you know, that everyone knew that they like
Well,
reading your
like
books or your
Nivek always
music.
likes to say, people lack introspection.
Yeah. Because I think they're afraid that, you know, when someone says like, oh, I'm like an amateur writer, I've tried to publish and, you know, whatever else. And it's like, dude, if you're trying to be a professional, you know, writer or athlete or whatever the other things you're doing, right? Like you could try to turn it into a business, but also it's okay to like have a job, you know, pay the bills and stuff like that. And then have a passion, a hobby that you're just very passionate about. And maybe you don't get written down in a history book, but like you had something that was, you know, created a lot of meaning.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. Sorry, there's a lot of places there, but
no, that's fine. I enjoyed hearing it. Nivek, jump in, bud.
I think you do what you do based off of simply being your inherent nature, and humans, they take meaning from things in order to identify things for what they are, and manipulate it in a way that is of value, and in order to enrich their lives, because human beings naturally want to want the benefit of well-being for themselves and others around them, and the environment as well. And I don't see any of those things as separate. I see that there should be a caring for for yourself, others, and the environment
Yes,
in a
I agree.
natural homeostasis way,
Yes.
as much as possible. And it has to be done continuously as much as possible, because the environment always changing, it's always evolving. And so you're always going to have to be taking in new meaning and new understandings and interpreting in order to evolve, in order to adapt continuously, and to not just survive, but to thrive as much as possible. So
I think that's
just your nature.
correct.
When you said inherent, what do you mean?
Evolution of the environment naturally programmed you to be what you are.
Yes.
So you're supposed to act out based off of what you are. It's like if you had a rattlesnake on your shoulder and it bit you and you shocked. It's like it was my nature, idiot. Like, what?
Yeah.
You know the saying, right?
Nivek's just talking about the difference between nature and nurture. He's talking about the environment, which is nurture.
Okay.
He's
saying like, well, go ahead, Nivek. I don't want to speak for you.
Well, there's a bit of both in human nature, and where you're programmed to be what you are, and nurture, in where
The
you're
environment.
and where you're learning, and the environment's always changing, and you have to, and it's telling you what for you to adapt. You have to take in information, and
go ahead, Niv.
and understand what logic, and come to logical of what's about what could happen to have an idea. It's just, and you do that as much as possible, and with the environment, in a symbiotic way. So you take care of yourself, you take care of others, and you take care of the environment as much as possible. It's an ecosystem, you know. So
yeah, we're not separate from the environment. We are a part of the environment. Nivek, can I get like just ask Scott or Honnenheim if they've got anything to say, and then you can go right back to, we can talk again if you want to. Scott, are you there? Scotty Pippin. All right, Honnenheim, you there?
I'm here. I don't know what to say.
You don't know what to say?
We're
chilling.
Talking
I'm just
stuff, man. Back, listen. Give me what's the topic? Give me the last sentence, and I'll.
Well, Nivek was talking about Brett and Nivek and me were basically talking about how Well, Brett was talking about the three big questions of life, and then Nivik started talking about how we take, things in from the environment, and he started talking about nature and nurture. But Brett, what were you talking about the
Those,
three questions a minute ago? Could you
yeah, I'd
rephrase
like
that
to
for
hear that.
Hohenheim?
Yeah.
Sure. So I wonder, when people are trying to find meaning in life, I wonder how many of them have sat down deeply and thought about the big three, where we came from, why we're here, what's our purpose, and where we're going. And part of the conclusion I came to, at least in the last couple of years of my life, is I'm not really concerned with where we came from, because I don't know that we'll ever fully know. If we do, cool. I'm not really concerned with the afterlife, because I think that humans often use it as an excuse to separate from one another now in like religion and such. But this life here, there's a significant portion, if not all of it, significant enough to matter, where it's really your interpretation and perspective of reality. And the fact, to me, that's a very beautiful thing, because like if you are engaged in a hobby or whatever else, and you're fully into it, and you love the being a craftsperson or running a business, or you're a small plane pilot or scuba diving, like there's so many things you could get meaning out of in life. And yet I think that a lot of people are scared, because they try to go for like I was saying, the conspiracies and stuff, because they want to know everything about existence, and somehow the conspiracy just
They'll take the
more
easy
meaning.
answers, man. They'll
Can I
take
give
the
it?
easy answers
Yeah.
every time. Nivik, 1 second. We're going to let Hohenheim respond,
No,
and then
no.
you
Anaheim wanted to know what was said. I was going to tell him what my answer was to Brett.
okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just saying, like, human beings, they have a natural, inherent way in how they do things, and you you take in you, you it's human nature for humans to do what they do naturally, and they take in meaning from the environment and understanding, and have an idea how to manipulate it in a way, creating value uh, for for the enrichment of themselves, which is to survive as much as possible. And so they look out for the benefit of themselves, others, and the
Okay.
environment, because they're not separate from the environment. And they create. So if you can manipulate the environment, uh, you create meaning, as I think you create meaning as well, and you create value.
Okay. Let's
Mean,
let
like,
Hohenheim respond real quick.
Firstly, to that, I don't think you can create meaning. You find meaning. So then, go to the big three. That's all I ever think about is these big three.
That's all anybody ever thinks about.
Yeah,
I
You
do
know
too.
what? You know what? I believe that. Always believe that too, Anaheim. I that's how come my mind kind of changed. I always believe that you find meaning and you adapt to the changes of the environment. But human beings, they didn't just adapt like animals adapted. They could manipulate the environment in a way to their liking, and that suits them. So it's not like you got to go through many years of evolution. You evolve. You there's evolution right there on the spot, and where you manipulate the environment. You skin a wolf or bear, and you build a fire, and you cut some wood. You create you so it's almost as if there's a reciprocal back and forth between you. You have to you take in meaning from the environment and adapting to the environment, but you could also manipulate the environment as well, if the potential is there for you to manipulate it.
All right, you got to let him respond. You got to let him get a breath in.
Sorry.
Hohenheim, let go first, and then Brett.
breath. That's all I'm doing is breathing. So I'd like to go through these big three quickly. What is the first one you mentioned, Brett? Why
where
we're
we
here,
come
yeah.
from.
Where we came from before birth.
Yeah, where we came from. Then I just go to just straight to physics, and and
Straight to the Big Bang.
Yep.
straight to the Big Bang, and then our understanding of the physical universe, and then you can go to the other side. I would then just deliberating on the possibility of a God. Then the second one is, what's the second one?
What do we do? What is our purpose while we're here?
Yeah.
What is our purpose? Then I'd go back to finding the purpose. Our purpose is to find the purpose. The meaning of life is the search for the meaning of life, and
yes,
my personal search is not down any more rabbit holes. I'm sick of that shit. So I search in two places. One is internally through meditation, mindfulness, and then externally through the study, of course, of physics and an understanding of the universe.
Man, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thanks, buddy. What's the third one?
I guess I would ask you then, when you say that you can't create it, you're searching for it, like, how does the artist then actually, like, you don't think that making the poem or the song or, take any other art form, the sculpture, like, you're...
Well, do you remember what Michelangelo said? You remember how he said about the sculpture that he was just brushing away the bits that weren't supposed to be there?
Which he's creating, right?
I don't know in that sense. Is he? I don't know.
What was your... Yeah, because you had opposition.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, I'd separate those into two things. One is meaning and meaning of the universe, meaning of what's going on, and then kind of value meaning. What is it? Travis says sentimental meaning. So those I'd separate those two. Of course, you can create things that mean something to you, but I mean in creating meaning, creating a true value that exists extrinsically to the universe. I would say that was be what I'm saying when you can't create that, but you can create a meaning that makes you feel happy, that makes life meaningful.
Yeah.
Were you the one that said a couple of weeks ago on here that you once had the meditation experience for like 15 or 20 minutes where you lost thought?
That was him. That was him.
Yeah, I'm going to try and go back today. I haven't meditated for so long now, and I need to get back there because my mind's not. Since I had COVID, my mind's been in pain, and so I got to get back there. So that was me.
Oh man, get better soon, dude. Sorry to hear that.
No, thanks, dude.
Yeah.
I almost find that thoughtless infinite when I think I described this before. So I'm an amateur writer, and when I basically go into an idea or a process to write, I don't think about what must be. I just sit quietly like a short meditation, and then I just start writing as it comes. And it's literally like, I don't know if you saw like the movie that said The Man Who Created Christmas with the story about Dickens and Ebenezer Scrooge and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a couple moments in the movie. It's an okay movie. It's not amazing. But there's a couple moments in the movie where he's just literally debating, okay, so like he does this and then he goes down, like, yeah, that's right. And then he goes around that corner and he doesn't give the money to the homeless because he hasn't had the three spirits. And that, man, that's exactly what happens. It's like there's no destination, but you're forming it as it goes. And yet I feel like I'm accessing some kind of infinity because there's so many, what limit is there that you could put in that story?
Brett,
that you provide
I kind of feel the same thing too. Yeah, to provide the space.
One thing with this being content in meaning, and where you could be in a false sense of security that in where you feel good where you're at, you shouldn't feel good where you're at. It could potentially be bad for you. And based on if you had enough knowledge, you have enough understanding, then you wouldn't be okay with where you're at compared to where you could potentially be.
Always changing.
Going on to the third one now, then yeah.
It's
only three things.
I'm not trying to be a dick to you, Nivik. Just let Honenheim finish this third thing, and then we will shut up. I swear.
The third one is where we go after death, and I think I told you guys, in the last year my mother passed away. I've given up searching. Appreciate that, man. I've given up searching for the paradise or the heaven. I conceive it as that energy is transferred like when our body physically dies and it goes back to the earth. And so, you know, some kind of plane that we can't really interpret now. That's how I perceive it going into, but obviously that's speculation, and I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, speculation's okay, man. I hope for an awesome afterlife. I just don't believe it absolutely.
Yeah,
I'll hope for it all day long.
But I also don't concern myself with it now because I've realized that what I can control is like being good to others here. And Nivek said it perfectly. Like, you care about yours, you care about your family, you care about your friends. You should also care about your community, because you need a firefighter to put your house out.
Yeah, you do have to care about your community.
Because you smoke too much weed and all of a sudden the bong hits the floor and now you're up in flames. But like, you also need the environment too, yeah, because, you know, without the bees, we're done. Like, this whole show ends pretty quickly.
There's a food chain in an ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, if photosynthesis doesn't happen in you said the bees, yeah, you're right.
So I have a kind of fun theory for the third one.
Go ahead.
And it kind of coincides with religion, and it could be possible that in the future that someone could create a hard drive or a technological system that could save your consciousness, so you would literally be saved.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's some transhumanism right there. I love it.
Yeah, and then that could either be heaven or hell, depending on the way you look at it. If there is an actual religion, you would not die anymore. You would be saved into the eternal hell of this technological world. While if you did die, you would go to heaven. So,
man,
there's those three.
That's weird, Honenheim, to think about.
Yeah,
you're talking about your iPhone.
No, he's talking about.
Talking about the choice between either being saved on a hard drive and being sent in an indestructible ship throughout the universe to live for eternity, or actually die and then go to a heaven. But if there's not a heaven, you would be choosing to die eternally. So you'd be choosing for one of many possibilities.
Yeah, so you can choose to be uploaded to, like, you know, the database of some kind of super complex internet to where you can see the end of the universe. You know what I mean? Be sent out on a ship that doesn't need to refuel. You know, is that what you were kind of talking about, Honenheim?
That's it. And then you would never die. So then actually
you're just always on that internet floating around in space.
Or you're like in Matrix. You're like in a new like robot body.
No, you're in the Matrix basically.
You're in the Matrix, but then you wouldn't die. So then, if there is a God, if there is an afterlife, you wouldn't be going there. You'd be going to hell. But if there isn't an afterlife, then you would be living forever. Though you would be in essence saved. So the predictions of the Bible would come true either way, depending on whether there is a God or not.
So real quick, just to explain to the audience, this transhumanism idea of uploading yourself to like the internet or some, you know, it was actually kind of, it's hinted at in a lot of like anime and like movies and stuff that people could be uploaded, you know, their brains and everything, every neuron, every pathway, everything can be downloaded into quantum, you know, some kind of high-end quantum computer.
I have a theory on that.
And I know, hang on. I'm just telling the audience about what this transhumanist idea is that basically Honenheim is saying that if we had a ship that could some kind of Dyson sphere or something that allows us to have these data banks and servers that just have people downloaded on them, just their memories, all of them, you know, and we could live in that technical ship for as long as it could stay together, you know, roaming the universe, just each in our individual little block of the code, you know, that we interact. Yeah.
If I can jump in quickly, then Nivek, just jump in, and then I'll just say this, and I'll shut up. I have a theory that we entered the transhumanism phase a long time ago. That like snails obviously are far more evolved than a slug, and the only difference is the shell. So the second we invented motorbikes, cars, planes, houses, even, we entered the transhumanism stage. So when you get on a bike, you are no longer a human. You are a human motorbike. You are a human car, a human plane.
That's true.
So I'd say we entered transhumanism a very long time ago.
Wow, I didn't even think about that, but that's true. Go ahead, Nivet.
Yeah, I was just saying like being beholden to in a position of of the environment that you're in. Like say you're in a small town, it's a shitty job, asshole boss, people are
Yep.
assholes, and it's kind of like I see like what people are in, that like the reality we're in. It's actually it's like a reverse matrix, and in escaping that is to go online and where you more have freedom.
Yeah, it is kind of like the reverse matrix in that
And
way, isn't it?
yeah, you put your, it's like you download yourself.
I guess that's kind of what we're doing right now is we're downloading our personalities, through this device to share with each other,
Yeah,
assuming
that we're
assuming that technology always kept up and never went, down or whatnot. Think about the YouTube videos and Vines and all that stuff for how long that could, like someone could be gone. Like obviously you have literature that's been around, right, for thousands of years.
Yes.
We know about Hammurabi and, Hector and Achilles, even though that might be more myth. But yet here it is with the digital, like, man.
You could be imprisoned in your reality in this environment that you're in, but if you can, like, you can escape going online and get access to different perspectives and broaden your mind and grow as a person.
I think that's the key to learning on your own, is learning how to use the internet and sourcing your information correctly and corroborating your sources and making sure everything ties together so that you get a good idea of what the evidence is. I think that's super important when dealing with the internet. But I'm kind of with the whole transhumanist thing. I'd like my consciousness or my mind to be uploaded. I think that'd be cool as hell.
Has anyone here had an idea for a show about walking people? I'm not trying to like downplay people's intelligence, but I think we are at a point where much of society really could use those kind of reality checks on, like, hey, this is clickbait. This is like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a source that is completely illegitimate. Has anyone floated that idea in here, like talking about that?
Well, I mean, the whole series of my show is to build people up, because we started with how to speak to each other, and then we started with logic and how to form arguments, and then we went to the burden of proof, and then we started with epistemology, and after this I'm going to go teach people about science and the scientific method. Then I'm going to teach as much as I can about psychology, which is my big love and passion, and then eventually we'll get to things like conspiracy theories and why we shouldn't believe everything we hear on the internet and how to source things properly. I'm going to try to have an episode on sourcing and how to do like research sourcing for material and define sources and corroborating sources and stuff like that.
Do you remember Crossfire, the show that Tucker Carlson and that Paul?
Yeah, Jon Stewart got on there and absolutely fucked and destroyed him.
Yeah, because he's like, you guys have a golden opportunity and you're fucking it because you're sponsors and you're trying to get money and shit.
Yeah, dude.
You could have, Thomas, if you had two people who were self-described and competent on both ends of the political spectrum, and had them come on, bring their sources for a topic, and say to them, we're not going to have a judgment about this certain event that happened in a week or two ago or something. We're simply going to bring the spectrums of it, of the news sources, and we're going to do a deep dive to really find out what news sources are full of shit, what news sources are actually, like that. That's essential.
Yeah, we can use there's a lot of sources I can use for that. Like John Oliver is a huge, excellent source because his sources are amazing. They're from usually very small news stations and shit. That's where you're going to find a lot of your sourcing online, is small news places.
Dude, well, John Oliver has a crack team of fucking people who are like doing all that research for him. Man, those dudes are good.
Yeah, and he extolled that one time about them. He was like, "Yeah, my research team talks to basically every small news group in America." So that's basically where I get my politics from. I don't really follow politics other than John Oliver. So that's a plug for him. Woo-hoo. John Oliver's the shit.
Did you see the episode Did you see the episode that he did about him marrying a cabbage?
No, not yet.
Yeah, dude. So like somebody on Midjourney did like John Oliver as a cabbage, and he's found like Midjourney the AI art, and he did this whole thing on John Oliver in cabbage. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh my god, dude. He has such great humor, and they put him with the best research team that I think money could probably buy him. You know what I mean? Uh, it's a hell of a show. I mean, like, more people probably our age get their news from that kind of shit than anything else.
I
At
used to
least
watch.
in terms of a deep dive, because I mean, he goes, 20, 25 minutes into a subject. So
I used to watch Vice more, and then I started to notice that some of it was sensationalized, and I would follow up on some of its facts and be like, hey, you guys actually, botched that, the topic where you could tell that they were just trying to get more viewership.
yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit,
for
did
a
we
little
lose
while
Nivet?
they had it, but
Dude, well, that's
yeah,
the thing with Vice. Vice was always like that, though. Like, if you go back and look, like, I mean, Gavin McInnes started Vice. Him and Shane started Vice back in like the '90s, and it was always about like, I don't know, sensationalizing things and making the hipsters be cool and fucking, I don't know. It's an interesting news source. There was a while there where I felt like they were trying to do like stuff more serious, but I think they just fall down the rabbit hole of like trying to be provocative more than anything else.
yeah, there'd be a couple of times where the news source on a foreign story, and I'd be like, oh, that's legit, and I'd go look it up and would kind of just try to follow up. But yeah, since I think sensationalized is a good word for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just sorry I didn't mean to interrupt a minute ago, but I think we lost old Niv. Oh, he's back.
Oh, there he
Hell
is.
yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, he jumped
Motherfucking
out.
Niven.
Come on back up, Nivik. What are you doing? He must be having problems.
We all have problems.
There we go. Get that ass back in here.
Yeah, I'm speeding to work right now.
I knew that shit was. I knew it was something.
I'm trying not to crash.
All right, don't crash, please.
Thomas, do you have access to the soundboard yet?
On call-in? Honenheim?
Yeah.
What did you ask me?
Do you have access to the soundboard yet?
The soundboard on call-in? I don't know what soundboard you're talking about, buddy.
Yeah, apparently there's a soundboard on call-in now.
Oh, no, I haven't even messed with it.
Oh, darn.
Well, I mean, if you want to play with it, is it only the host that can play with it, or how do I do this?
I have no idea. Apparently there's a soundboard. And
what?
Yeah, I think you have to be host, though.
Let me click on. I'll click on dial and see if I. No, there's nothing I can really do.
You
except promote him to moderator. Ha ha ha! Everybody's getting promoted to moderator.
Well, I'd like to go back to trying to convince a room full of teachers that they don't know that America exists.
Brett's a teacher, and so is Honenheim.
Yeah, I know.
That would definitely be a great.
I love this. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a great. That would be a great thought experiment.
Basically, I have to accept the definitions that Thomas laid out, where he said faith is. Oh, what did you say? Faith, the evidence.
Hebrews 11:1 is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Yes.
Justified belief for knowledge.
Have you ever been to Wyoming? Have you ever been to Wyoming, John?
I have been. I have been to Wyoming.
How about Nebraska?
I have been to Nebraska.
Damn it. Because is that where you're going? Like, you name a state somebody's never been to. Well, how do you know it really exists?
No, I live in the United States, and I will say I don't know the United States exists, at least by the definitions posed today at the show.
I don't say I know shit, but I'm with you.
Because, you can't see America. You can see the flag, you can see Americans, but all of that is
Exactly.
just evidence for this thing you can't see.
Yeah.
You can also see
So,
Americans.
and if you
the only real evidence we have is pictures from space, and since we're not up there on the actual camera itself, we have to trust that it's up there taking pictures of around Earth.
Even then, you're just getting pictures of the land mass. That's not a picture of
Yeah.
the country. The borders
you're
are
right.
made up, yet we still act like they're real, like they're true.
Yeah.
But
Like on a
But
Martian
Yeah, but
map
that's
or
like,
something.
well, to me, that's the kind of thing, like the same way you know what a cup is. It's because it's something that we've defined ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm. Because the hole in the
Yeah.
ground can be a cup.
and this is when I say I'm a neutral monist, and I drop the mic.
Hey, mic drop. Backing out of the room. Do you guys think Nivik crashed?
I hope not, Jesus.
I hope not either. Speeding
Crashed
to get to
onto,
work. I can just
crashed onto
imagine him.
Mars.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got Pangburn all worked up,
You got him worked up? Uh-oh.
and I
Let me see what he's-
abstracted. Yeah, I mean I agree with him.
Read it. Abstracted from the object, the land, the concept represents. Yeah.
But I don't think America represents the land. I think it literally represents like an organization, like a group of people. But then, do groups of people exist objectively, like outside of the mind? But if there are no minds, are there any people? Like the whole question is.
Yeah, the people is the only reason it's called America. If there were no people in it, it wouldn't be America, I guess, right? Or is that even a question worthwhile asking? Am I just being nonsensical?
But everything exists apart from nothing, which does exist, but it doesn't exist.
Ooh, I like that.
If you don't
My
see
dialectic
nothing,
mind.
Isn't the lack of seeing nothing just evidence that nothing exists? Because if
Yes.
nothing existed, you wouldn't see it. So
That's a head scratcher. I love it. Fucking love it. The funny part is that dialethia are technically possible. So far, the law of non-contradiction has held, but who knows how much longer?
I just think it's system-based. So like the law of non.
Oh, you're way in the background, Dal.
Oh no. Hello?
Yes, now we can hear you. And now you're gone again.
The law of non-contradiction exists as long as we say it does.
I heard the last part of that.
Yeah, Dal, this is what's so interesting about this kind of theory of nothing I'm trying to develop, is would it prove the law of non-contradiction false, which is really cool.
Yes.
I'm just going into this now, so I don't know if I could defend it well, because I have to prove nothing exists. But if you could prove nothing exists and doesn't exist, non-contradiction's gone, which is really cool.
So, there's a thing called the principle of explosion, and if there is such a thing as a dialethiism, then you can prove anything. You can prove that unicorns exist if there is such a thing as a true contradiction.
That's only true if you take the law of non-contradiction out of the standard logic, out of what is it called, classical logic. But we can invent other logics that don't use that don't
Intuitionistic and
modal.
Yeah, modal will help you get there. Dialethiism is a form of epistemology and logic, basically. But I mean, the true contradictions only come up within linguistics and semantics, because otherwise, we don't have any descriptive true contradictions. Do you think we do? Like in reality, like in physics. Dal?
Can't hear you,
Heyo.
Travis. It looks like Travis trying to talk, but can't hear you.
Oh, can you
Oh,
guys hear me?
Oh,
there you
now I
go.
can.
Now we can hear you.
I was just waiting my turn like a good student. Um, can you hear me?
Can't
Check,
hear you.
check. Hmm.
Cannot
You're a
hear.
little
I can't
spotty.
hear him. Can anybody else hear him?
No, he's breaking up.
Okay.
No, but I do.
Damn, man. Travis
I
has got problems.
I
His
do
internet's
absolutely.
giving him trouble.
I do absolutely love seeing when Travis is talking because my two favorite colors are red and blue, and it looks really cool when just because I see the nice and my two favorite shades of red and blue are there. So he's gone. But yeah.
He's yeah, I don't know if Dal can hear me anymore, but yeah, like
Yeah, I can hear you.
there are times when the principle of the non-contradiction might result in a dialethia. So I think that's the way you say it. Yeah, dialethia.
I have no idea. I do so when you're talking about finding a contradiction in objective reality, I'm of the opinion
Yeah.
that the body of science is a man-made structure. So like
Yeah.
atoms is an idea that humans made up. Doesn't mean that atoms exist, but we can make predictions. But like in the same way, a
Yes.
cup doesn't exist and America doesn't exist, and all that sort of stuff, like super objectively speaking.
Yes.
Then yeah, I would just
Well,
say that.
Dal, I mean,
No, I just see where he's going.
do concepts exist, Dal?
If by exist you mean objectively outside of the mind, no.
Well, what do we typically mean? Does Santa Claus exist?
Objectively outside of the mind, no. Not unless you count. No, just no.
Now, I'm gonna follow up with: does the concept of Santa Claus exist?
Ooh.
Yes.
Outside of the,
Yeah.
if you mean objectively outside of the mind, I have to say no.
No. I'm just trying to see what your usage is of the term.
Well, right here I'm defining objective as like, I'm defining existing or real as objective as opposed to subjective. So
Is that how you use that term?
I use it lots of. I literally change my definitions to suit the thing, and I just thought that that's how we were defining it here because it was kind of
All right,
mentioned.
but
earlier.
what does it mean to exist?
It means to be outside, like to objectively
To have a material representation?
Well, this is where it gets weird because material is a concept made up by people. So
Yeah, we're not talking about material, the concept. We're talking about the object at which we are abstracting from, the actual material. Unless you
then
believe
yeah,
there are no objects.
well, object is again a made up human concept.
No,
But the
you're
thing,
confusing. Hang on. You're confusing the concept of whatever versus the thing that it's being abstracted from. Do you believe that there are objects in reality?
see, I can answer that question. I just want to explain a little bit because there is the concept of objects, and then there's the stuff we're attempting to refer to. The stuff that we are attempting to refer to, that exists for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm
But
talking about. When
yeah,
we say
but
material,
objects is
that's the material.
well,
Hello?
Dal? Dal, did we lose you? Whoops.
Anyways, what I wanted to say is, I think it's wise to adjust our epistemology and our epistemological standard of truth to a point that is allows us to use the theory of knowledge if you're sitting there saying you don't know if America exists, I would suggest you adopt a correspondence criteria of truth. That we have ways of testing whether the the thing that is being referenced with regards to what America is, that's easy to demonstrate if you use things like the scientific method through the correspondence criteria of truth.
Yeah.
So,
So what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. Oh wait, can you
to
guys
sit
hear
here
me?
and say like you don't know that America exists, you're not doing knowledge, in my opinion.
I'm not. So yeah, because you're defining knowledge within a certain context, and I'm using a different
No, I'm not.
definition, and that's
I'm
fine.
saying if you, I'm saying that like, if you can't say that that you know that America exists sitting here, I'm saying
So
that you're operating with an epistemological standard of truth that's essentially useless to your through pragmatism, because I believe all of you are trying to serve your purposes in your life. So make sure that your epistemology is helping you to serve your purposes. Don't get bunged up with not knowing if the door just opened or not. This is my pragmatism argument for epistemology.
Yeah. Epistemological pragmatism, it's a thing.
Yeah, I'd agree on this 100%. This is where I separate the brain between magic and reality.
I I understand. Dow, we lost Dow. Oh shit. I was gonna say I kind of understand where Dow was go.
hello.
Yeah, here he is. He's back. Yes, hello.
Okay, I've been talking this
Go
whole
ahead.
time, and no one can hear me.
It's okay. Go ahead.
So yeah, I agree with you, but it also you're assuming that this is my epistemological standard of truth or whatever. I
Well,
don't
we're
know.
talking about knowledge, right?
Yeah, but I'm agnostic on what the standard of truth is. I'll use whatever is useful to me at the time. So when it comes to
Well,
explaining,
you do have a standard then.
well, okay, then I change my standard
Yep.
depending on its useful.
That's like really hardcore sentimentalism, I would say.
Hold on, I have a call that
Yeah,
I
no
can't
worries.
answer.
I feel sorry for Dal. I know he wants to get in on this. Blasted work and other bullshit.
Oh, the slavery.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. We want to make sure our philosophical pontifications don't lead us to these useless, at least when we're talking about epistemology, figure out where, your knowledge lies and see if that's actually, consistent with how you act in the world. That's kind of what I'm getting at. When people
Yes, I
say,
agree.
when people talk about belief and their current epistemology, and they're like, oh, I don't know if this is an apple, but I'm going to eat it. But I'm going to eat it.
Yeah.
They're not, there's an incoherency as to what they think knowledge really is, I would say.
It's a bit continental, don't you think?
Yeah, very continental. And I would also say with regards to belief, some people want to you know, take this exodus away from using beliefs. Like I've heard that conscious pilot guy say this, like he doesn't believe things. But it's like, no, man. A belief is
Yes, we
simply a
do.
reference. So belief is simply a reference to your sentimentality
Yep.
with regards to a proposition. So if the
Hmm.
proposition is trees exist, you either uh, you know
Believe or
b-
don't believe.
believe or don't believe that claim. You
Exactly.
just you have a position of belief on that, whether you like to whether you want to call it a zagunga instead of a belief or make up a new fairy tale word for it,
Yeah.
you have a position of belief on that. To deny this uh, is to just to say you don't want to talk about your sentiments. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah.
Um,
The whole it does America exist? Am I really here talking to you? Does my mind exist? All that. We can get hung up on that all day, or we can learn epistemology. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
here's what I get frustrated with, Thomas, is this like these people who are out there trying to fucking find certainty.
Yeah, man. I'm
Like
tired of it too.
if you're going into epistemology and into belief, hoping to land on something certain, you have to be dogmatic. At some
Yes.
point, you're going to have to say, you know what? I found it. The certain thing that is incontrovertibly true. Well, you can do that if you want, but as far as I can tell, it's foolish to do this, as opposed to looking at these systems pragmatically, in a way that will serve your own purposes. Now, if your
Yes.
purpose is to feel as though you're being like romantic with epistemology, like the
Mm-hmm.
like a German romantic or whatever from the Romantic era, if
Yeah.
you want to be like this, you're essentially doing poetry, dancing around the thing that you're already committed to just by your nature. So
Yeah.
to sit around and say, I don't believe things, that's just misunderstanding what belief is referencing. And to sit
Yeah.
around and say, I don't know if America exists, that's simply doing the same thing. You're not playing in the game. Sorry, what I would say is that the way you act in the world is not consistent with your epistemology. So get consistent with it. We can talk about how accurate certain criteria of truth are versus other certain criteria of truth, and we can
Mm-hmm.
look at ways we would go about measuring that accuracy.
Yeah.
But please play the game. Don't stand
Yeah.
outside the game saying, "Oh, I'm not playing this game," when you really realize you're not standing outside the game. You're encompassed in it with everyone else. So,
Yes.
I mean,
I'm with you.
Your reality can change uh, 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 against your dogmatism that you have potentially.
yeah, yeah, I agree. So, that's a reason why, Nivik. It's like all of our, quote unquote, concepts through our own experience of reality can change. An intelligent alien can come down that's been evolving for trillions of years in different universes and show me where my ape logic that I was so certain about is, he's got a problem with it because, apes have a blind spot and it sits in a certain spot in our brain that only the alien can tell us about. It's like we can actually make up these imaginatory stories, as possible worlds that might exist.
Mm-hmm.
And for someone to say, well, I haven't seen that happen, so I don't, I'm going to say it can't happen until I see it. That's Bill O'Reilly telling Richard Dawkins, like, tide goes in, tide goes out.
Time goes out.
That
There's
goes.
no point. That that is exactly what that is. That is Bill O'Reilly. If you want to be Bill O'Reilly and go with that reasoning, feel free. But you're just going to be, that guy in the streets that's trying to sell invisible pens to people eventually.
I see reality as a metaphor to God, and where it is
What?
logical in its order, and it is an objective reality that is there, that is logical in its order. It's just that
Yeah.
you have to take in as much information as possible, and imply it in a way where you get as much understanding to comprehend as much as possible. But you're never going to fully understand perfectly everything there is to understand of
Yeah.
reality. You just understand it to the best of your capability.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I, it's fun to engage in philosophical pontifications about, you know, how certain we can be about our knowledge or our beliefs that we do have, and we have, we're all walking around knowing things. And if someone says around, well, I just walk around and I don't know anything, and then they sit down on the toilet, right? If they were being honest in trying to speak about why they believed, that the toilet was going to hold them when they sat down. We can show that at some level, by some level of pragmatism within their epistemology, within, their belief. They believed and they knew that that toilet was going to support them while they're taking a shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about time, and where you have to come to a conclusion at some point. You could constantly second guess everything you're doing until indefinitely, and not and say and say and always think, well, this could potentially be wrong, or this move can potentially be wrong. Eventually, you're gonna have to cross the damn street, right? You can't just stand at the corner looking back and forth forever. Because you'd just be wasting your time, and
Well,
it's
Nivek,
between weighing the time, the result of wasting your time and making a move.
you can catch
You,
people in this, Nivek. If they're walking around, like, yeah, everyone's going to say,
uh,
well, it depends on what you mean by knowledge. Yeah, that's true, and there's a lot of different criterias of truth that can be, um,
That's
you
correct.
know, used in knowledge. So there's going to be different things that mean something to different people. But I'm
That's right.
saying on like the fundamental level of us living out in this world as thinking apes, if you walk up to someone who's like, yeah, I don't know anything, and then you're like, you know that that's a stop sign? Well, like, what do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna say, well, I don't know, it's a stop sign, but I'm proceeding as though it is. Like, this is just people wanking and just not, like,
Yep.
they're not really engaging. They're kind of, it's sophistry, it's like, I had, yeah, I mean, it's the kind of pontifications that give philosophy a bad name. It's quite masturbatory, and I think it's mostly just people LARPing, because when it comes down to it,
Yes.
after they get off Discord and then they go out to get their groceries, they know what they want.
They're continental LARPers, dude. They're
They
continental LARPing.
the grocery store, they're going into the grocery store, and they're
This
like, oh,
grocery store is like a flower of
yeah,
my
I know.
design, and it's
And they're going into
flowing
the
from the.
I'm
Sorry.
like, do you know what you want? They're like, no, I don't. But I'm gonna go in and see if I want anything, right? And then they're gonna be like, they're walking down the aisle and they see a box of cereal, and they see Raisin Bran, and they're like, it's like, well, why not the Raisin Bran? I fucking hate Raisin Bran. Well, do you know that you hate Raisin Bran? Yeah. It's like, oh, well, how do you know that? Well, I tried it this one time, and my brother horked a loogie on my spoon right as I put it into my mouth, and I can't get that out of my head. And and now I hate Raisin Bran. Do you know it? And then all of a sudden, this person who was just wanking on Discord is like, well, I would say I believe it, but to say I know it, what would that really mean? I'm like, dude, you can only stroke your beard so many times before it starts looking pretty greasy.
Dude, I love these metaphors, dude. It's killing me.
I need a
Yeah,
cigar. This is wicked.
pragmatism is what we need against all of these continental LARPers. That is absolutely what we need.
I'm not against poetry, but
I'm not either.
look, I'm just saying, like, I just want people to be as genuine as they can be based on how they're experienced the world, not necessarily idealizing these systems to what they want them to sound like to
Yeah.
others. I want them to actually be true to, like, okay, what truly is your, epistemology, or your criteria of truth. And when I ask people, they tend to, especially the idealists, they really want to scoff at
Oh yes.
correspondence, the scientific method. But
Hmm.
um, but then I asked them, if you see a green tree frog in the backcountry of the Kootenay region of British Columbia, how are you going to figure out and know what that green tree frog is? They're going to get on the fucking internet, they're going to Google it, and they're going to look up the fucking categorization of it online. They're going to engage in correspondence criteria of truth.
Yes.
And then they sit there telling me they don't rely on correspondence criteria of truth. That just blows my
It's
fucking mind. That incoherency in some people's ability to actually talk about what really is going on in reality with regards to their epistemology.
Mm-hmm. I'm fine with people being poetic about the nature of their own mind and how they view idealism, but I mean, I'm not going to ever approach my philosophy that way. I think I'm more of an analytical philosopher than I am a continental philosopher, although I do entertain some notions of love and those romantic ideas and things like that. But
Well,
if
yeah,
we're trying to have a dialectic to come to the truth, then we have to agree on things and we have to be a bit pragmatic, right?
but like, can I ask this room, is there anyone here in that example, like if you're out in the woods and you see you see an ant with a gigantic red ass on it, and you're in a certain part of the world, you're going to Google, if you want to know what that thing is, you're going to Google, giant red ass ant in British Columbia. And then you're going to get a picture of it. You're going to go, its genus. You're going to get all that stuff. And we've collected all this because we've developed this method that gives us great detail as to how these objects function and the
Mm-hmm.
consistent relation of these objects to other objects. Object
Mm-hmm.
being that particular ant and its parts. So
Yep.
it's like, we're all gonna. I would suggest we are all going to go and see what we know objectively about that ant by using correspondence criteria of truth. Now,
Yes.
that isn't to say, and this is a little nod to Dow's point, because I think this is kind of important what he was getting at. This isn't to say that our abstractions, our current abstractions from these objects in reality, this isn't to say that those abstractions have to be how or what we've created. We can, of course, take that red-assed ant and say, you know what, for different reasons, we are going to recategorize this as an ape. And here's why the object actually has a closer relation to the ape. And we actually have done this with, like, we always thought chimps were our closest relative, but then we started collecting more information about these objects, and we
Mm-hmm.
started realizing that bonobos are essentially the same, if not even a little bit more
That's
closely
right.
related to us genetically. So that's what correspondence criteria of truth is doing, and why a contemporary human being living in the 21st century wouldn't adopt that as their criteria of truth within their
Yeah.
epistemology blows my fucking mind. And it's the crazy part about this? They do it. They
Yeah.
don't want to admit it. And
Yes.
why is that? Is it because they
Mm-hmm.
like they're like, oh yeah, sometimes the scientific consensus can be diddled with because of some asshole trying to make an extra bit of money. And it's like, yeah, that can happen, but name a fucking criteria of truth that couldn't happen with.
That's correct.
Like,
The
human
other ones
suffering is
become
through all this stuff.
nonsensical. The other criteria of truth become nonsensical. I believe that mere and strict consistency should work in tandem with correspondence theory, but mainly correspondence theory of truth is what most any
Yeah,
rational thinkers should adopt.
you're right, Thomas.
Yeah.
Whenever direct examination of the objects is not available to us, um, we do have to rely on pure reason and logic
Mm-hmm.
and things like
Mm-hmm.
this in order to inform our epistemologies. But
I think they
let's
work in tandem.
I
yeah, I agree with you on that, and that's why I think, like, correspondence is really correspondence custom.
Yes.
Because if you look at custom criteria of truth, it would be kind of taking bits
Yes.
and pieces that work from everything. But I
I
would
I
suggest that,
take from mere and strict consistency, and then I
yeah,
incorporate that into my correspondence theory.
right. And I would say that, see, the weird thing about that is that the scientific method will do exactly that if it's
Yes.
actually a better method in which to investigate these objects.
Yes, I agree.
you,
If they can demonstrate that it's better, that's going to be updated.
Mm-hmm.
you know what
Yeah,
I
science
think
is
a lot of that.
self-correcting mechanism. Go ahead, Scott.
I was going to say, I think a lot of that comes down to it's like the same kind of people who like who go like, will say like vaccines kill people or whatever. Like it's just like these people who are so like tied to the idea of being a contrarian that
Yep.
that they just got to go against whatever. What do you got? I'm going
Who's our
against it.
anti-vaxxer here? We have an anti-vaxxer here, don't we?
We got a bunch. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a problem, guys. We're gonna have to tackle that issue at some point. Oh my god, an
Yeah.
anti-vaxxer, guys, get the fucking read a book.
Dude, well, like
God damn it.
right when everything went down, man, there we used to like get in these like crazy conversations about fucking the COVID vaccine, and
Oh
like
yeah.
some people
Oh
like
my
just like no
god.
matter what, they were just like no matter
Well,
what evidence you'd show, no, it's bad, it's bad, no
well, and
matter
that's
fucking what.
stacking. Yeah, exactly, Scott. And meanwhile, we're stacking like really easy to understand colloquialized video content that places like MedCram have put out for the layman who want to learn about mRNA vaccines and things like that. But then the laymen go in there and they look at that video and say, sounds like a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like, what? Like, yeah, like what do you mean? Like, what part? Like, can you demonstrate this to be incorrect? Because that would be
No
fascinating. It
man.
could change the world.
No man, I just feel it. I got a good instinct on
Yeah,
this one.
seems like a bunch of sciencey mumbo jumbo to me.
All smarty ass and shit.
Yeah, and
Fuck it,
look,
dude.
yeah,
When somebody
primarily,
comes by with this crazy conspiracy, they believe that like no problem.
yeah.
So
Like
See,
who's
like
the guy that you
people
had on,
in
Travis? The doctor with like the afro, the Dr. Funk or something.
Oh yeah, debunk the funk. That guy's
Yeah,
wicked, man.
debunked. Yeah, dude, he was awesome.
Dan
And
Wilson.
he's like coming in just like all calm. He's like, "Look, the vaccine works," and people were like freaking the fuck out.
Well, the funny thing is when you get a person with the kind of expertise to a very like high rated detail that he has, a lot of these people who are so confident, like you know maybe it's a first year college student who's just getting into biology or something, is sitting in there, and then this person's trying to fill their head full of this like conspiracy bullshit. But then when Dan Wilson comes around, it's kind of crickets. Like he will drop these guillotines on these like supposed pet theories of the anti-vaxxers. He'll just put guillotines to them, and then there's just crickets, and people are like, "Well, I guess you have your truth and I have mine." Like it's like really?
No. No, if you
Yeah,
come up, no.
that's But look, I'm not. Dal comments, and we should wrestle with Dal's comment. I would also say that science doesn't discover the truth; it makes predictions. Well, Dal, we're creating models, uh, regarding the objects in reality and how they function. Um, and
We may just
those
not be right
models,
about it.
yeah, we can make predictions about those models. And yes, there is. See, this is funny. Dal said science doesn't discover the truth, but from a epistemology perspective, it's the best thing I got to
Yes.
inform my knowledge. So, like I
It
said,
makes predictions.
like I said, even though science, the goal of science is not to say this theory is true and will always be true. No, that's going to change. Um,
Yes.
but show me something that gets to the objects of reality with more detail and more predictive power than the scientific method does, and I will go and adopt that as my epistemological standard of truth.
Yes. I
Now,
agree.
and science, the scientific method is just one way. Logic is included in correspondence criteria of truth.
Correct.
Of course, everything is born from, the consistent relation of reality that we are experiencing, and we abstract from
Yes.
that this theory of logic. And then from
Yes.
logic, we extract things, I would say, like mathematics and other things. But I think logic is
Yes.
the foundation of all of it. And I think most
Travis. I think the
mathematicians
art.
are the same.
I think the
I
argument
agree.
is that you're not going to 100% understand everything there is to understand about something, as in
Yeah.
that type of truth is where the person is coming from.
Travis has kind of been explaining that pretty much. I mean, me and Travis agree about the epistemological pragmatism, that we are fallible, that, the
No
pragmatists
doubt.
basically.
You're not going
Sorry,
to
go ahead.
know the universe and all there is to understand. in
Sure,
absolute
go ahead.
truth.
Travis is trying to respond to Dow, guys, so let's let him do that.
Yeah, Dal, that's not the argument from ignorance fallacy, if that's what you're trying to say.
I mean, science is predictive. That's why it's
Yeah,
not.
yeah. We're talking about what can we
Can
demonstrate?
you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
The part where you said "show me something else that does better," that's textbook argument from ignorance.
No, it's not actually. It would
It's
be
not.
if I was if I was using it as a justification for my argument, it would be.
Well, I thought you were speaking to using science as the arbiter of like what is or isn't true.
No, well, no, I'm saying with regards to uh, cataloging, mapping, and giving predictions with
Yes.
regards to the consistent relation of reality. I'm saying that this is the best method we have thus far to understand the objects in reality and how they function.
Do you get
And
the difference between faith and belief?
I'm telling you, Dal, I'm telling you that I will throw it in the trash bin if someone writes a new theory that even gives us more accuracy. That's what I said.
So he's not coming from an absolute belief of truth on anything. His mind is open,
Yeah, I'm just saying
and
I'll
it's not
throw
like.
science in the trash if we come up with a better method.
Do you see a difference between faith and belief, Dal?
I think Dow's trying to talk, guys, but we just can't hear him.
No,
Oh,
he's not trying to talk.
Hello?
yeah,
Question mark? Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm at work. I got to go, guys, but I'd
that's all right,
really
man.
love to argue this later, Travis. We got
Yeah,
to.
so I'll see you on the
We'll
Discord.
be on Discord later, man. We'll be on Discord. Come see us. Yeah, man, I'm with you, Trev. I mean, pretty much like 99.99999. I'm with you. So,
Well, I would like to know the point, whatever, where you disagree with me, Thomas.
I always, because I'm fallible and because I'm almost certain that certainty is unattainable.
I agree with
uh,
you
yeah. The part I wouldn't disagree with you so much as to just say that the mindfulness and the introspection and all of those things that aren't necessarily scientifically definable are, well, they are to a certain extent, but
there. Yeah,
like
I would argue
I'd
they
give
are.
credence to those things more over so than someone who is a neuroscientist. You know what I mean?
Well, and I'll give my own personal anecdote there with regards to my own clinical depression that, I actually get prescribed meditation and it does wonders for my well-being.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a reason why we are prescribing these practices and stretching and exercise and all that
Yeah.
other stuff as well. I would say we have really met the burden of proof that these things can be very be really good for a person's well-being.
Yeah.
Not that they're going,
Transformative.
yeah, not that they're going to guarantee anything, but you know,
No.
the whole studies show thing.
Yes, I agree. Um, I I don't think we disagree really on that. It's just that I know introspection, mindfulness, meditation, self awareness, metacognition. We know all these things are healthy for us, especially
100%.
if you want to be a critical and rational thinker,
Yeah.
and a healthy skeptic. You have to think about these things. But I am with you. I do get tired of people just being poetic about it instead of actually getting to the analytics of it. Because I am concerned more with the analytics, even though I'm fine with talking about the universe inside my mind that I've metaphorically
Yeah.
rationalized for myself,
Look,
that I can talk and
yeah.
tell to other people, even though it's all just a big metaphor.
Look, I love
Um,
metaphysics. I love it.
yeah,
And I'm obsessed with some of these conversations we can have around, metaphysical things, the fundamental nature and being behind whatever concept or whatever phenomena. Like
Yeah.
these things are fascinating to talk about, but I
Yeah.
think with regards to our own epistemologies, all I'm saying is let's tune our epistemologies or our epistemological standards of truth so that we can know things like knowing that a family member existed. Now, is it possible they
Yes.
didn't ever exist? Yeah, I would say so. I would say certainty is almost certainly unattainable. So
Yeah.
there's no sense trying to be certain about things. Uh, so,
Well, we could
so
talk about Hillary
yeah,
Putnam's twin Earth, or the five. Excuse me, Bertrand Russell's 5 minute argument. You remember that one?
right. Yep. That
Yeah.
was in his, wasn't that in his Western philosophy book?
Yes. Yes, it
Yeah.
was.
I
And
think
yeah,
people are
that's
conflating. I think people are conflating faith in absence of knowledge uh, with belief in of provided evidence in probability outcome as the same thing. And
but sorry, Nick, I'm just going to get out of the way. Thanks for listening to my rant on
I
epistemology.
love you.
Love you too, man.
Yeah, buddy.
Love you
Thank you,
guys.
man.
Peace.
See you, bud. All right, Perry has been chomping at the bit to talk for a while, so let's let Perry jump in.
Well,
What up, Perry?
Travis just dipped. Yeah, what's up, guys? But what was he saying? You were saying 99.999 whatever.
Oh, I was just agreeing with him on the fact that there are a lot of types of philosophy, like German idealism and a bunch of romantic idealism, and
Right.
a lot of like beautiful, flowery language that's used in these types of continental philosophy. And it's more about like structuralism and post-structuralism and like modernism and postmodernism and
So
all these synthesis between ideas. But what I was saying real quick is that you know me and Travis try to stay as analytical as we can, and we try to take an epistemological pragmatist route on this notion. I'm epistemically agnostic, but I'm also a bit pragmatic as well. So go ahead.
that is pretty much those 5 things that you just said have been the past week of my studies: postmodernism, post-structuralism.
That's all continental philosophy, yeah.
The contemporaries.
Yep.
And my last one was on, I think his name's William James for pragmatism.
William James was one of the first psychologists, along with Wilhelm Wundt. They were very early ideas of epistemological pragmatism and ethical pragmatism. Anybody who's listening to this call, Charles Sanders Peirce or William James, read about them because they have some brilliant ideas.
And so, I mean, was Travis saying that there's like 100% something?
No. We are. Me and him
Gotcha.
are both fallibilists. We don't think that there is. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is something that I'm now redacting my belief that. Well, let's talk it through. So
you don't have to say redact. How about reinitialize or?
Well, I mean,
reform?
it's always in flux, essentially, my beliefs. So
I agree. Yeah, I'm there too.
So what is in flux is that I'm 100% sure that I'm having this experience. I mean, I don't actually want to say I, because what is I? What is the self?
Right.
So
experience and
experience is
there
pretty
you
much
go.
all I can really say. And
well,
gosh,
that's what Rene Descartes got to. I mean, that's as far back as he could get, is that he was experiencing and existing.
But so listening to these post-structural and postmodernist videos, you can't. The snake bites its own tail.
Yeah, it's an Ouroboros. Yeah.
And so what this professor on YouTube, I mean, I'm a YouTube guy, has been saying is, instead of thinking about the snake eating its tail, let's think about introspection, essentially. I mean, you're either an introspective person or you're a person and you're trying to go outward and trying to figure out the external world, or you're, I guess they would, the age of reason, where you're trying to start externally and then go internally.
Yeah, I guess it could go both ways. I see what you mean.
And well, I mean, either way, you're stuck introspectively and you're fallible. I am also a fallibilist.
Well, the things that we use to sensorily give us all this empirical evidence are fallible as well.
Right.
You're both. They're not separate. The outside.
Yeah, they're not separate. We know that it's all material. But
no.
I'm sorry, Nivik. I didn't mean to shut you down there. I was just saying I agree with you.
So, I mean, there's so many things. It's a meta belief.
Talk it out, brother. That's what we're here. Nobody else is calling in.
It's a meta belief, and there's so many people going, like Roland Barthes, and then you mentioned Bertrand Russell, and then there's Jean-Francois Lyotard. I don't know what his first name is, but Lyotard, and some about myths and how everything is essentially just a myth, and it's myths all the way down.
Oh yeah, turtles all the way down. You're correct.
And it'd be essentially dogmatic to try and found your beliefs on something solid and, I'm just going to say the definition of dogma, incontrovertibly true.
Yeah, incontrovertibly true.
Right. Yeah. And so, like I said, I'm only a week old with this.
Do you feel yourself leaning towards a dogma?
Well, so I have to pull myself up by my bootstraps at some point and take a step forward, because I believe that there's a ground that I can step on.
Exactly.
And hop in the car.
Exactly.
And so, I was telling my dad about this, who's not that philosophical. So it's interesting, because I've always thought that he's, the smartest guy ever, but he doesn't know much about this. He knows a little. And so I told him about how I pretty much find my beliefs. I found them on skepticism, a doctrine of skepticism, we can call it.
Yes,
right?
That's very healthy.
And so he thinks otherwise. He thinks, well, I mean, buddy, you're going to fall into, despair and nihilism, essentially, to paraphrase.
Not if you control it.
And
not
so
if you
I told
keep
him
it the way that it's supposed to be. Does that make sense?
It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be to the extreme where you're just doubting everything.
That's right.
I mean, and I just love saying, I love it, 99.99999. I love saying that, because that's how I live my life, with the belief that, the next step that I'm going to take is it's 99.9.
With things in reality, like empirical reality, that's how I act. But sometimes with like theories like beliefs and shit, I'm not always 100% or even anywhere near it. Like
nowhere, and I'm never nowhere even close to being an absolutist. I'm a fallibilist. And
yes, absolutely.
Honestly, with these goddamn lectures, I'm just a being of internal contradiction and conflict. Because I hear one
Welcome to my life.
And you can't have an ego if you want to actually learn anything. Because once you find yourself, oh, I like that, yeah, I relate to that. The next lecture, you're going to hear the critique of the person, critiquing it. And it's like, shit. Well,
that's what my episodes are going to be on. I'm going to let you know how many people critique the ideas that I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I may not even hold to a lot of the stuff that I'm blabbering about most of the time, but it's just it's the love of learning the terminology. It's the love of learning the logic of all of it. It's why I do it. It's why I enjoy getting out of bed every day, is to learn this shit.
History of philosophy.
The history of philosophy is super important, but we're also, on my shows, I want to deal with the philosophy as it's happening. I want to deal with modern philosophical topics, which is what we're doing right now, which is what Travis was just doing, especially.
Do you think that people in the 21st century and their philosophy, do you think that there's a dissonance between the history of philosophy, which seems so necessary to understand to actually make any philosophical point? Because I feel like nobody actually, including myself, because that's why I'm saying it, because I'm studying my ass off And I still don't completely, or anywhere near completely, if that's even a thing to completely,
No, I get what you mean. I really do. I think I do anyway. I'm not
But
going to say I
is there a
absolutely do,
dissonance between, because do you think that people understand, or need to understand rather, the history of philosophy to make their decisions?
Well, I mean, it's important to understand about, SPA, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. I mean, you need to know about those guys. You probably need to know about Descartes. You probably need to know about Kant. I mean, there are some people in the history of philosophy that are so important to it that you absolutely will come across them in your studies, whether you want to or not.
Yeah.
So, those people I would focus on and try to understand as best I could. There's probably, I would say, 50 or 60 of them worth probably really paying attention to. And I mean, I'm not saying that all the other ones weren't. I'm just saying that there's only some real super geniuses that made the advancements in the fields of philosophy in the last 200 years. You know what I mean?
And even they have people critiquing them. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's correct. Absolutely. I mean, there are epistemologists in the field right now. I've watched videos on this that are still dealing with Pyrrhonistic skepticism, which is basically asking the question why for infinity.
It's a meta-skepticism that you have to have, in my opinion.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's just skepticism all the way down.
You have to be skeptical of your skepticism, and that's why it's weird. You know what I mean? You have to.
Right.
You can't go too far. There's got to be a balance, or you will turtle all the way down. You'll just fall into that kaleidoscope, metaphorically.
I've been trying to
careful,
read.
bro.
I've been trying to read too, because I've always been a bad reader, and so I've been trying to read what the professor talks about.
I think you're doing a good job, man. You, for your age, you're obviously learning a shitload. And this is the way to do it, man. This is just to work it out with other people and talk it out with other people. That's I think that's how probably most philosophy classes should be.
You have
Not where
to.
you're sitting there memorizing the information of who wrote what when, but
Yep.
like sitting around and actually having a real philosophical dialectic with the people in the class. That's what I would like to see.
Dialectic, yeah. It might have just been Socrates that said it, but it was, I think, someone in that time who said, you have to talk to people, essentially. You have to communicate.
Well, Socrates only really believed in communication by questions and talking. That's how he learned everything. So, the first philosophers, that's what they were doing. They didn't have the internet or anything printed or written down. Nothing. They just had their minds. They had rationality. And that's why a lot of these new German idealist thinkers and all these people think that that's all you need. You don't need empirical evidence. Aristotle and Plato and Socrates weren't working with empirical evidence, and look what they accomplished.
Yep.
Well, to get to science, we had to go through a lot of the analytic and through a bit of the continental to get to the scientific method. It took thousands of years to build up to it.
I was telling my dad that I've heard from people that, Socrates maybe didn't even exist. And
but we have enough information to say that it's most likely the case that he did.
No, and so I mean, I believe with the 99.9, that he did exist, but he very well may have just been a character in Plato's dialogue.
That's right, and the way that Plato refers to him is really weird. But the whole, taking the eucalyptus root to kill himself, and to
it was
I can't remember. What was it?
Hemlock.
That's
the poison. Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, eucalyptus is something different.
The thing is, it doesn't even matter if he existed or not, because
no, it doesn't.
Socrates, or the character of Socrates,
we'll say Plato,
says that you can't know. And so it's funny because, I mean, it's like the spirit of Socrates that's telling you this, if you didn't exist.
Well, Socrates started with the maxim, I know that I don't know. And that was wisdom for Socrates. That's why he questioned everything and everyone. But if you noticed, he still had this nature about him that was logical. He would always come back to some form of logical question that he had derived or contrived extremely complexly, just in his mind rationally without any evidence, and just talking this out. I can't even imagine how awesome it would be to talk to Socrates in English. You know what I mean? How fucking cool would that be?
Do you think that he was like a postmodern thinker?
In those times, I guess he could have been seen as that way, yeah.
because like you said, he would essentially, I mean, whenever he was debating all these sophists and whatever, he would just ask them kind of technical terms.
Yep.
If nothing else, if nothing else.
Well, remember,
And-
Socrates had to make up a lot of his terms. So did Plato and Aristotle.
Gotcha.
Because they didn't have them,
Right.
So Socrates would work out a lot of this stuff supposedly through his talks. Remember how we talked about Socrates and Meno the other day? Remember that?
No, but I have more or less heard the lecture on him and Meno and their
Okay.
dialectic or their dialogue.
So that dialectic's really important. Meno asked Socrates why the justification is more important than just the true belief, and he said something like, well, because it's grounded. Justification means it's grounded, so it has something to stand on.
That's dogmatic, though, isn't it?
It is, and so he was,
Yeah.
He was a bit dogmatic in that sense, in saying that, he was one of the first people to bring up, probably the first person to bring up justified true belief as a. Here, I can go read it real quick. I think it's important that I do.
And that's where I've heard it in these postmodernist lectures. I've heard of the professor talking about the dialogue between him and Meno.
Yep.
So I mean, there's obviously some correlation.
Yep. It's the value problem. Do you remember it now?
Nope. Go for it.
Okay. It says we generally assume that knowledge is more valuable than true belief by itself.
Okay.
So if so, what is the explanation? A formulation of the value problem in epistemology first occurs in Plato's Meno. Socrates points out to Meno that a man who knew the way to Larissa could lead others there correctly. But so too could a man who had true beliefs about how to get there, even if he had not gone there.
I remember talking about this.
So Socrates says that it seems that both knowledge and true belief can guide action. Meno then wonders why knowledge is valued more than true belief, and why knowledge and true belief are different. Socrates responds that knowledge is more valuable than mere true belief because it is tethered or justified.
Yep. Yep, and that's, many contemporaries would have criticism to that.
And that's the problem, is in the 60s, the Gettier papers came out, and then that showed that maybe, just possibly, some justified true beliefs aren't knowledge, because we don't know how we got there, essentially. That's the problem that I'll be explaining the Gettier problem.
Very gray area. How do you
very gray area.
How do you even go about parsing that? I mean, I guess you'll talk about it when you talk about it, but it just seems like
it's difficult, and I'm going to give an example that's confusing because that's one of the best examples there is. It's easier to, if you go to the Wikipedia page and go to epistemology, and you go down to the Gettier problem, it actually shows it better in a Venn diagram to understand than anything else.
Let me put it in my history. Gettier problem.
Yeah, if you just want to pop it up on your computer real quick, I'll go down to it and I'll show you what I'm talking
is
about.
A landmark philosophical problem concerning the understanding of descriptive knowledge attributed.
Real
to
quick,
American...
go to the epistemology page on Wikipedia.
You want me to go to the Gettier problem Wikipedia?
No. The epistemology page.
Okay.
Scroll down about a third of the way down to where you see Gettier problem and alternate definitions.
Gettier, there's value problem. Is it under value problem? Or
it's right underneath it, yeah. Or no, excuse me. It's a little. It's one above value problem, right above it.
Defining knowledge.
Yes.
Defining knowledge, yeah.
Justified true
belief. Yeah, I see it. It was under that subcategory. Gettier problems and alternative definitions.
Yeah. Do you see that? Do you see that over there on the right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
so this is what I'm talking about. How the hell are you going to parse it? I mean, this Venn diagram seems nice as a 2D object, but it just seems like, God.
So there's the gray area is propositional beliefs. Then you have true beliefs in the red and justified beliefs in the blue.
Yep.
Somewhere in the center is knowledge, but then there's that purple area that are justified true beliefs that are not knowledge.
So without thinking about any examples, and this might be a dumb question since I didn't think
I
about
mean,
it.
I can
but
explain the Gettier problem, but I'd have to read that stupid example, and it's not
I
easy.
would just ask, is there any examples? Okay.
We can read through it. I mean, it doesn't.
No,
people are here for the torture time, brother. We're here to talk
I mean,
about
if you
these
have an
subjects.
example, I'd rather hear an example, if anything.
Let's see. Let's find one. Something. No.
By the way, I just gave CPR to some random guy who was drugged up on fentanyl.
What?
Like an hour ago. That's why I was
Halt! Please tell us about that real quick.
That's
while
why
I'm
I was
looking this up.
muted the whole time.
Oh my God, dude!
I was driving back home and some lady flagged me down. Thought it was some crazy lady.
Holy shit!
And she said, "Call 911, call 911." So I pulled up to the guy. He had crashed into a mailbox, and he was like foaming at the mouth and shit. And so I called 911, and then I did chest compressions, and and she was doing mouth to mouth after I did 20 or 30 chest compressions.
You should have played all that and not mute.
What's up? Yeah. Well, I didn't actually join you guys until I was standing there kind of during the aftermath of it all. And that's when I joined you guys, and I didn't realize how long that I would be standing there. I was kind of blocked in, so I had to, but
well, at least you helped save that guy's life, right?
Yeah, no, he's alive, and I did bad.
Man, it's people trying to get fucking high on heroin and getting fentanyl mixed in with it and just almost killing themselves. You know what I mean?
Sucks. If I was that guy, Adam for Adam, I'd be in the same situation. So who knows what he had been going through.
You are correct. I mean, I've almost been homeless a couple of times. So, I mean, who knows what kind of drugs I would have resorted to get out of that hell, you know?
Right.
Some of that could be like a hot dose too, potentially, right? And
what was it? Hot dose? What's that?
Like they mix it with other stuff.
Oh, yeah. They saw a bag of white powder, so it could have been cocaine or fentanyl, and they thought it was fentanyl based on its symptoms.
Yeah. Cocaine's not going to make somebody
right
fall out like that. It's not going to give them that opiate. That fentanyl is stronger than things like pharmacologically. It's stronger than oxymorphone. It's stronger than oxycodone. It's stronger than morphine on a drip. It's stronger than liquid methadone. So,
have you guys heard of what is it, like Cardafentanil or something like that? It's like 100 times like stronger than normal fentanyl. It's like holy shit, dude.
That pure shit.
There are people that just mix shit together and they sell it, and it's not the real thing. And the myth is that you money.
I'm sorry, Nivik. The myth is that you can touch fentanyl and it absorbs through the skin and it can kill you. That is not true.
Yeah.
If you'll go look up the data on that, I promise you, it is not true. You can only get it by ingesting.
Those videos with like cops. Like, this guy had.
It's a panic attack.
Like, yeah, it's a panic attack, and they're like, it's because they got. No, it's not.
Well, it's a goddamn panic attack because everybody's telling them they're going to die if they touch it.
Yep.
The guy who refused to shake my hand then is just a dick because he said he didn't do it because of the fentanyl on his hand. But
a lot of people believe that shit, even though they're wrong. Like, just because it's like an urban legend, Like if you even look at fentanyl wrong, you're gonna fall out.
You're gonna die. That's why the police are having freakouts because they're being told that they're gonna die if they even touch it. So it's making them super paranoid.
The devil.
God, man, I can't even imagine. Like that dude who, that popular video of that cop, falling down straight legged. Everybody's seen it. It's like some sheriff's deputy or something.
He was just in.
Did they Narcan him? Did they put Narcan in his nose?
They did, but Narcan's not going to do anything.
I know. That's the funny part.
So what was
Narcan will literally do nothing.
Narcan will help get opiums. No, it gets opiates out of your system. It's a way to.
So the video, I know what you're talking about. The video of the guy, of the cop who came in contact with it.
Yeah, he had a panic attack.
Because he looked at it and realized what it was, and then he had the gotcha.
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
Because they were worried about finding drugs in there, and then he saw it. You know what I mean? And he was like, "Oh shit, I've just touched fentanyl." You know what I mean?
Right.
Fentanyl, whatever, however you pronounce it. Fentanyl is
what a bitch.
Maybe. Yeah, he's a little bitch. I had panic attacks too, though. Like, they suck.
Yeah, but would you seize up and faint like that? Or would you
well,
I've
just
never
like,
had
that's-
one. I've never had one that serious.
I've had a
well,
panic attack too.
Well,
I
that's
think,
also
but, like,
that's also shock. Like what he went through is like a panic attack plus shock. So shock, what
Yeah, that's
happens with
true.
that is like your blood pressure drops. So like you
Mhm.
faint. So that's what shock technically is your blood pressure
so
drops.
I
if you
got
see
you.
like blood or something, and the people who faint from seeing blood, like the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
I kind of faint from seeing other people's blood, not my own, but other people's. I
I
can't
do
do
it
it.
from stitches. I don't like seeing
Oh
stitches.
yeah, that bothers me too.
I
Ooh.
don't faint, but I just don't like seeing it, and it kind of gives me that
Mm-mm.
same feeling, more or less. But
It's like I don't know. It's like needles on my skin.
yeah,
Ugh.
but yeah, that was a crazy night. Crazy night.
I bet,
tonight.
dude. That's crazy that you saved somebody's life tonight, dude. You should
But
feel
goes
good
to
about
show you
that.
how much I care about philosophy. That I'd rather talk about
Yeah.
postmodernism rather than the
Then
drug
you're
I just
saving
saved.
somebody's life. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
who
if you-
knows if I
if you
saved
actually-
them? But
Hey,
it could've
for
been a
real,
lie,
you should
but-
probably go get some Narcan and put it in your car so
Just
that you
to
can help
have-
somebody if they're overdosing.
True, because
I'm
I
pretty
asked
sure
the
you
cop,
can
and
get
I'm
it.
like, "How often does this happen?" He's like, "Man, I deal with DUIs like on a daily basis, so I guess it more or less happens pretty often."
Yeah, if everybody had like a little spray can of Narcan on them, and I think you can buy it. I don't think it's illegal.
No,
Um,
anybody can get it.
Yeah, and so it's basically just the same thing as what's in Suboxone, which is there's buprenorphine and what is that called,
Norepinephrine.
Scott?
Norepinephrine.
Norepinephrine. Norepinephrine is the neurotransmitter.
Yeah, that's a
What
hormone.
is the-
isn't it, or neurotransmitter?
What is that fucking called? It's the thing that blocks opiate receptors. It's the Narcan. I can't fucking remember. Anyway, it's the same thing, and you can buy that. Naloxone. That's it.
No, yeah. Naltrexone is what I think.
Yes. So
Naltrexone.
if everybody carried that around on them and they were to come up to somebody ODing, they could help them immediately. You know what I mean?
So it's just a spray that you like spray in their like mouth?
Yeah,
nose?
it's what Scott said, and it's also sometimes naloxone, which is basically it shuts off what the opiates do to your body very quickly.
But how do you use it? You just spray it?
You shove it up their nose and spray it.
In their
Yeah.
nose? Okay.
Yeah.
But the good thing is with opiates, you won't die from going through withdrawal.
No.
You might want to.
No,
you
will
might
not.
want to die, but you won't die.
No, you won't die.
Well, so tell me about alcohol withdrawals, because those are dangerous, right?
Alcohol withdrawals will absolutely kill you.
Yeah,
Yes, they will kill
that's
you
so
100%.
scary, man.
The two things that you can die on withdrawals from that I know of are benzodiazepines and alcohol.
And alcohol. That's literally it. Yep.
But not
Yep.
opioids.
You can die off of an overdose of opioids, but you can't die off
the
of the
withdrawal.
withdrawals. That's
Right.
correct. Yes.
Yeah, you can die on overdosing on any drug, right? Except like weed and like.
No, you can't overdose on. There's certain like research chemicals and like specific, like there's a root called Mitragenia speciosa, and it's kratom. Has anybody ever heard of that?
No,
What
it
kratom
sounds
is?
fucking-
It's fucking
sounds
awesome.
dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous at all. It's a sub opiate, and you can buy it in powder, or you can buy it online. I mean, it's legal pretty much everywhere.
I don't think you
So-
can die off of LSD overdose. Like, I
No,
don't
you
think
cannot
that's a thing.
overdose on
Yeah.
LSD or shrooms.
So I was
Yeah,
gonna
you
say,
can't.
has anyone yet died on an overdose of weed? Because I know like
No.
all the conservatives would.
Well,
You-
maybe.
you
I mean,
could-
maybe
you
there's
could.
some instance. I guess
Like your lungs, like could.
Yeah.
Like
No,
maybe
but
like somebody
if
smoked for
somebody-
like 7 days straight, 24 hours a day.
Or no, like if somebody like ingested some like really like pure fucking like wax and like just for some reason just started eating like a bunch of like fucking shatter or something like that. Yeah, you might die. You'd have to eat a lot of fucking.
just like $2,000 worth of like just butter, like
Yeah.
The
just eating it with a spoon.
the funny part about cannabinoids is that if you eat wax or if you eat shatter or stuff like that, it doesn't actually do anything
Crumble.
in your stomach.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Well, I thought
What
I
it
thought
has
did
to
a
do
little
is
bit.
it has to be baked into something. The alkaloids in there have to be released. I mean, excuse me.
It do
The
a fat.
cannabinoids have to be
So
released through
it doesn't
like
even do a little
actually
bit?
baking them. Yeah, if you eat weed, or if you eat hash, or if you eat wax, or if you eat shatter, it's not really going to do anything for you, because I've
That's
tried
funny.
pretty much every bit of that.
I live with a person that smoked weed 24/7. I felt like I wanted to fucking die.
Also, do not try to smoke wax. Always try to vaporize wax. Never try to just put it in a bowl and smoke it. That's a waste of time.
Well,
Ever.
I sometimes will put it like in my blunt, just like a little bit, like 0.2 grams of it.
You might.
Does it not
I
even
don't
do
think it's
anything?
burning. It needs to be
Gotcha.
vaporized at a high temperature.
So it's just a
Yeah.
wasted product, is what you're saying?
Pretty much, you're wasting
Yeah.
money if you put it in there, because it's just going to
Gotcha.
melt into the weed.
This dude, he left the cigarette in his mouth when he went to sleep
Jesus.
and smoked while he was fucking sleeping.
My fucking
This
friend
fucking
did that
dude.
and set his my friend did that and set his bed on fire.
Luckily, he
Good,
didn't set
seriously.
himself on fire.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I didn't mean that.
No, my buddy in high school, he fell asleep with a cigarette in his lip, and it fell and burned like half of his comforter all the way up to like where he was sleeping. So I guess he got up at a certain point and put it out. But
I
I
had
mean,
buddies
dude,
who'd fall asleep with dip in their mouth.
yeah, I have a buddy who does that too. It's fucking nasty.
You gotta know what you're doing when you do that. You can't be around
Yeah.
anything flammable, otherwise you can.
Yeah, Nivik. You're right.
You don't like weed, Nivik?
No.
Damn, bro.
That's all right. I mean, not everybody has to like it, but it's just a part
No,
of my
you have
daily
to.
routine.
What do you mean?
You have to like it, Nivik. Oh my god.
I'm an absolutist.
Well. People
King you out right
make
now.
me like it. Make me like it even less. Like
Right,
for
yeah,
example.
exactly.
So I now despise fucking weed.
It's like religion.
I
when
don't
people
even
try and force
not
it on
like
me.
it. Yeah.
We're gonna turn you into a weed zombie, Nivik, and we're not letting you go.
If
We're
people were more cool
we're
with
gonna-
it and not try to shove it down your throat and force you to like it, I probably come likely to
Okay.
come around.
This is not religion, brother. This is
hopefully we're
seems
not
like-
forcing you to like it. I'm not trying to force you to
yeah.
like
Who
it.
are you hanging out with? Like,
I
anything-
believe people who smoke weed are passive aggressive. They try to impose it. It's
everyone?
like, well, some people don't have weed etiquette. I think there's
That's
some type
true.
of manners to it, in where
I
you
agree
should
with
have
that 100%.
fucking respect. You don't
It's with
just
everything,
light a
bro.
big blunt with the baby at the dinner table and just plus blow in his fucking face and expect everybody to be fucking cool with it.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
have to have some type of manners.
That's retarded. I've
Yeah,
honestly
there are
been
some
more.
there are some
man.
really asshole guys. There are some really asshole
Dude.
potheads out there. I agree with you, Nivik.
Dude,
Yeah.
that reminds me of do you guys remember Tom Green?
No.
Yes.
He used to have this skit where he'd walk around in Canada and he'd be smoking a cigarette and he'd be like, "Can I just blow this cigarette smoke in your baby's face?"
Yes. Yes. Okay, so for everybody in the audience that isn't 36 and almost in their 40s, Tom Green used to have a show on MTV in the late 90s where he just did the most ridiculous horse shit you can imagine.
Would he even offer them money, or would he just like say, "Hey, can I just?"
He
blow
did
something?"
crazy shit.
He would just walk up to literally just random women with babies, little babies in the street, like, can I blow my cigarette smoke in your baby's face?
According to Nivik,
Yeah.
that's fine. According to Nivik, that's good etiquette. Because bad etiquette would just be you would just blow it without even asking. So at least he's asking, you know.
Man, the good old days.
If anybody is trying to force you to smoke weed, Nivik, do not listen to them.
Yeah,
Shit, dude.
and don't
Dude,
don't
I
have
grew
that
up-
view.
Those
with
guys are
every
assholes.
Pot smoker, because
Dude, I grew up in the
Passive
80s
aggressive,
where it
they
was
don't tell you.
common for your parents to smoke in the car with the windows rolled up and just hotbox the car
Oh,
with
yeah.
cigarettes. Like,
that's whack.
I wish I had hippie parents.
Apparently, weed is worse for your lungs than cigarette smoke. From some things that I've seen on the internet.
That I don't
seems
think
like
is. I would
bullshit,
have to see.
right?
Yeah,
They
I would
said-
have to see some hard data.
They said
about
that like a joint was like, X amount of cigarettes, like several cigarettes, one joint.
that's probably the same people who had
hate weed.
the girl who smokes weed and turns into the couch. If you remember that commercial.
Yeah.
She'd been smoking weed, and all of a sudden, she wasn't just sitting on the couch; she was the couch.
What, like she was freaking out, like psychologically?
No, it's just real stupid. They used to have like commercials like this is your brain, this is your brain
Yeah,
on
this is your
drugs, and
brain
they'd
on
smash
drugs.
an
Yeah,
egg in a fucking frying pan and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
So that is
but they were doing it with like lung health. That somehow weed smoke was worse for your lungs than cigarette smoke. So I mean, yeah, it just doesn't make much sense to me.
I mean, it's here. If you can vaporize marijuana or if you can eat it, that's always going to be the better option.
Yeah, for sure.
So
all you guys know, I'm
For
just letting
sure.
you know that it's these people that have bad etiquette
No, yeah, we
that
know.
make it
Not
that give
everyone.
a bad name.
Yeah.
Are you fine with people boofing their weed, Nivek?
ooh, oof in the weed. See, that would be a weird one because you'd have to have it in a brownie, or it would have to been cooked first. So you'd have to shove something like a brownie up your ass,
Oh, that's
or
a
like
boofing.
a cookie. Because it has to be baked first.
Is that the most healthy way to do it?
Are you imagining shoving a cookie up your ass, Scott?
Yeah,
I mean, you'd crumble it first,
it's
right?
like it's like the reverse of the Cookie Monster.
Why not? Let's just bake us some brownies and then put it into a fucking blender and just blend it into a shake and then just
I was gonna
boof
say
it.
you might want to dip it in water or something.
Yeah. No, it's going straight in with no water. It's just going in dry.
Well, you want to make it enjoyable.
Dust.
You don't want
just brownie dust going straight into your ass.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Perry.
Scott's loving it. I just love that Scott's loving it.
Oh man, that's what we're here for.
That's actually more. That's actually more. There's more etiquette in that than
wait. There's more etiquette.
Because shove it up your ass.
You're breaking up a little bit.
You sound like a robot.
Yeah, that's why he was laughing, because you're breaking up, Niv. Sorry.
Still robot. I hear you say testing, kind of, but still robot.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Hello?
A little. There you go.
A little bit better.
Yeah. I was agreeing like with Scott, and where it's actually more decent. No. Testing.
No, it's bad. You got to go to a different spot.
Testing.
He's walking around his perimeter.
Yeah, I know.
Testing.
All right, Nivek, I think you're there, bud.
Yo.
Yeah.
Testing.
Oh my god.
It's doing it again, Niv. We're not.
I really
want to
hear what he has to say too, because he said good etiquette about boofing. So.
Not yet, Niv. We'll let you know when it comes in, bud. Keep trying as best you can. Yeah, still roboting you. I know it's annoying.
I think it's getting worse. You might want to.
Testing.
Yeah, how far away are you getting?
Testing.
I want to do a 180.
Testing.
Oh, that's getting a little bit clearer. There we go.
Testing.
Try it.
Testing.
Go for it.
No.
Can you hear us, Nivek?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Pretty well, pretty well right now.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Scott. He's actually more.
God damn it.
Shove it up your ass. Inhaling it in somebody's face. And why don't you do that? Why don't you consume it like that instead of injected it in your vein or something?
Honestly, if I could get away with it, Nivek, I would. I don't think I could
vote for that. I'd vote for that. Like when I go, like I'd vote for weed, like it being legalized.
If you had to boof it.
Well, I think more people would vote for it if it wasn't as imposed on other people. it would be it might potentially more likely be legalized is what I was thinking.
It's so interesting because, I mean, I guess in just my own world, I haven't really experienced much peer pressure, I think is kind of what you're saying to it.
Yeah, I haven't had any either to smoke.
mean,
Nobody
I've
ever
had
told
more
me to
peer
smoke. I just
pressure
wanted to.
to alcohol.
No. You've been in a room where there's weed smoke?
Yeah, well, I'm a weed smoker, so I'm going to be biased.
And
I'm going to be, so.
Yeah,
but I can see.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
I mean,
then.
I've
I've
had non-smokers come into the room where we're all chain smoking, and no one was passive aggressive, at least to my memory. But like I said, I'm
people
biased,
that are
and I could have
there,
just
the people
overlooked
that
it.
aren't, the people that aren't there, the people that mind it, and that wouldn't be there as a result.
Right, but we don't
you,
passive aggressively say, "Oh, you're like get out of here," like you're not a cool guy or whatever. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what.
You don't think that if you're in a small room with somebody and that person doesn't smoke weed and you light up a big blunt, it's completely.
Well, then you're a dickhead.
Well, you ask them. You'd have to ask them like, "Yo, is it cool if I smoke?" Or maybe they know they
just pull out the bong and you start puffing.
Yeah, no, that's
well,
usually
yeah, that's a dickhead. That's
pretty
Nivik.
bad.
That's not somebody
That's
that
a
we would want to be around.
Like I said, I've never experienced that personally, where
I've never had
someone
anybody
was in the room and they didn't, we didn't know whether they smoked or not, and we just did whatever.
What I would say the etiquette would get a little bit weird. Like in Colorado, we have like 420 days. So like people go down to like the national, like where the like state house is or whatever, and everybody smokes it. And if everybody was just like boofing on the state lawn, that would be a little weird. It's got a
I want to see some dry.
people shoving in fucking weed.
You really believe a person doesn't smoke until people smoke that they didn't smoke?
I can't really hear you, but say it one more time.
You really believe a person that doesn't smoke weed is going to tell the people in there who light up smoke weed that they shouldn't smoke the weed?
Well, it depends on the setting. If you're in Colorado at a shop called 420, then I mean you can't. It would actually be a dickhead move for you to expect them not to smoke.
If you went in there and said, "Hey guys, I'm sorry I came in this weed shop, but I don't want anybody to smoke. That offends me."
So it depends on the setting. It depends on a lot of factors. Sounds like you were just around. That's like
going into a smoker's lounge out back of like a retail store or something, and being like, "Hey guys, I really can't have you smoking."
Yeah, like what are you?
Okay. So if you're, but your place, for example, if people light up in your place, and you don't,
that would be rude. That'd be rude.
That would be really rude.
No, I mean, when is I can't think of any of my friends or me just like whipping out like a fat blunt in some person's house that we just came to for the first time, not knowing if they. I mean, maybe if I knew they smoked, maybe I would do it. But even then, you ask, hey, can we smoke inside or should we go outside? Or, I mean, smoking inside, if you've never smoked inside a spot and you just do it, then that's a pretty dickhead move. But if you've done it in the past, right, then, I mean, that would make a little bit more sense, more or less, that you just normally, without saying anything, spark up a blunt. Because you did it in the past. Does that make sense?
I'm going to make it a point to spark up blunts in front of strangers now and not ask them if it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, any public place, that'd be a dickhead move, right?
Yeah, like at a children's playground.
Yeah,
that'd be a pretty big dickhead move.
Yeah, that too. I mean, doesn't.
Can you imagine how many people are actually doing that though? Just imagine. At all.
Dude, I thought you were going to say a children's museum at first. I thought it was like taking up a whole.
Well, it's like smoking
a children's museum.
Actually, Nivik.
That's very disturbing, a children's museum, by the way. Sorry.
I have some sympathy for you, Nivik, because I definitely have like cigarette smoke blown in my vicinity that I feel as though perhaps, I'm just walking along or whatever it may be. And I get a heavy whiff of cigarette smoke, yeah, I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but the setting is definitely, and all the other factors. I'm walking again, so I don't know if it sounds like I'm getting heated or
It's all right,
sorry
dude.
about that.
like that one time.
Starting to sound like Vlad.
Yeah.
I mean, I do agree with you, Nivik. There are some potheads out there that are just idiots, and they are
True.
insufferable. You know what I mean? It's just like, hey, bro, you want to smoke? Be like, yes, we all smoke weed.
They
Go the
give
fuck
weed
on.
a
You know what I
bad
mean?
name. I
Yeah,
hate it.
they give weed a bad name for sure. So those kind of people we don't want to interact with because they're just rude. Period.
Yeah, you can have manners independent of whether you drink or smoke or
That's right.
dip or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody was in my house and they didn't want me to smoke a cigarette, I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Just because that's the kind of person I am.
Well, you would
But
ask at least. I mean, even
I would
then,
ask
you're gonna,
first, at least.
right?
Yeah.
If it was like pouring rain or super snowy out or something, right? And you couldn't
And I
go
couldn't get out
outside,
there to smoke and be like, "Hey,
right?
dude, can I smoke inside?"
Then you'd
You know,
ask,
and they'd
and
be
if they
like,
say
"I don't really
no,
want you to."
then you
Yeah.
can't, right? You're not just going to be like, too bad.
I could
This
even
is the
think of it
problem
being
with too
rude.
big
Even
of a.
if you do smoke weed, it could potentially be rude because you might not want to light up. You know what I mean?
I know, brother, but this is too much of a generalization again. Most all weed heads aren't us. You're not talking to most weed heads when you're talking to us. You know what I mean? You're talking, and I know you're just telling us about how a lot of potheads seem, and I agree with you on that. But that's
So
not who you're talking to here.
have you
So
had someone at the dinner table that you'd maybe met for the first or second time, like light up a blunt or something similar to that, Nivik, without them even saying anything?
I had weed nightmares, man. Nightmares. Are
oh,
you
come
fucking
on,
kidding me?
Nivik.
No,
You
I
just,
mean,
yeah, you have,
what happened?
no, like there's this, like I was mentioning, a dude, like he would smoke weed 24/7, shit you not.
Mm-hmm.
And he literally, like, he would just lie in a corner. He'll light up the weed. He'll stick it in his mouth. Then you go to sleep.
Did you talk to him
And
about it? Because like obviously that affects you
yeah,
when you breathe in.
but
Yeah,
I wasn't
he's
in
a
a
dickhead.
position. I wasn't in a position of telling him because it wasn't like my place or anything.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was in there with
oh,
him,
yeah.
so I couldn't have a say. But like, if it's my place,
You still
you
could
can.
ask him,
He would, if if it was my place, he would have been gone. I mean,
but you can still, even if it was his place, you could still, talk to him about it in a cool manner and just see if you guys could come to a compromise. I mean, did you ever try to come to a compromise with him or her?
no,
that
no,
is a
no.
good
It
question,
was,
Nivik.
see, some people ideologically, when it comes to weed, they look at it as an absurd thing. Like, it's just fucking weed. Are you crazy?
No, we know that, brother. We agree with you. There are some potheads out there that are just fucking idiots. I'm with you.
So you couldn't come to a compromise is what
No,
I'm getting. Gotcha.
no.
Yes, I mean, that's tough.
Yeah, if
That's
it's
a tough
not your place,
situation to
I
be in.
understand. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
tough situation. That guy was definitely a dick to do that to you, in my opinion.
Right. Like, where do you live, Nivik? Is it like super cold outside where he couldn't go outside or something? Or
No, no,
could he
no.
have?
It wasn't even that.
Because I go outside every time that I smoke.
Well, some people look at weed like it's food, and to say you can't smoke weed is like saying you can't eat that apple. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sounds
addictions are
crazy.
real.
It is food.
He's just eating his
It
food, and
could be
he's like
food.
looking at
Yeah.
me like you're out of your fucking mind, and I'm looking at
Honenheim
him
Food
says
for
like,
the
it
are
is
you
heart,
out
food.
of your fucking mind?
for the mind, for the body.
Go ahead, hon.
It's food for the heart, for the mind, for the body. And when I say heart, it just makes you feel good. So you can
Or
quite
the
easily have
or the
some.
soul,
So
if
good.
there is a such thing.
You can quite easily have
So my
some
thoughts is like
instead of breakfast, and you'll feel
fucking eat
great.
it.
And
My
instead
thoughts
of
is like fucking eat it then, if that's how you look at it. And why you
you
have to
just
smoke it?
you just steamrolled all over Honenheim, bro.
You smoke Hanenheim? You definitely smoke, don't you?
so I want to talk about data on why people say that it's worse than tobacco. That's usually because these blunts are much bigger and there's more tobacco in the blunt. That's why.
What about joint
they
papers,
say that?
though?
And there's more paper then. So then also apparently it opens all the airways, so it's actually good for your lungs if you don't smoke it. But if you do smoke it, I think of course the effects of the tar and the nicotine aren't good for your lungs, but it does actually open your airways, which is really good.
Wait, what does?
Well, there aren't as many carcinogens.
Answer you.
Sorry, guys, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's a little bit of a delay.
Gotcha.
I haven't smoked in about 10 years, but
gotcha.
During COVID, I was advised to have some, so I didn't. It really bloody helped.
Have what though? The weed?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's not a good idea.
I've heard that too.
Hohenheim.
COVID attacks your lungs. That's not a good idea.
Well,
I was going to say, like in the United States,
I don't smoke, so I didn't smoke. But holy crap, did it help?
I was going to say in the States, like we don't mix it with tobacco usually.
No, we straight go, just like I'm doing with my hands right now.
Which I remember going to Amsterdam and I like rolled a joint and this guy's like sitting there looking at me like I'm crazy because I didn't put any tobacco in it.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. You know, a lot of people I know put tobacco in their
spliffs are good. I grew up smoking tobacco and weed.
Yeah, a lot of spliffs I've smoked with people.
I put them in bowls too. Call them what do we call them? We call them mules. Something.
Mules. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Something like that. Just
that's something. I never got into that.
Conserve
we
weed.
Smoked weed out of a hookah. We smoked weed out of a hookah one time, Scott. That shit was pretty awesome.
Nathan, did you ever done a gravity bong?
Oh, geez.
Oh yes. Oh dude, yes. Jeebs, bro.
Jeebs. Yeah.
Give me a Jeep, bro.
Oh man, those were great.
I used to have one in my kitchen. Yeah. I used to have one in my kitchen already ready to go all the time. I mean,
so how was yours set up? Do you have like a bucket, or was yours just in a water bottle form?
We used a big Gatorade bottle, cut the bottom out of it, and then drilled a hole in the top with a little
tool.
The little socket piece.
The socket,
and then, and then you just fucking burn it, press it down, unscrew it, and slam it. And it's fucking awesome, dude.
You can also fill up the Gatorade bottle and just burn a little hole on the bottom and put your thumb over it and then let the water come out and that'll pull.
Yeah, you can do that too,
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
we did it one time with a deep rock a deep rock water, like this things that they have in like office buildings where it's like that giant massive water jug.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought
5-gallon jugs.
Oh my god, did you do that, Scott?
Those are like 5 gallons, I'm pretty sure. So
Scott, did you cut out, buddy? Hello, Scott.
I think his phone died or something.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I did that, and it was the wrong decision.
I mean, you couldn't have pulled it all in one take. Right?
Oh no! Your lungs completely filled up, and you barely touched it, and you're fucking on the ground dying.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, good times.
So I mean, I get it that weed people talk about weed a lot, but I mean, I'm sorry, I enjoy it. I'm gonna talk about it.
Cringing
you know what I mean?
right now.
Yeah, he's like, shut the fuck up about the weed garbage. God, I had to deal with this old asshole roommate.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Me of it.
Have you guys ever done the gas mask? You know, the gas mask?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
I had a bad coughing attack after doing that because
I'll tell you. Yeah, that's not good.
It was bad.
Dude, my favorite of all time is the volcano. That thing is so fucking money, dude. So fucking money.
Good, dude.
What's volcano?
So it's this thing that you put a lot of weed on top of, and it vaporizes it into a big bag, and then you hit it, and it destroys you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and the bag, since you take all the air out, so you can the weed can just smoke and just stay in there, and it won't go stale.
Mm-hmm.
And it has
Right.
like the mouthpiece is like you depress, and when you depress, it's a valve, so
Oh,
it opens up. So
That's
you
right.
can just like fill a bag up once, and you hold on to it,
it doesn't
hit
go
it when you
stale
want.
because there's no like extra air coming in
There's
to
no air.
impede it.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've never done it though.
We
There's
don't.
It's a,
the
Go ahead, Nivik.
Yeah, there's this other person that was prescribed to smoke weed that my friend brought over, and it was like, oh, well, she's got like a prescription to smoke it. I'm like, well, shit. So what's that supposed to mean? That doesn't
But
mean
you're
that she's got like a you know,
She doesn't
she
have a
can
right to smoke it anywhere she wants. I mean,
yeah, it's like it's like diplomatic immunity, you know, like lethal
the
no,
injection.
issue
no,
is
no,
interesting
no, no,
though,
no, no, no.
Nivik,
What the fuck are
because
you doing?
the only reason that your situation is, and I mean, I feel for you because like that's a shitty situation to just like breathe in. Like if I was in a cigarette smoke 20, right, and that you guys couldn't come to some compromise, like that's just like I don't know, an undesirable
You don't
position to
live there
be in.
anymore, do you, Nivik?
Well, no, the compromise was to leave. No, that was my
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait, it was
okay.
your place?
Yeah, that the person
I
was
thought.
smoking.
I thought.
There's no
Oh, I
Oh,
thought you
justification.
I
said it
thought.
was the other guy's
Yeah, I
place.
thought you said it was his place.
No, this is another situation when
Oh,
I left.
Oh,
gotcha.
sorry.
Yeah, then that is especially. I mean, I'd kick him out, right? I mean,
Yep.
yeah, yeah, that's warranted in my
That's what's
opinion.
done.
Yeah.
that's
I
what's
agree
done.
with you, Nivik. I agree that that's probably what you should have done if they're going to be rude like that. You know.
Get in.
Like if someone came over and they just brought like a tank of nitrous and started ripping nitrous in the living room, like unbeknownst to me, like without any, that'd be
I would
unwarranted.
immediately walk in there and be like, "Let me get some of that." But
Yeah,
hey,
well,
that's just me.
yeah, depending on if I was, someone who, whatever, if I was a cop or
It
something.
is the same
Like,
thing.
Still,
If I was a cop.
yeah, like
You're meddling in somebody's environment. It's not.
the issue
There's
is
no
not
manners there.
asking. The issue is just doing something on someone else's property without asking and assuming that it's okay.
Well, it infringes on. I mean, I could like burn a car tire, right? And then maybe that's extreme, but or
It's
no,
like a
I get what you
cigarette
mean,
I
though.
could,
I get what you
or a
mean.
cigar, like
I
a
can,
cigar.
yeah. I mean, like I can do something that annoy you. I can go outside and get a pile of dog shit and just bring it in and just sit it on the fucking counter. You know.
I would hope that we would agree that weed is a little bit more welcome in a household than dog
Than
shit,
dog
though,
shit,
right?
yeah.
Well, hey, if I have to tolerate that person's weed, then you have to tolerate the me feeling like putting a dog
That's
shit
just
in my car.
because you don't like it, though, right? Because somebody else will be
Nivik,
like, "Hell no, weed's not like dog shit."
Nivik, just wait till 2 a.m. and then crank your juicer up to full blast and make your health juices at 2 a.m.
Make a smoothie, bro.
Yeah, there's many ways of infringing on a person. Yeah, absolutely.
The issue is that the girl with the prescription, she didn't ask, or your buddy, they didn't ask you if it was okay, right? I mean,
That's
that's
right.
the issue. If they had
I like
asked you,
I
then
like the juicer idea. I'm going to use that one, Delson. Thank you for that.
What?
I have a juicer.
He said he said he liked Dal's suggestion. He's going to crank his juicer at 2 a.m.
Oh yeah, that would definitely do it.
Just
you have to do it. You have to do it every
Fucking
night,
destroy
though.
them
You have to do it every night to make it
until they
somewhat
get
like,
completely annoyed.
yeah.
Nivik, if somebody can do that, it's you. You could on the clock 2 o'clock every morning just fucking fire that bad boy up.
I had a joint on me in the car
Right.
when I was doing that whole CPR thing. And then, there's
shit.
there's like
True.
6 cops at the scene. So,
And you live somewhere where it's not
Yeah.
legal to have marijuana in your car.
correct.
So we didn't say that. We didn't say that at all. It's all legal here.
Oh
Pay
wait,
no
yeah.
attention to the man behind the curtain.
I don't want to. What's the word?
No, it's
Indict
fine.
myself?
It's all
My
good.
grandma in like the 1950s in like the 1950s, my grandma's dog brought
You're breaking up a little
a
bit
plant, and
on my end.
the leaves were really
Yeah.
pretty. So she planted
There
it
you
in
go.
like a pot. So my grandma's dog in like the 1950s brought home a plant, and my grandma really liked the
Yeah.
leaves, so she put it in a pot. And her friend, who was a cop, came over.
Oh,
And
she didn't know. She didn't know.
Marijuana. So she's like a super straight edge,
Right.
straight and narrow.
Oh damn.
Yeah, she had no idea.
So what happened?
Dal.
Literally on the way out,
Yeah.
the cop was just like, "Oh yeah, you should hide your marijuana plant, man."
At least he was cool about it.
Yeah, at least he was. Damn.
It's like, I just don't
don't know what
understand
that
this
is.
plant. This plant
Yeah,
just smells like a skunk for some reason.
That damn skunk! I can't find him for the life of me.
She throws it on the fire inside to like
Yeah.
to put up the chimney, but the chimney's fucking closed up and it's just getting all in the house. This is my thought experiment here.
Hotbox the house.
Yeah. I have hotboxed a closet before, and it worked pretty well. I've also hotboxed quite a few cars. So.
I've heard something that, in terms of secondhand smoke, because one of my ex-girlfriends was worried about getting drug tested and having been exposed to my secondhand smoke, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so
it would have to be so much, though, dude.
From doing research, you'd have to hotbox like driving across the entire country in order to get like the slightest bit of secondhand smoke in your system.
That's right.
For a drug test.
That's
right. So I guess that
people think it's like if it gets into your lungs even a little bit, it's in there, and that's not the case.
Yes, the great myth of a contact high.
Right. Yeah. So, but like, what does that do to like hotboxing? Does hotboxing actually help you get high when you're also smoking?
No, I think it's just a myth thing that people like to do.
Yeah,
because a lot of the cannabinoids, and when you exhale after you've taken a hit, a lot of that's not really technically reusable. Some of it is, but not a huge amount of it. That's why you can shotgun somebody and still get them high.
It's weird though, because that same girlfriend, I would blow smoke in her face like 2 or 3 times, and she would seem high and she'd act high, and so maybe that was just all psychological.
Yeah. Have you ever done a true shotgun though, where you actually kiss them and push the air in their lungs?
I'm sure I did that a few times. I mean, she did. She, to my memory, I pretty much just blew it on her face, but I'm sure I did that, once or twice.
I don't think the blowing on the face would work, but definitely if you kissed her and blew it down her throat, that would definitely work.
Yep. Have you guys ever seen Be Real's YouTube show?
About what?
Throw it up in the chat, dog.
Be Real from God, what was that band? Insane in the Membrane.
Cypress Hill.
Cypress Hill. Yeah, he's got like a YouTube show where he just hotbox. He like talks with celebrities or whatever, but they sit in a car and just hotbox it. The amount of weed they smoke in like a 30-minute period is fucking absurd, dude.
That'd be a great podcast, bro.
I have seen. Yeah, it would be. I have seen somebody. If you'll go to YouTube right now, everybody who wants to see this, type in. What is it called? What are those called where you blow weeds off the a blower? What are those called?
Oh, yeah.
Like a leaf blower. Yeah, leaf blower. That's it. Yeah, type in leaf blower marijuana, and dude, there's this guy who's at one of these fucking what is it called? Lollapalooza or Bonnaroo or something. He's at some place like that, and he's just blowing the. He's just blowing the smoke, and dude, he wastes so much weed. He has to put
I see it.
3 pounds,
like 2 or 3 pounds.
Yeah, and he's just wasting it, blowing it in people's faces, dude. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I hear the Cypress Hill. They're just all in a living room. I feel like I've seen this. Oh my god, he just torches it. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude, but look at this, dude. That is exactly the kind of dude who would do this thing now.
Isn't he like the exact version of who would do that thing?
Yeah, dude, look at this fucking dude.
So he's just wasting all that weed essentially because it's not.
Yes, he is.
I mean,
I knew you guys would love that shit. Dow, did
This
you
is
look it up,
this has
bro?
got to be in Denver.
that
It's
actually
gotta
looks
be.
so fun. Like I would love to be on that couch, just like taking in all that smoke.
Let's not torture Nivik any longer. What do you want to talk about?
Well, let's continue what you were talking about with Gettier
The
problem.
Gettier problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I still
You
have
still have that page pulled up?
true beliefs, Venn diagram to the justified beliefs, and then in the middle is what you call the propositional belief, but it just says knowledge in between.
Yeah, propositional beliefs are the gray around the area.
So that box is also part of that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
Propositional beliefs, by the way, are a belief is an attitude considering a proposition. You know, like believing
Like
that
a presumption,
the snow is white.
right?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
or presupposition.
Kind of, yes. Like a belief is an attitude towards a proposition. So like that's how it's seen in epistemology, remember?
Okay.
So you have attitudes psychologically, and those are like inborn from your biological programming and your environmental programming, right? And so those attitudes inform your beliefs, your desires, your suppositions, all of that kind of stuff.
So in one of the lectures,
wild assertions.
I think it was post-structuralism, and I think it might have been Roland Barthes who talked about semiotics and how everything is semiotic.
Yes, semiotics is the study in linguistics of how we assign labels and linguistics
Signals
to symbols.
Yeah.
How we understand that red means stop and things like that. It's the way that we associate linguistics with symbols. So like every language is based on semiotics. All of philosophical semantics deals with semiotics.
I mean, isn't all of your interpretation a semiotic?
Yes, yes. That's why it's the base of semantics. When they're talking, in linguistics, one of the first things you learn in studying linguistics is about semiotics because it's a huge part of it. That and morphemes and phonemes and all of the different speech parts that make up the utterances. Yeah. So.
And that was kind of a response to, like Levi-Strauss's structuralism.
Yes.
Where he tried to structuralize language and linguistic into his
yes. He tried to synthesize the two.
Or whatever.
Yes. Yes.
So did you have an example for the Gettier problem?
I'm still trying to find it, but it's not the one that I found the other day. It's on Stanford Encyclopedia. So I'm going to go look on Wikipedia real quick and see if there's an example on there. Tell me if you find one.
Well, there's one.
Maybe go to another page
on this Wikipedia page.
Yeah, go for it if you found it.
In a famous so-called Gettier case, a person is driving on a country road. There are many barn facades along this road and only one real barn. But it is not possible to tell the difference between them from the road. The person then stops by a fortuitous coincidence in front of the only real barn and forms the belief that that is the barn. Just a coincidence. The idea behind this thought experiment is that this is not knowledge, even though it is a belief that is both justified and true. The reason that it is just a lucky accident... the reason is that it is just a lucky accident since the person cannot tell the difference.
Yeah. They would have formed exactly the same justified belief if they had stopped at the facade barn.
That would have been false.
In which case the belief would have been false, but they still had a justified true belief, right? So it's in that purple area of grayness.
Yeah, what's up, Hornarm?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to rewind you. Can you do that again? I missed that.
So
yes,
there are many
read the Gettier case again.
Yeah, guys driving
fake
down
barns.
a country road, and there's a bunch of fake barns and only one real barn. And upon a fortuitous coincidence, he stops in front of the only real barn and forms the belief that that is the barn, independent of the coincidence. The idea behind this thought experiment is that this is not knowledge, even though the belief is both justified and true. The reason is that it is just a lucky accident since the person cannot tell the difference. They would have formed exactly the same justified belief if they had stopped at another site, another facade, in which case the belief would have been false.
Yeah. So basically you have 3 or 4 barns. He pulls up to the right one. He has a justified true belief that the barn is there. It is true because it is there, but if he'd have pulled up to any of the other ones, it would have been false. So it was just lucky that he had a justified true belief that it was the one that it was. So that is a very, very small delineation between what we can know and what we don't know. You know what I mean?
The other side of the 99.99999.
Yes, exactly. So that those
he,
things we can. So hey, go ahead.
Doesn't he then get true knowledge, but the root there is wrong?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that right? Cool.
He's
so
right
so
for
that's
the wrong
basically
reason.
saying we've got basically all this is saying the Gettier problem is saying that we need to readdress how we see justified true belief, because these problems happen to where it's a lucky accident that you have knowledge.
But that's not the usual way of finding knowledge, though, isn't it? That's always, or is it? Oh, I don't understand. Normally you'd go, give me a second.
Is this like the skepticism thing? Like kind of basing your beliefs from, I don't know.
Go ahead,
Why is
Terry.
it a problem? Sorry.
Why is what a problem? The Gettier problem?
Why is the Gettier problem a problem? Where's the problem part? What's being searched and what's being not found
because it's a
being
lucky
problem?
accident in this case that he had a justified true belief. And if those cases can happen, that means that justified true belief might not necessarily count as knowledge.
Yes, but what's being searched? Why is it a problem? So that is there some kind of question that's not being answered properly that means it's a problem?
Yeah, for hundreds of years, everybody thought that justified true beliefs counted as knowledge, and then Gettier in the 60s brought up these ideas to where it could be lucky coincidences that the justified true belief was actually knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Even though it's not likely, but it's just worth mentioning, right?
Yeah, it's not a huge problem. It's just something to mention because that's what we're contending with today. The modern philosophy is contending with the Gettier problem.
This seems like the root to the justified true belief, rather than like a state of justified true belief would be given after the understanding of the barn. I think this details the route to finding a justified true belief, and this is just not a good route to have because you can just be lucky or unlucky. So.
Right. What matters is after you find out that barn was the real barn, but it was like a lucky guess.
It's lucky, but then it still is a justified true belief.
But
in the same way as someone who
I see what Honenheim is saying.
This is to me it just details the route to it is just a shitty route because you'll just be lucky. I'd say there's a better
his
route
justifications were bad, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Not after
as far as the
barn example, but to find truth, to find knowledge, this is a shitty way to find knowledge.
Well, we couldn't even confirm whether or not we're lucky or not. It's just like an idea thrown out there that we could be lucky in our justified beliefs and that it's real. So I mean,
in this one, it seems like he's lucky because he's just because he found out that they're all.
There is something missing in this account about this Honenheim.
Yeah,
I think there's something missing here because it doesn't set up anything before this guy starts driving down the road. It doesn't say whether or not he has a justified true belief or not. So maybe this example isn't the best one. Do you see what I'm talking about, Perry?
Does this guy figure out that he just got lucky, or does he just live the rest of his life like assuming that his justified belief was correct?
Yeah.
Right. That's the question I'm asking too. Is that what you're saying, Honenheim?
Yeah, you need to know how we know they're fake. Really, that's what you need.
How to confirm its validity.
Well, and I think
we're saying they're fake. How do we know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same as I think that's the same as the how do we know it's fake thing. Where does that come into the whole thing?
I don't get the argument.
In this example, hang on, guys. Hang on 1 second. excuse me, 1 second, I apologize. In the Gettier problem, there's nothing at the first of this to build up. They just start saying, in this so-called Gettier case, there are many barn facades. That's what it starts off saying. A person is driving on a country road. It doesn't say that the person has a justified true belief. It doesn't say anything like that. So this example that's on Wikipedia is probably not the best example that we can use. I'm going to see if I can find us a better
you can
one.
definitely
Joe,
find
go
a
ahead.
better one.
Okay, I get it.
I thought
so
it had
he's-
like imaginary cats or something.
So I'd
You know,
say
you haven't.
it seems driving down the road and looking for an appearance of a barn isn't going to help you find a real barn. You may need to go up and kick it.
Exactly.
So
That's why I'm having
if he-
trouble with the example.
So if he wanders down the street and he sees something that looks like a barn, and he calls up the barn salesman and says, "I found you a barn," and he's lucky he hasn't even investigated. All he sees is the mirage or the vision of a barn. So that's not a good way to find knowledge, I'd say.
I agree with you. It's fallacious reasoning. Do you have your computer open, Hanenheim?
No. What do you want to find? I can find it on my phone pretty quick.
Well,
Yeah,
just
I'm
go to
on my phone.
Wikipedia and search epistemology and go down about a third of the way down the page and read this exact illustration that we were telling you about so that
It's
you can
under
see
defining knowledge.
Yeah, it's under defining knowledge, and then it says the Gettier problem and alternate definitions. When you get there, read that first paragraph under there to see if you can gain any more insight from it, because they didn't set up this person who is driving on a country road. They just say a person is driving on a country road, and then they start the fucking thought experiment. So they don't tell us anything about this person, whether they have justified true belief or any of that.
I'm looking up.
Yeah, look us up another one while I didn't want to shut you down, brother. I saw you come in. I was just waiting for a good chance to slow down. What's up?
Oh, no, it's good. Like I was just, I'm tuning in and want to be part of the conversation. But like,
Oh yeah, you're more than
I'm
welcome
interested
to.
in where this is going.
Absolutely. Honenheim, I'm having him look up something. I know he has to do multiple things on his phone, but
I
So
couldn't
I'm
find
trying
that,
to
but I
understand.
found you another example.
read it.
Suppose you look outside the window one day. Sorry, let me start again. Suppose you look outside the window one day and see a figure shoveling snow. You recognize the coat and silhouette and think, "Oh, my dad's shoveling snow." However, that person isn't actually your father, but your next door neighbor. He owns the same winter jacket as your father and a similar height. Yet, coincidentally, on the other's father is in fact shoveling snow. Can you say that you knew your dad was shoveling snow? So in
I
a
don't know.
situation you're
Well, yeah, he
No.
was shoveling snow.
But you didn't know it.
But the question is, do you know it?
Yeah, you didn't.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Did
I
you
don't-
have the
I don't
justified
know.
true belief that actually connected to knowledge?
No.
Right. That's a great
I
question.
think
Yes,
So
yes,
that is a Gettier problem.
yes, you kind of did,
Yeah.
because if you know your dad's outside, there's a probability that he's shoveling snow.
But that point in space and time, that latitude and longitude of what you're looking at, that's the connection that we're talking about. That justified belief of him in that position
Can we
wasn't actually his dad.
exactly, Perry? Can we read that again in a second for the audience, Honenheim, or are you busy?
No, I can read it again.
Yeah, please read it again for the audience. Just slow down just a little bit.
Suppose you look outside the window one day and see a figure shoveling snow. You recognize the coat and silhouette and think, "Oh, my dad's shoveling snow." However, that person isn't actually your father, but your next door neighbor. He owns the same winter jacket as your father and is a similar height. Yet coincidentally, on the other side of the house, your father is in fact shoveling snow. Can you say that you knew your dad was shoveling snow? There's an explanation. I could read that if you want.
No, that's awesome though. That's just lucky then, right?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Look,
Yes.
if you just if you were just walked away from your dad, that was in the room next in the room in the room that's next to the room that you're in, and then you look out the window and you saw that that could be different than you knowing that your dad is outside and coming to that conclusion. Well, he's probably shoveling snow, because you're taking in the information of your environment as much as possible, and where knowing your dad is outside and then seeing a figure shoveling snow, the probability increases that that could potentially be your dad, versus your dad just being in a room next to you, and then you walked away, and then you looked out the window, and then you see a figure that looks like your dad. He's like, wait a minute, I just walked away from my dad.
I don't disagree with you, Nivik, but we're kind of hitting this at a different track. We're kind of coming at this from in terms of what justified true belief would be. Go ahead, Honenheim. I'm sorry.
So you do have a justified true belief that your father is.
Dow, brother, we got some bad noise. Okay.
Sorry, my work just
ended.
My shift just ended.
Okay.
That's cool. You have a horn at the end of your work. That's fucking awesome. So you do have the boy does have a justified true belief that his father is shoveling snow, but he can't take any credit for creating that justified true belief. Maybe.
Yeah, it's lucky. It's lucky, I think.
It's a little windy.
Well, you wouldn't believe that if you just walked away from, if you was just in the room next to the room that you're in, and your dad was just there. You could potentially think that was somebody else out there shoveling snow.
But that's not the way it was presented in the thought experiment. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'd just say that it's not knowledge. It's true justified belief, but it's not knowledge.
Yeah, that's what the Gettier problem says. They have this Venn diagram on the page that has this little,
on the Venn diagram, what even is knowledge? I mean, the only
knowledge
thing I know
would be
is
the
that
justified true belief. Knowledge would be the justified true belief that you have. So you believe it.
Yeah, okay.
It's also justified through empirical evidence or whatever and reasoning, and it's also true, that meaning it comports to reality. That would be knowledge. But then the little purple area is the part that is justified true beliefs that are not knowledge, just like how Honenheim read a second ago. Yeah, the coincidental or the lucky.
Well, I would actually use the word assumption. Like, so you assume,
that's not
like
real.
coming back to the barn example, you assume that all the barns are real because you tested one barn, and that one barn was real. And maybe the other three, if we're talking about 4 barns, the other 3 were not necessarily real because you didn't test them.
We got a little bit of background noise coming in. Sorry, Niv.
So that assumption is that because you tested one and it was true, that the other 3 also were real barns, like not facades.
So we wanted to find another example because that one seemed kind of vague to us, but we're assuming that he still believes that those facades are real barns.
And the same thing happens with the father experiment, which is, experiment is like you create assumptions. Like, so when you're talking about justified, you're saying, like, at some point in your mind, you create justifications because of the assumptions of truth, right? Like I've seen my father in his office, but I've also seen him walk from his office out to the front yard to shovel snow, and this time he was there when I saw him last, but I look outside and he's outside potentially shoveling snow, and you assume that that's him. So it, like that, those assumptions are things that are going to be created in our mind about many things, like thousands of things.
Yeah, that's our cognitive biases in full force right there.
But that's not really reality, though. I mean, that's why reality would be more about like your complete understanding of what's going on in the time frame you're in. That's how come I'm saying, like, if you hopped on a plane and then you went over to another location and then you saw your dad at that location where the location before you just left your dad, it wouldn't make sense.
Can I find
right? Unless you had
look for again, Thomas.
Unless you had some sort of pre-knowledge about how your father could travel faster than you to that said location, right?
Can I?
Like, otherwise, then it wouldn't make sense.
Can I find what you were asking me to look for? Can I find what you asked me to look for? Because I got lost.
Can you
Please
send
do.
me again?
What's
I'm
What were you
using
asking me to look for?
like
I
past.
was asking you to, or are you talking to Nivik or me? I'm sorry. There's a
He's
there's a
talking to
delay
me.
with me and on and
You,
on.
no, I was talking to Thomas. What are you
Okay.
asking me to look for again? I want to find it because I got lost.
Just another. Oh, you're talking about when we were talking about Wikipedia?
Yeah, you wanted
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
see the Venn
I
diagram.
was just going to show you the example that was very vague that we first put out there. You go to you search epistemology on Wikipedia, and then you scroll down about a third of the way down the page, and you'll see it say the Gettier problem and alternative definitions, and it'll have a Venn diagram on the right side.
You could also just look Gettier problem Venn diagram in Google, and a few of them pop up that look pretty much the same.
Yep.
In fact, this one's wicked. This one has like 4 circles.
Put it in the fucking chat if you can. That would be dope.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
Let us give the informations to the peoples.
Share.
Because when people come back and watch these videos, guys, they can follow the chat. I'm pretty sure that's right. Is that right, Scott? Scott in his prime? Have you fallen asleep? He's asleep.
Nope, that's right,
nope.
dude.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's right,
trying to. My phone keeps going. Like I try to change it so the screen doesn't turn off. Once it turns off, I found out you guys can't hear me anymore. So I don't know what the deal is with that.
Well.
But that is correct.
So,
You
yes.
can come back and watch the videos. Yep, watch the shows or listen.
The chat and stuff. Yeah, you can see everything.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Will be future reference for a lot of people. All the stuff we're posting.
So this is kind of what I was gonna say.
We'll let E jump in here in a second, and
yep,
because he hadn't said very much. But go ahead.
I'm just here to be part of the conversation. You go.
So
okay.
I will say something about what you were saying to Nivik. It's kind of like, I mean, both of you are making hypotheticals, which we can make an infinite amount of hypotheticals into this case. But the one that Nivik was saying, since you just saw him in the other room, now you have a lessened justified belief. Like the percentage goes down, in a sense, the probability.
Oh, I see.
And so, in my opinion, how I'm trying to, one, define knowledge in the first place, it just seems like this justified belief is a spectrum type. Like, where are you on the scale on how justified that belief is?
Yeah.
Like I have,
or how true it is.
Yeah, how true. Yeah, exactly. I mean, however we want to define it. And so,
I mean, the belief and the justification are necessary, absolutely, but the truth is what we really care about. You know what I mean? Because you can have a justified belief and it be false as hell.
Right.
So to get to knowledge, we need those 3 things: justified, true belief. So,
and this image that I linked, I think maybe. So there's a ill-formed. I think it wants to say ill-informed. Oh no, it wants to say ill-formed. An ill-formed proposition that shades into beliefs, and it's called nonsense. So I mean, there's a certain point where something may be nonsense, but it's still. But it's not untrue at all. So take a look at that picture.
Yeah, I can't open it on my phone. I'll have to look at it on my computer.
I'm not sure what the argument is exactly, that people believe what they want to believe.
You got a lot of background noise. We're going to let you talk, but you got to fix that wind blowing. Nobody can hear.
Are you asking what the point is of the Gettier problem, or what we're talking about just now?
Yeah,
Gettier problem.
Yeah, like is a people believe what they want is pretty much what's.
Thomas said it good, so I guess I'll leave that to your capable hands, Thomas, if you want to.
What was that? I was focusing on the noise.
Just briefly summarize what the Gettier problem, what the purpose of it was.
Really, the idea, Nivik, is basically that some justified true beliefs we have are because of a lucky accident and not because we actually got it right. That's the easiest way to explain it, without going back through everything. There are some justified true beliefs that are knowledge, and that's the way it was looked at for hundreds of years by all these philosophers. And in the 1960s, this guy named Gettier, Edmund Gettier, came about, and he showed how some justified true beliefs might not be knowledge because of accidents or luck or weird probabilities, things like that.
Or not taking in enough information, right?
Yeah, you could be lacking a good justification. Right. You could be lacking good empirical evidence. You're right. You could have bad empirical evidence as a justification.
So that scales the justified belief, how much of it you truly believe.
So I'm wondering what
that problem. Here's the weird thing, though. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nivek.
You talk about the problem, and so I'm interesting approaches of approaching the problem, taking in more information. Maybe part of it has to do with biases and maybe it might be a relative, or maybe it might be ego. A person just is arrogant. They have a God complex. They always think what they say is right. They can't get over themselves. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of other factors that could make a person believe the things that they believe.
Yeah.
If I may, for a second.
Yes, please go ahead, E.
I think that's actually kind of the whole purpose of the development of the scientific method, which is like, yes. Okay, like the first test of the barn, like, and I hate that, like, maybe we drifted away from that and I'm bringing it back, but like the first test
it's
of
okay.
the barn
It was just a weird example because they didn't set it up very well. Go ahead.
Well, but it kind of works because like the first test of the barn was like, okay, this one's good. And then like you come back down the road and you say, you know what, like, let's test this again, but let's pick a different barn. Right. And you walk up to it and it's a billboard. And you're like, wait, this isn't a real barn. And all of a sudden you now have an additional like perspective because you realize that there was a real barn and a fake barn, and then you're more inclined to test the other barns, and you find out, wait, 3 out of 4 of these barns were fake, and there was the one good one that I got lucky on. And like that's actually like part of the thing about like continual testing of knowledge, that like I feel like what's happening in this conversation is like kind of being lost a little bit. It's like, yeah, like just like a child, right? Like a child is going to do the same thing. They're going to test something. It's like, ow, that hurts, you know? And they may not ever test it again because the first test hurt, right? You know, like for example, like it could work in reverse. Let's do it in reverse. A child touches the eye of the stove and it's not hot. And they think that's safe, and they don't worry about that, you know? And then they touch it again, and it's still safe, and they don't worry about that. But then they touch it when it is hot, and they get burned, and all of a sudden, the whole perspective about the eye of the stove changes because, yes, it can be safe, but it also can burn. It can hurt.
Yeah, in developmental psychology, you see this a lot with how children form their beliefs and how they form their linguistics and stuff. It's really cool.
Right. So it can work both ways. Is kind of what I'm getting at. It's like, you might get a false positive, or a true positive, you know, depending on the situation. But your assumption is going to be that the first positive that you get is going to be true. Until you prove it to yourself, or somehow somebody else convinces you otherwise.
Yeah.
That there's another potential. I hate to use it like this, but like another potential reality, another potential.
Yeah, I know what
outcome,
you mean. Yeah,
is better word than reality, and another potential outcome. So
you can say another reality. That makes sense to me.
Yeah. So and that's part of the reason. Like I think. Like I'm not. That's part of the reason I like testing. You know what I mean?
You're explaining culture and why people do things in a ritual culture way of upholding a cultural norm, because that seems to be how society has gotten by over time. But things don't always the same forever, and
always changing.
And whatever you say is so if you like. Say, well, you always do it this way, and that's just the way it is. you know, and you might have a belief where you always are on a bike. I know that sounds silly, and but the things might change. The situation might change where you might need a boat. You know what I mean? And whatever
I
was the
see.
cultural norm, in what you believe was always to be, it's not always the case. And that's the thing about not being dogmatic and not and reasoning things out. And
Yeah.
that person is doing things off of experience. And a person, like, I had a conversation with somebody, say, things are about experience. And I was like, well, not really, because human beings, they take in information, and based off of their understanding, they can predict a probable outcome. So if you pull a thread across a road, a 10,000-pound truck going at the thread, based off your understanding of the truck being heavy and the thread being thin, it's likely to go through it. You don't have to
Yeah, I remember this
necessarily,
experiment. You and me talked about that. Yeah.
yeah, you don't have to see the outcome of that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Our brains evolved in where we can reason things out in probable outcomes
Right.
in navigating our environment. That's
Yeah.
that's the benefit
It's
that
brother.
humans have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I'm with you on that.
and
I was just gonna say. Go ahead.
my
E.
question, if you don't mind, like my
Yeah. Go
question is
ahead.
more like what, like at what point does the justification side lean in the other direction, where it's like, okay, maybe your justification is only based on your experience, and where's the tipping point?
So that's why we've been covering justification my last two episodes, and justification is a normative process. It depends on what you hold as justification for yourself. For me, my method of justification is through logical reasoning, a sound epistemology, and maybe mathematical or sensory empirical data, scientific data. That's going to be my ways of justifying things. So when I say justify true belief, my justifications are going to come from empiricism and logical reasoning, right?
The human
So
psyche
hang
can.
on, Nip.
Sorry, go
Let's
ahead.
let E respond. No, it's okay. I just wanted E to respond to that if he had something to say.
in regards to what though?
Oh no, I was just
Like
go
in
ahead.
defining existence and um, like a belief system.
That's what I
I
wanted
think
to
I've gotten
address.
lost.
I wanted to address, like, a human bias can be what's more familiar and relatable and accustomed to, versus reasoning, in where human beings, they naturally try to seek answers, but the conclusions that they come, it's not familiar, and it's not it's it 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 I'm just saying, my point is, sometimes people can lean towards their biases versus being torn to their biases versus seeking new truths in in finding answers to things. People could be torn between those two things, and sometimes what a person biasly believe in, their identity is in that, and it's more familiar, and they just want to do what's do the culture, do the custom norm, and instead of being open to different things
Yes.
that might not, that
To chew,
that are
chew,
truths that they're not too familiar with. It's not relatable.
Can I tie it
Okay,
back to
yeah,
something
real
that
quick.
was?
Real quick, I wanted to respond to you
Yeah.
if you don't mind, real quick. Um, uh, shit. What we were saying a second ago about justification. The reason I told you all that is because you had asked something about, and I'd forgotten what you had talked about, and then I said that's the reason why we're doing these justification episodes, and then I lost where I went from there. So I'm sorry if I got
Oh,
confused. You asked me a question after that, and I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot what I even said."
no,
So
it's okay. It's okay. Let me draw it back to something that that y'all were talking
yeah, if
about
we can get it
before.
back to the Gettier problem a little bit, I think that's kind of where
Okay,
everybody wants
yeah,
to attack it.
this
You know what I mean?
kind of can tie in there, but like before I joined, like as a caller, like y'all were having a good time and like weed and smoking weed and like I've smoked a lot of weed, so I'm totally there. I was laughing at some of the stories and stuff, but like the nature of what's happening. So let's bring it to home here a little bit. In the United States of America, is like there's this weird divide where like roughly half the states are like, yeah, weed is medical, or weed is at least, or maybe further, like it's
Mm-hmm.
recreational, like
Yeah.
we're cool with weed. And then like there's this other half that's like, no, weed's still legal. And then there's like the federal government's like, we don't really want to touch this right now, but it's still
Right.
technically like a Schedule 1 drug. And we
Right.
all, like everybody here who talked about it earlier, all knows like, no, weed is not fucking cocaine. Weed is not
No, weed
heroin.
is the
Like
most benign
it's
thing
not
on
meth.
planet Earth.
Right. It's not I mean, maybe we've
That was a
enhanced it through
hyperbole, by
growing
the
it
way. So
better, but we haven't chemically produced it to addict people and create monsters,
no, none of
like
that
like
stuff.
like meth realistically, meth does that. Like it really does. Like it makes people horrible people. Like it
Yeah.
does things to them that makes them uncontrollable. Um
Mm-hmm.
and weed, good old marijuana does not do that. You know what I mean? Like I stopped smoking marijuana, and you know how many withdrawals I had? Zero. Like
Zero.
zero. Like
You
maybe a
you
little
might lose a little bit of
psychological.
sleep. You might lose a little bit of sleep, but that's about it, honestly.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll give you my personal experience. Psychological a little bit, because I like to relax at the end of work with a little bit of weed, and so I didn't get that
Yeah.
relaxation, and I started to dream more. So
Oh yeah.
I did have more dreams, at night instead of in my daytime, but other than that, I literally had zero side effects. Still to this day, like zero side effects. So
Yep.
so
That's the beauty of it.
that so that being a quote unquote Schedule 1 drug is
Yeah, it's insulting.
absolutely absurd, and we all know that.
It's insulting.
But there's still places in our country that are
Yep.
they're seeing the facade and not the barn. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
Yeah,
So
and that's in that instance. Is their belief justified, and is it true about what they think concerning cannabis? Right? A
right,
person who was being a skeptic and a critical thinker would be like, is my belief justified and true about marijuana? Let me go look that up and see. That's what we would hope would happen, but a lot of people don't do that. They don't
right.
think
Well,
about
and
if their
it's
belief is
partly
justified or not.
because, and there's other examples of this too, but it's partly because they the empirical knowledge, the things that you're talking about, like looking stuff up, what they read or what they've been told, or what they hear as truth,
Right.
is not the same thing that you and I would both agree on to be those things. Like they're listening to, like, you know uh their preacher who says it's bad, their policeman who says it's bad, probably from different perspectives, but same, you know reasoning, like and I don't want to get into that, but like you get the deeper
Yeah,
ideals that are
I see what you
happening
mean.
in those situations.
The
um
SBC promotion, where Michelle had already been the champion at 170 pounds,
Scott.
was looking for a challenger for the middleweight title.
well, yeah, things like that,
Solve that. You
that
take
are coming
information as much
through the
as possible.
speaker.
To solve that problem, you take in as much information as possible to process to come to a better conclusion, and
Well,
stop being limited
it,
to whatever your little inside you
right,
with your inside group in believing what you want to believe. But
but
sometimes
you're
people
now
don't want.
taking the idea of being a intelligent, self-seeking learner, and that's like, unfortunately, like, yes, I am that person. Like, I do that for myself constantly, have my entire life, but not everybody, and unfortunately, not most people actually do that. Not most people do not actually try to learn and try to find information.
They don't
It's
want.
uncomfortable.
They don't want to.
Right.
Yeah,
Because
it's a
learning
it's a
sometimes is
love
hard.
for us, and it's uncomfortable for other people. It's a
Right,
hard thing to do.
Because it
because
goes
you don't want to be wrong.
the in new information, being contrasting to what you know, and you don't. Some people don't like it.
Right. Being proven wrong can be difficult for people.
There's a lot of people out there that think like we do, though. We have to remember that and be positive about it.
But I mean, I live in the dirty South, so like
Me
where
too.
I'm at, like I'm trying to struggle against that, but at the same time, it's like, and if you do, you understand, like, there's like
I
these
live in
weird
Alabama.
boundaries. I've been there. I live there. I live in South Carolina now, so I'm not that
So you're
far
still in the
away.
South.
I'm in the dirty South.
In
Like,
the
trust me,
dirty
South
South.
Carolina is definitely dirty, dirty South.
Yeah, it is.
Just like Alabama.
There's some big hick accents up there, bro. It's hard to talk to some of those people
Yeah.
and understand what
Yeah.
they're saying, dude.
And so, like, we're swimming upstream. You know what I mean? Like, we're trying
Yeah, I think I know
to
what you mean.
change the perspective, but and when you and I bet you feel this too, but like when you run into somebody who is like you, is a seeker of knowledge and has learned beyond just what they've been told, like, you have like an immediate attachment. You don't have to be best friends, but you right away recognize them, and you're like,
Well, it's always nice to have someone who enjoys seeking the truth without it humanly. You know what I mean? I
right.
love people who want to seek the truth that way. I love it. I think it's a great thing, and I think more people need to get together and do these things where we all sit down, like me and you and Perry and Nivik and everybody have been doing, and kind of breaking all this stuff down and talking it through. I think that's how we should do philosophy. You know what I mean? And all contribute that part
Will
into
you?
it.
If you're not
I'm gonna
open to an
mute. I'm gonna
outside,
mute after this. But
if you're not,
Thomas, will you define for me what epistemology means to you?
Yeah, go ahead, Nivik. I will here in just a second.
if you're open to a further outside paradigm of exposure in taking in information, and to get a better understanding, then it it more hurts. Like a person would just end up just making things up, and to making things up because there's too much of a knowledge gap there, and to process information to come to logical conclusions. So like if you're very isolated and you're limited in your knowledge, um, in exposure, not having that much exposure, so your conclusions would be short-sighted. So you venture out, you take as much information in as possible to come to the best conclusion you can as possible of
Yeah, that's
your
abductive reasoning right there. Yep. Abductive reasoning really does help us in a lot of situations to come to the best possible conclusion very quickly. It's a part of heuristics, and it's a part of biases that we use in cognition. We
So
lost somebody.
something is someone that's unfamiliar to you, they come by, there'll probably be a conclusion of demonizing of that person because there's a fear of what and who you don't understand. That would be natural, as a human being, because people don't relate to what they and who they're not too accustomed to. So that's just a natural thing, and prejudices, prejudging would therefore come about.
Yes,
In
those are all
negative
bad things.
conclusion.
Can I real quick tell E my definition of epistemology? just real quick, and then I'll get back to you, Nivek. Epistemology to me is just the theory of knowledge. It's, the branch of philosophy that's concerned with how to understand and how to consider something knowledge, as opposed to mere belief or mere true belief or mere just justified belief. There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and so when you study epistemology, you're attempting to teach yourself what types of things might be counted as knowledge, and what can we know, what is true, those kind of things that come about. But I mean, these epistemology is the foundation of science, basically. Logic and epistemology both. They're all required to do each other sexually, but yeah, epistemology to me, man, is just attempting to find the best way to understanding what truth is, because I don't really know if I care about concerning if it's absolutely proven as quote unquote knowledge, but I do care if something is true or not. So the truth part is probably just as important as the knowledge part for me. I still want to know about what people and, famous epistemologists has said about knowledge, but I care more if something is true than whether or not I believe it's knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like more the understanding of.
Yeah, I mean,
Is
yeah, in
that
a way,
true?
metaphorically. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know if I follow 100% what you're saying. I don't want to lie to you. It epistemology literally is just one of the branches of philosophy under metaphysics. It's a part of logic, epistemology, and ethics, and ontology are all a part of metaphysics. They all come back to one point. So epistemology is just about what we know and how we can know it and what is knowledge and all that shit.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's all
So,
like a big pyramid if you think about it in your head.
well, and so it does kind of somewhat boil down to what is knowable and what you know and what
Yes.
can be discernible.
Yes. All those questions. Yes.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying earlier about justification. I was saying that justification is a normative process. However, which means it's subjective, right? You can choose your justifications. I can say that the moon is made of green cheese because an alien told me, right? That's my justification.
Yeah.
But my justifications can come from science. I can get my justifications from empirical evidence, from repeatability, from the scientific method, right? And I can get all of my justification from that, and from logical reasoning a priori, and then I can come to an understanding if my belief is well justified enough to be true or not. Like, do my justifications also match what is in reality? That's what I want to get closer and closer to, is get my justifications, like science, better and better and more correct as best I can, so that when I do see what I think is the truth, I can see it more clearly.
Yeah, it seems like knowledge and logic work hand in hand, and
Yes.
you identify something, you get enough information to have an understanding what something is, and identifying it in knowledge, and based off of each understanding of things in knowledge, you could therefore have an idea how those things would interact with each other in a logical outcome. Like when I was using the thread and the 10,000 pound truck
Mm-hmm.
example.
Mm-hmm.
You're identifying something, what it is, you have an understanding of it, and therefore those two, like two things that you have an understanding of, you can come to a logical conclusion of
The
how they
result.
how if
Yeah.
those two things come into contact with each other, how.
Let's let E respond real quick. Go ahead, E.
No,
Just
no,
just
yeah,
let him
no.
jump in, Niv.
I was agreeing and understanding like that the result would be something that you could um, anticipate and define, and and I think that's one of the things for me, like just to make it a little more personal. It's like one
Sure.
of the things for me is like I definitely apply that to myself and to my environment and and my job, other things like I can do these things. I can do them in this way repeatedly, and I can think of multiple examples, but that's not the point. Like where it's
Right.
like, if I do it this way, then I get the similar outcome, and I know that outcome is going to be maybe not exactly the same, but most likely like similar, right? And uh, and there's certain things, of course, and I think we all deal with this, that you can't test. You are like, they're not within your bounds to test, like within
Yeah, they're in
your
science. They're called unobservables.
right. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. Yeah. Like you just can't, there's nothing you can do to do that. And I guess that's like the thing that got me about the barn example. I was like, well, yeah, but my answer to the barn problem is stop at another barn,
Yeah, and check
but
it out. Yeah.
what if you never go down that street again?
Well, see what they didn't tell us at the first of that experiment, which I want to get back to Honnenheim. He looked up something for me a long time ago, and then I never got to go back to him just because we've had a lot of speakers, and that's okay. But no, Honnenheim, did you ever get to read that example about the barns on that page?
No, I didn't get to read it. I think
You didn't get to read it. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. You can mute if you need to.
Couldn't find it.
Oh, you couldn't find it? I can barely hear you,
Try
buddy.
again
I'm
now.
sorry.
Try again quickly now. Give me a second. Then I did look up epistemology, but I couldn't find it.
Just scroll down the page until you get to it says Gettier problem. It'll have a image on the right.
So I'm scrolling down. It's got background, central concepts, defining the value problem, acquiring knowledge, the regress problem, schools of thought in epistemology. Which one of those domains of inquiry in epistemology? I don't know
Here,
which one
slow
of those to
down. You went a
press.
little too far. Get to defining knowledge on that page. Find that. Find defining knowledge.
Defining knowledge. Justify. Okay, I have the Getty problem. Justify
Yeah,
true
look.
belief.
Yeah. That on the right is the Venn diagram, and then the example is in the first paragraph.
The justified true belief account of knowledge came under severe criticism in the 12th century. Okay, here we go. In the famous so-called Gettier case, a person is driving on a country road. There are many barn facades. Barn facades, key, that is very key, along this road, and only one.
Honnenheim, do we lose you? Can anybody else hear him?
No, I lost him.
Damn it. Honnenheim, we can't hear you here. I'll text it to him. Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, we hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'll come back.
It's okay. So the thing with the barn case is that the first of it says, in a famous so-called Gettier case, comma, a person is driving on a country road. That's all they give us information about the person. They don't tell us if they have a justified true belief about the barn. They don't tell us shit. They just say a person is driving on a country road. And then after that, it says there are many barn facades, or like fake barns, along this road and only one real barn. But it is not possible to tell the difference between them from the road. So I'm assuming that this person has to have a justified true belief that one of these is the barn, but I'm still kind of confused. So it's saying that the person stops by fortuitous coincidence or luckily in front of the only real barn and then forms the belief that that is a barn. That's weird, though, because it says the idea behind this thought experiment is that this is not knowledge, even though the belief is both justified and true. But that's the weird thing. He didn't know until, he went up to the barn. You know what I mean? So that's what the problem here that me and Perry were trying to come to terms with in that example. And
Well,
we couldn't really.
Not to steer us too off course. If you want, like you can
Sure, that's fine. Go ahead.
shut this down. But it's happening, and it's going to happen even worse, like in the coming future, because we're gonna have like we already do, but it's going to get worse. We're going to have a reality issue because we currently,
You mean like young people, or who do you mean when you say
well,
we?
yeah, I mean humans, like, because
Okay,
like,
humans. I got you.
yeah, but yeah, definitely younger people,
I figured
because
that's what you were trying to say. I just didn't know for sure.
like as virtual reality takes hold, and right now,
Oh, I
like
know where you're going.
we're on a cusp of this, right? But
Yeah.
like proof proof for humans has been in the eyes, and then like TV has obviously, I don't
It's
want to,
weird how proof is mainly visual, isn't it?
right. And well, and
Justification always comes from
like,
usual visual data.
yeah, it's like visual, but like it's the five senses, it's
It is. Yeah, it
can
is.
you smell it? Can you touch it? Can you see it?
There's a couple of other senses in the sensory network, but those are the 5 main ones.
Right. Yeah. And so like the thing about VR, and I don't know how much sci-fi you've gotten into, but like the thing
Oh,
about
I love
VR is
sci-fi.
like,
Talk it up.
yeah, so like if you've gotten into VR sci-fi at all, it's like it's already projected into like beyond the goggles. Like the goggles were the first experience, right? And I remember this like in the like back in the day, because I'm a little bit older, where it's like
Yeah,
you
I'm
got
36, bro.
okay, we're similar age. Yeah, I'm
All
38.
right, cool.
So
Yeah, I remember the VR headsets,
you got
bro.
in the
I
ring and you
totally
put the
remember
big
them.
heavy headset on
Oh
and you
yeah,
did the thing, right?
it was
Well,
black and
and
red,
now,
wasn't it?
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, that was a different one, but yes, I know exactly what
What
you're
was
talking about. I
that
did
one
that
called?
too.
Do you remember what that one was called? The black and
That
red
was a
one, was that?
Nintendo 3D or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but the mall version was more expensive, and you didn't get to do it for very long, and it was like in the ring, and it was way better, but it was very expensive and it was heavy, um, and now here we are. It's like it's in your home. You put the headset on. Now it's audio. It's 3D audio, and so like it's expanding. But like if you get into the books and you get like into like what people have already projected in writing, it's like suits. It's tanks where you're fully immersed and like you don't know the difference between touch or smell
Are you
or
talking about sensory
sound.
deprivation tanks?
No, well, that's the technology that's going to be developed into this, but
Oh,
again,
okay.
like I'm talking about it within reading like a book. This doesn't exist yet. It's
Oh,
just
I was thinking
projected.
how it could be implemented. I'm sorry. My bad.
No,
I jumped.
it's dope that you're there, but
Hmm.
like the thing is like, okay, so you take uh again, if you read the books, right, like right now it's the headset and it's the headphones, right? Like so you get sound and you get vision and you get like a little a controller. Do you know what haptics is?
Do I
Haptics
know what
is
is? I didn't hear that.
haptics.
Haptics. That sounds familiar. Let me look it up.
Yeah. So haptics is the idea of something that provides feedback, but physically. So you put on a glove, right? But
Oh, I
when you
see it.
squeeze your
Yeah, I see
hand,
it. Yeah.
it creates a force against your hand, so you feel like you're holding the object. But that's
Mm-hmm. I
not
see
just
that.
limited to your hand. Haptics could be a bodysuit, right? So your
I'm
entire
seeing some really
body.
cool images. If you guys Google this shit, haptic technology, it's really cool.
Yeah.
I
And
like it.
this is what I'm saying. It's like this is all in books. This is books that have been written years ago, decades ago. Like this has already been projected, like Star Trek, on
Oh,
TV.
okay.
Like
So you're
so,
saying it was like a premonition or something like that
well,
by these
just
people in the past?
a prediction of technology. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
so um so eventually, like the things that we use to prove reality and like it's affecting our reality now because kids, people who are too into just shooting people online, like they go out and they shoot people and people are like, what happened? And like
Sometimes.
I'm not saying I blame video games. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like that. Whether you like it or not, that has to be a factor, because like
Oh,
that
it
much
definitely is a
violence,
factor. I'll give
that
you
much
that.
violence in your eyeballs, and then
Yeah, I'll give
feeling
you
like
that.
you have no other recourse and there's nothing else for you to do, and then you go out and shoot people. Like this wasn't a problem until we made guns and violent video games, violent videos, violent content, if you will, prolific. Like that, you can't say it doesn't matter, because it didn't happen like this before. Like, yeah, sure, people shot each other, but they shot each other for a reason. Like, anyway, I'm sorry, I don't
You're
mean
okay to get off topic. It's all right.
yeah.
I don't mind.
But
I
what
don't
I'm
mind
trying
your
to get at
musings.
is more the whole idea that, like, okay, so now you're in a place where touch, visual, auditory, maybe even smell, possibly taste, is now being manipulated by VR, right? Like actual virtual
Oh,
reality,
that'd be
not just like
awesome.
Hey,
semi-sensual stuff, but
hey,
all of
Perry, are
them.
you back?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
moderating for a second. I have to piss really bad. E, you talk to Perry. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, it's cool. So like all of this stuff is now contributing to your perception of reality.
Yeah,
And
I've been listening, and the haptic stuff is crazy. I mean,
have you seen this before?
I haven't seen it in practice, really, but
We've had haptic feedback for like decades. Do you
well,
not
with
remember
our
the
with our phone, is that what you were saying? How like when we touch
no?
our phone, or like what?
Do you not remember the Nintendo GoldenEye haptic feedback attachment that when you shoot it shakes your hand?
Well,
That's
right,
basic haptic
absolutely.
feedback.
That was when it was
Yeah.
first defined. Was you got the N64 vibrator? Now it's in your phone, so you get a vibration on your phone. Like,
Yeah.
but the thing is that the definition of haptic is actually physical feedback, right? Like if you look up the word, it's talking about giving you physical sensory touch feedback, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is if you take that and then you multiply it and divide it by however many years, decades, it's like if you look at VR stuff, like it
Are you saying the curve
like,
of technology and where haptics will be in the next 5 or 10
Are you
years?
talking about the Matrix? Are you talking about the Matrix?
well, sort of, yes, and also where it was 5 or 10 years ago when I first took interest in this, and I was like,
Right.
oh wow, that glove can give you feedback like you're grabbing something. And they're like, oh, it's a Kickstarter,
You know, you
and
caught
like
my
that
attention.
Kickstarter never got bought because a company bought them. You know what I mean? Like nobody ever got the glove because they were like, fuck that. Like, we're just going to buy you up and we're going to take you in and we're going to start developing this technology. And we don't see this yet because anybody who's smart knows that you don't release the tech
Right.
until it's adaptable, usable, affordable. Like you gotta get through some of these hurdles. So there's probably billionaires out there who
I think they have
have some
prototypes.
of this tech, like millionaires out there who
Mm-hmm.
have some of this tech, you know, thousand millionaires or whatever, like people who have, 100,000 plus worth of spending cash that have bought some of this tech. And I've seen it, like the thing you can run on with your socks, that was a thing 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Like the dude that built the hand glove thing that I'm talking about, that was easily more than 5 years ago. Like
So you
so
you caught my attention when you said taste and eating
and
and
smell.
stuff and smell. Like that'd be crazy to eat a burger and not
Are
actually
y'all
eat a
familiar with
burger.
the All In podcast?
What is it?
The All In podcast?
I've
No.
heard that before. I'll have to pull
Okay,
it up.
so you're on the call-in app that was made by who?
I'm guessing All In is where you're going.
Okay, fine. If y'all aren't there yet, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. No, I'm serious. Like, it's totally cool.
No, I believe you. It's all
However,
good.
one of the four people who are on that podcast is invested, like as in started a company that makes a drink machine. Okay? The drink machine sends cartridges out, and it has cartridges that can do, I'll start with the best one: alcohol, carbonation, flavoring, and I'm missing one, and a fourth one, right? But the idea behind the machine is it can mix all these things to create any flavor that you want, right?
Sounds unhealthy and artificial.
Well, as unhealthy as Coca-Cola? No, it's probably healthier because
Could be.
they're
Coca-Cola's
trying,
pretty
you know what
unhealthy.
I mean?
Yeah.
And definitely no plastic bottles. It's like a machine that just pumps out the
You just
juice
mix it
that
with
you want.
water or something.
Right. I think juice is the other one. Whatever.
Juice,
Yeah. So water plus flavoring plus, if you want it to be alcohol or you want it to be carbohydrated, sugar. Sugar was the fourth one.
Sugar.
Right. So it can be sugar. It can be a seltzer, or it can be a beer, or it can be a wine. Like that's kind of their goal. Take the beer with a grain of salt. I don't think it's quite
energy
that good,
drink,
but whatever.
probably.
But
Energy
what
drink.
they're doing is they're creating
Coffee.
flavors and cartridges, right?
Right.
Which could potentially be put into the machine to give you a drink that tastes like whatever drink that you bought in VR.
I could see that. Seems pretty practical.
Yeah.
Right. So not his goal, not what he was trying to do. I'm just saying that technology can be applied into this.
I want a fucking holodeck. I want a fucking holodeck from Star Trek, man.
So this is augment.
But the thing about the holodeck is it's impractical because the holodeck.
Hang on, Nee, 1 second. Let's let Honenheim jump in. I'm gonna hear you out, I swear.
Yeah.
So this is augmented
just hold
reality.
that thought.
This is augmented reality. You should have a look at that. There's some incredible augmented reality. The best example of that is go-kart. Just type into YouTube go-kart augmented reality. That's the future, I think, of artificial AR is. AR is going to be that's so much easier. Just have a look at go-kart augmented reality, and it's incredible.
No, I agree. If I may, I agree. Augmented reality is probably the best tech as far as the current situation. Like, put a pair of glasses on, and you can see a screen on any wall that doesn't even have a wall. Like I agree. But what I'm talking about right now is sensory.
No, that's not augmented reality.
Manipulation. And
that's
so
not augmented reality
is applying.
Let's hear what Honenheim has a little. He disagrees a little bit. No, it's okay. I know it's hard to hear sometimes, and there's a bit of a delay. But usually, when somebody has if in conversation, at least on my podcast, if somebody has like a contention to your point, I think we owe them the honor of stopping and trying to deal with the contention.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So go ahead, Honenheim.
I was just going to say that's not augmented. Augmented reality is when you have VR. You have a VR headset, and what you're seeing coincides with what's there, apart from what you're seeing. So you'll be able to move within the environment that's there. So you'll just have to look up augmented reality go karting and that. So imagine
I will
that,
say that Honenheim is like studied this kind of stuff because he's big into transhumanism. So he wants to be like honestly, would you be in a virtual reality like that simulated everything like the Matrix? Would you go in that?
Oh yes, one of my brothers works for. So one of my brothers works for a. He creates virtual environments for militaries, different countries' militaries, and I'm trying to convince him to make Zelda Land. So we would just basically buy a mountain and create the whole of Zelda, and then you would live in Zelda. You put on the headset, which would be a helmet, and the only time you take it off is when you go into your room, which would be like a hut, and you go to sleep. So you put on the helmet, and then you would just go into Zelda Land, and then you would be interacting with actual people, with possibly robots with smells, and you'd be in another world. So using the same technology, you'll see. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what do you think about that, E?
Oh, well, so no, I I definitely understand the difference between AR and VR. The thing about AR, and I do actually really think that what you're saying is true, that the step in between is probably going to be AR, because especially people of my generation, and I'm like getting to 40, but I'm not 40. But
Yep, that's us too.
they're going to incorporate AR, because once you make a pair of Ray-Bans, this is where they haven't gotten to, but they've been trying to, and there's been a lot of money put into this tech. Um, uh, Microsoft did HoloLens.
Yeah,
Google
HoloLens
invested
was
into
cool.
that company. I can't think of its name right now, but they were supposed to like create the next AR. Never released anything. But like if you could put on a pair of Ray-Bans, and you could like put a little like dial on your phone that says opaque or solid, and it could change from a screen in front of your eyes to, I can see everything in the world, but it's still going to give me the content that I decided, like time, temperature, next appointment, or whatever. Like you pick your GUI, whatever is going to pop up on a screen. But it's a pair of Ray-Bans, so nobody knows whether or not you're wearing glasses or you're wearing sunglasses. They don't
Augmented
know. They
reality.
don't know. They don't know, because it's only for you. Like that's the step, right, for AR. But
Did
what I'm talking about is that
okay, go ahead.
VR is going to take it to the next level, where you don't go outside, because everything that you can experience outside, you can experience in VR, because you have haptics, you have taste, you have smell, you have audio, you have visual, and again, haptics is full body, so it's like touch, full touch capabilities,
So it is
and
kind of it's like the Matrix.
right, like what I'm talking about is like the transition into that,
Let's
and
let
so
Hohenheim jump in here, or Perry,
If
yeah,
real
you've
quick.
seen
please.
you've seen Black Mirror, yeah?
Oh yeah, definitely. Well,
Yeah, so that kind of technology, I'd say the end goal, and I'd love to do that.
right. Right. So what we're in right now is the transition, and
What's
it's
Black
part of the
Mirror?
reason. It's
It's
part
a
of the
TV
reason
Yeah.
I
show.
think that people underestimate Meta/Facebook, because I do think Zuckerberg is right about it. I don't know that I agree with the direction he's going in, but like he's right that that's where people who are way younger than us are going to live and grow.
Yep.
And the AR, like I said, that's going to be a transitional period. Like that's going to bridge a gap. And there's always going to be the physical world. There's always going to be people who have to live and work in the physical world. But the divide has been growing. And anybody who doesn't see that is I mean,
A
like the
quick
financial
question:
divide is growing.
you rather VR than AR?
No, I think AR is going to bridge the gap.
Yeah, VR
I
is
would
the goal.
personally, I would invest in AR right now, but I think VR is the future.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
my
And this
problem
is
with
where I'll be
VR is that
sitting waiting with my.
a person can manipulate your reality,
Nivik, don't cut. Nivik,
but I,
slow down, bud. It's okay.
No,
Just
no, no.
don't
I
yell.
like it. Let him go. Let him go.
I don't mind him talking. I just didn't just tone it
the
down.
problem is
Go
somebody
ahead.
can manipulate your reality with VR alone. Like with the problem, there's a problem with the Matrix. Remember?
Well, but that's what
You
people
can
want.
run over. You can run over people with cars. Doesn't mean we should not drive cars, though.
No, I'm saying like the reality that you're in. If you have a
Like
person that of a
hackers.
power who can manipulate your reality, you believe whatever reality
Yeah,
is
hackers
designed
are
for
going to
you
be
to
an
believe
issue.
what you want to believe. That's the advantage of augmented reality instead of virtual. Augmented, at least you're interacting with with the reality. With VR,
I'm going to
you
disagree with
could
you,
be potentially manipulated. Okay.
and here's why. Because as soon as you allow it, and okay, here's the reality. everybody in this chat, all of us already have allowed it. But as soon as you let your interpretation of reality be defined by a computer, the hacker thing that you're talking about is true, yes, but it doesn't matter if it's AR or VR, it's already happening even on your phone. Okay? Your reality has been defined or potentially been manipulated, the way you're putting it, through your interaction with the digital content that you're being provided. So, yes, you're right. In VR, they
That's
could
not necessarily
potentially
true. We interact with
take. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
we're
Go ahead, Nivik.
in an environment. We're not in a complete VR environment where it could be completely controlled by the um, whatever the controller. We're still interacting with the environment in where we could manipulate it. We were engaging with the environment and interacting with it in a way that um that's how that's you
Well,
know that in where you there's some self autonomy there.
okay. Yes, I agree.
Boys, we had a new caller. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. I was about to interrupt you to bring a new caller
But
in, but he dropped.
so here's my it's not a counter argument because I agree with what you're saying, but like we release our freedoms for convenience, like that's the truth. So um, not to get too political, but like just take the Patriot Act and throw it out the window, but apply that to the fact that we all carry the best spyware ever in our pockets. You have a camera that looks both ways, and now it's
Oh yeah.
getting better. The cameras are getting better. You have a
Yeah.
microphone, you have a
Yep.
GPS device, you have all these things. You literally are a walking, talking, visual representation, um, and we forfeited that because of convenience. Okay, so the next step, like I said, AR is the step in between, is to make that a wearable device, which Apple's already done, and Samsung and all the rest of them followed suit just shortly after, where you get a watch. It's something that's on your body, right? It's not implanted because implants are, oof,
Yeah, it's still
nobody
iffy with a
wants to
lot of
do
people.
implants, right? But you wear a
Yeah.
watch, and people who wear watches put them on first thing in the morning and take them off when they go to bed. Like I don't wear a watch personally because I don't like things on my wrist. Like it's a personal preference thing. But anybody who who wears an Apple
Yeah.
Watch, they
Talk
put it on
talk
in the
about
morning.
the talk about the NSA being able to track you if you had a
Exact
smartphone watch.
exactly
If you had a
where you
smartphone
are.
watch, it most of the time be always on you. You know what I mean? So
Exactly where you are.
yeah.
Precision GPS. Okay,
Yeah.
not are you in the area? Like where are you exactly? Because
Your
it's
phone can
using
literally tell the government right now exactly where you are. You know what I mean? If
exactly
they
where you
wanted
are.
to, yeah, if they wanted to, they
Right.
could find exactly where you are.
Right.
So
And your watch makes it even easier because
yeah,
even if you put your phone down or you leave it in your car, if you're wearing your watch.
yeah,
Okay. So we're already past that, right? So at that point you now make and I mean, prove me wrong in a couple years. You can call me back and say, "Hey, Eric, you were wrong." Yeah, sorry, I just like released
it's
some of my
okay.
info sec, but
I share my name online and I don't give a fuck.
yeah, but but wear your sunglasses. They're on your face, and your glasses that correct your vision. If you actually wear glasses, are on your face, exactly
hmm
where you are. So even if you don't wear the watch, you have the glasses on, and those
Yeah, the
glasses are
glasses thing I see
providing
happening. Yeah.
everything. Like they did trials, but they were like they were joke trials. You know what I mean? Like Google Glass
Mm.
like it failed because it didn't look like Ray-Bans.
That's probably
Period.
it's probably
Yeah,
true.
like because people could see it and they were like, And then Facebook did something recently that like I still don't even know. I've never seen a pair or that I know of, but they partnered with Ray-Ban. Like I don't know if y'all
Damn,
saw this in the news, but like it was a
I
thing.
did not.
Yeah, and it wasn't largely advertised. They didn't really large release it, and it's partly because it wasn't really good tech. It basically was just a camera and like a button, you know, like, and it was like, oh, this is kind of weird, you know, and it didn't do any of the things I'm talking about. Where it's like, okay, this is a screen. It provides feedback. It provides info. It has, you know, a dialable, you know, change inside of itself,
Right.
like whether or not you're looking into a screen or like these things that are coming. They're just not here yet, but they're working on it.
Oh, I
But
like all these ideas.
yeah, well, I mean
Let
they're
somebody else
dope.
go ahead and finish up your idea, and let's let Honenheim or Perry or Nivik or somebody jump in. Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead, E.
so the last thought is then the jump is to okay, make that an immersive experience. Like we've all heard that term, right? And in VR, like if you have the glasses and you can walk around with them like normal, the immersive experience has to be something better, bigger, and that is going to be, like I said, things that are also being developed, haptics and other immersive senses, so like smell,
Yeah.
taste, etc. All right.
Gotcha. All right. Honenheim, did you have anything to say to that? Because you know way more about this shit than I do. Got to give him a second. It takes him a second to get on sometimes.
I got nothing to say. I'm enjoying.
Yeah, I was enjoying it too. I just wanted to make sure everybody was getting their say, and
I don't really know too
was
much about. I mean, I've obviously seen videos and people play games and shit, but I don't have any like kind of prediction on. I mean,
E just taught me about the haptics.
Future. Yeah,
I didn't know about haptics until he taught me about that a
haptics
minute
is
ago.
cool
So
too.
yeah.
But the potential is obviously grand, and the learning curve is still on the uprise with technology, it seems. So who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true that.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear Nivik, or is he robot?
No.
Okay.
Beep boop.
It's because his job, he has to go all over the place. Keep trying, Nivik. It's okay, bud. Keep trying. You still got some roboting going on.
Go ahead. You guys.
Okay, it's all right. I mean, as soon as you're not roboted, just tag in.
The one, it's not exactly related, but the tech, what am I thinking of? The futurism topic that always gets me is the bioengineering side of it. Like
CRISPR?
CRISPR, expanding our own intelligence.
Yeah, I think that's where the real new advances are going to come in biology is CRISPR and the gene editing technology. I think that's going to be some big advances in the next 40, 50 years.
Yeah. I tend to think AI plus CRISPR means we could almost do anything.
Androids that we can download into synthetic brains, and we can just continually change out androids for eternity.
We are program my AI.
Yeah, we are androids, Nivik. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I know.
Yeah. It might not be wired, but we're using it.
You're still breaking up for me, Nivik, and you're muted for me somehow.
Yeah, that's
no. I'm
weird.
saying
it happens every time. He'll start to say something, then it'll cut straight out. That sucks.
But yeah, I imagine like with an AI that's in a computer separate from my body, we could and CRISPR, we could, because we have protein folding down, and we have, I think it's RNA, and we have DNA. I don't know if we have mitochondrial DNA yet,
Well, if we could make, biologically, if we could make all the biological, useless code in there actually do something useful and like repair itself or whatever CRISPR can do. I'm not fully up on all the science of gene editing. I just know that it's a big deal and that it's gonna, because I watched the John Oliver episode on it on the gene editing. So I'm very excited to see where it goes.
I mean, if you imagine the limits, I'm imagining like spaceship, like we could plant a seed and grow either a spaceship or spaceship parts.
Yes.
Like it could
Yes.
be that weird, or like grow a human out of a flower. Like we could get.
Well,
to that
remember
eventually.
in Star Trek, not only did they have the holodeck, but they also had the replicator. Remember?
Yeah.
It would use the particles in the air and shit to form the right particles to be food or to be, a guitar or whatever that the replicator would do.
Have you ever heard the theory about the teleporter, which is that every time you got teleported, you actually you died, but then
that is that's a thought experiment called the transporter problem, and it's, are you the same person after you transported once, and did the old you die?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yes.
We're already doing it now.
Sorry, you're still.
Oh my god!
It was really loud there for a second, bud.
We're already doing it because our thoughts of that.
Damn.
Nivik's actually been turned into a robot through this conversation, so he's now been uploaded to the cloud.
The neural network.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't get any of that, Nivik.
Yeah, Nivik, buddy, we can't hear you, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know it's frustrating.
Testing.
Oh, it's getting better. Yes. All right, try now.
Whoops.
Testing.
Yeah, we hear the testing.
Testing.
Have we been trying to find a spot for Nivik this whole time?
No. I said our cells die out and they replicate. We're already a clone.
Oh yeah. Oh that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we were talking about the transporter problem, Perry.
Every 7 years.
Well, that the old you ain't the same you. Sorry, I hate to break it to you.
Wait.
Most likely the old copy.
Finally got service.
How do you define yourself? That's what it depends on. If you are the pattern that your brain creates, then you are still alive after the transporter. But if you are your physicality, then no, you died.
We don't even have to talk about the transporter problem. We can just say personal identity over time. I mean, since you're radiating atoms and taking on new ones all the time,
Exactly.
aren't you, in your pre-cortex and your neuroplasticity? Nivik, you're going to have to mute, buddy. That's really loud.
Yeah, I mean, Nivik was right when he says that you're not your old self because you're every
yeah, that's right.
You're
Yeah,
changing.
that's right.
That's right. A true version is a static version, like a rock, and that's not live.
I disagree.
That's
the rock is still.
Everything we do is a process. Everything we do is a process of destruction and creation simultaneously happen.
But that's what I would call the upload problem. Because if you upload yourself, and you do that in an instant, right? Can you actually become more? If that possibility is real, can you actually evolve into what you would have been like 50 or 100 years from now if you upload yourself currently?
Human beings do like what a vaccine. A vaccine is you evolving. It's you making changes to the body and with the RNA and creating antibodies to respond to for your body to create an immune response to take out a foreign body, a virus in your body. So humans have the way have a way to manipulate our body to in evolving to adapt.
But if you were to digitize yourself and become an upload into a computer system as your current self right now, those changes would never take effect.
We're
So
already
would you
digitized.
still evolve?
DNA is programming, is what I'm saying. We're just information, and our bodies replicate based off of the genetic coding of the information of our bodies, and you are a replica of your old self. You're a clone.
You're saying every second as we go along, we're cloning.
Sorry.
I'm just playing with you.
He's not totally wrong. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
man,
No,
I
I'm
guess
not. I
that's
didn't
what
say
he's
it was
really
wrong at
getting
all.
at.
he's
I thought it
right
was a cool
actually,
idea.
but
Yeah.
so if you upload that into a computer though in a static sense,
That's
right?
static.
Like
Yeah.
then it would become a static version of you in the moment, not that
Yeah, it would
which
just be a
is
picture. It would be like a
That
snapshot. Yeah.
that's one
right.
Black Mirror possibility, but I feel like there's
Yeah.
also the possibility of dynamic after you're uploaded. You're uploaded as a static copy, but that static copy could start
Well,
changing, could it not?
could you
Only if you
program
bought only if
could
you
you
bought extra
program
memory, Terry.
neuroplasticity? Well, yeah.
If you
Could you
bought
program
extra memory,
neuroplasticity?
Right.
Hang
Right.
on just a second.
Exactly.
Could you program neuroplasticity into the code into the system to where it could form new neural networks? It could form
You'd
new
have
neural
to.
pathways.
Something like that.
Yeah, because otherwise it would just be like a snapshot. You know, you couldn't upload quote unquote your consciousness. You know, because it'd be the same thing as teleporting your consciousness into the internet. So I don't know how. You know.
Yeah. Why couldn't I simulate my entire biology and then just
Right.
say, yeah?
Exactly. If we had a formula or something for it, then I mean, it actually seems like the possibilities are more likely to be dynamic when you think of all of the possible things that you could code into that upload to make it change.
Mm-hmm.
Even just DNA replication. I feel like if you could code in DNA replication, that intrinsically makes it dynamic and not static.
That's why they're trying to make quantum computing more viable options so that they can have those complex protein sequences and DNA sequences mapped simultaneously. That's something really cool. If Scott were here, he could tell you about it. Dow, you're really quiet, buddy. No, that's Dow. Dow, you're really quiet, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna just take off my headphones.
Are you still there, Dow?
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm turning off my headphones.
That sounds better now.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, you sound way better now. Yeah.
I think they just have to like hit my jawbone or something. To, like I have to press them in really hard.
Yeah, you're good.
But,
No, it's fucking crazy.
What was I saying? Oh, it's really weird because if my entire genetics is simulated, that means I could have sex in my digital body and then like clone our child into the world.
Wait.
Yeah.
So you could like
the digital world.
What's the opposite?
No, the
of
real
upload?
world. We could like
Download.
3D print and.
So you could download your made child that you made virtually into reality. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if with the technology, of course.
Jesus.
Hypothetically.
I mean,
abortions would be much more moral,
yeah.
it seems like.
Technically, it would be the same thing as like teleportation, right? I mean, you're just changing the atoms in one area to the atoms in an order in another area, right?
But if you're a digital self, why would you biologically create a child instead of just
true? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Bringing it into your same existence.
Well, I could. You're quiet again, I think.
Why would you want a
really
digital?
Quiet, buddy.
If my kid was 18,
still quiet.
Okay, no, I'm taking off the headphones.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, bud. Are you done, Dal, or are you trying to get back to us?
I'm trying. Hold on.
There you go.
Okay.
Does this work? Do you guys hear an echo when you talk or anything?
No, you're good.
Yes, I do a little bit, but no, it's not bad.
At least I don't know how to take myself off speaker, but I can turn my volume.
You're good, Doug. You can go ahead.
Shit. Forgot what I was saying.
Like, why would you create a biological baby when you could just keep it in virtual?
I was thinking like my kid could turn 18 and decide he wants to touch real grass.
Right,
Then,
yeah.
yeah.
The experience is assumingly different. Maybe not.
Or
but...
maybe I live in a robot body. I could, or something.
Right. Like maybe you can download and like experience like physical world for a while and then upload again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, definitely possible, like in this reality we're creating.
Now,
Yeah, in
what
this
if
thought experiment for sure.
I
now
love
what
it.
if we're God's baby and he hasn't downloaded us into the world yet?
Okay,
Now,
well, I believe in that more than some of the theologies on hand.
That's good.
yeah.
That was good, Perry. Yeah, it would be easier to stomach the virtual thing. I mean, I can even accept that I'm already in a simulated environment
Right,
and that it's just
exactly.
so fucking complex that we can't tell the difference.
Possibly. Yeah, it's definitely a possibility.
That's
I don't like
that's how I look at
it though.
things
I
now.
still
This is that where we're in, because like, why would you want to be a digital you? You're kind of a digital you. When I was mentioning DNA, you're programming, uh, and you replicate based off of your cells replicate based off your programming, your genetic
Mm-hmm.
programming.
Let's let E respond. He was talking there.
well, I was just saying I don't like that idea because I think that people use that as a scapegoat, like as like this isn't my real life, you know what I mean? And
Oh yeah, if people
and
are saying that, I mean,
it
until
gets
we find a
really
way out, it is our real
really
life. You know
it
what I'm
gets
saying?
really dangerous to go down that rabbit hole, you know.
I mean,
Whereas
you know.
like if you want to go with my parents' perspective, like, you know, which is very much like Christian, like
Yep, mine too.
they believe that they're gonna die and they're gonna go to heaven, and
Yep.
that's because of their beliefs. And they're
Yep.
very like, in the grand scheme of Christian, they're very liberal, like believe in Jesus Christ and you're gonna go to heaven or whatever. But
My parents are
um
the opposite.
uh, yeah, no, I know. Yeah, like that's kind of their. But that being said, like there's a part of me that agrees with their mentality, and that's the hard part for me. It's like I don't necessarily think they're wrong. I just don't think that they're right. You know?
Yeah,
So you're unsure.
yeah.
That's okay.
Well,
My
it's
parents tell
more.
me that I'm going to hell because I'm gay. So that's fun.
Well, they're stupid. No, my dad would probably say the same thing, and
A quick
I'm not
state,
saying he's stupid, but you know he's wrong. No, it's more that like the the idea that they have, I don't necessarily disagree with. That being good is good, right?
It's a useful fiction.
It is
However,
useful for some people, yes.
however, um, their idea that there is a heaven and a hell, I do disagree.
Okay. Dal, I think, was trying to speak and it didn't. Dal, are you back with us? Nivik, I'm gonna get you in a second.
Yeah,
One sec.
this
Dal,
app is
were you
just.
trying to say something?
I wasn't trying to say something. This app is just glitchy as hell.
Oh, okay. All right. Perry or Nivik, go
a
ahead. I
quick
don't even know if Honenheim is with us. I don't know if he wants to say anything.
Go for it, Nivik.
a quick statement with the with the reason why I like the augmented reality than the virtual is that you have a bit of a choice between the two. If anybody fucks with your reality, you can escape in the because augmented reality is reality and virtual combined. And if anybody messes with your reality, you can escape in the virtual with the augmented reality. And if anybody messes with your virtual reality, you at least you're attached to reality.
Best of both
You have
worlds.
an either or option. That's the benefit of the augmented reality. Of that, that's a combination of the virtual world with the real world.
Can I ask if you have a headset, Nivek?
No, he's at work right now,
No,
so
I mean
he's.
do you own or
Oh,
have you ever used virtual reality, Nivek?
No,
So there's some headsets out there that allow you to do what's called pass through, right? So you're in virtual reality and then you can activate a button or whatever and it shows you like through a camera
oh,
reality,
that'd be
right?
trippy.
So you're in virtual reality, you get lost, you start to get dizzy, you hit a button, and what the camera does is it actually shows you
Oh,
IRL, if you will. You know, like it shows you your
Oh,
environment.
it gives you a heads-up display kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a real thing.
That's fucking
So
awesome.
so what you're talking about, and this is what I was kind of trying to say, is like the AR thing it's a filter, right? So the filter can be
I get what you're
well,
saying.
okay, cool.
You can be in pure virtual, and then you can have a switch to augmented.
And it can be a filter. So it can be like half and half, you know, or no virtual but just the heads up display, you know,
Mm.
or zero. You could
so you
literally turn your
can
glasses
control
into
the
full pass through.
immersion, how much
Right.
Yeah,
What's
but
that,
immersion
you want
you
Perry?
to
want.
peek every now and then at reality to make sure it is what it is, right?
Well, or where am I in the room so I don't punch my TV, you
Yeah,
know?
Yeah, that would be the most helpful part of it,
Yeah.
so that you don't
No,
run into a wall.
this already exists, man. This is
Yeah, I
the
did
real
believe
you
it.
see
thing.
the video of the guy who he's like jumped as if he was jumping off a cliff, and he headbutted his TV? Some Arabic guy, some group of Arabic guys. Oh my god, it was
No, but I
so
want to
funny.
see that. That's
Oh, I
You
awesome.
would
want to
probably
see it
just
now.
search up literally those keywords like
If you can find
Arabic
the video,
guy.
put that bitch in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. I'll look. I'll look.
This
Yeah.
is this is why I'm conflicted because like the reality that you're in, you don't know if you're manipulated because a lot of times the way society is manipulated, it could be you could there could be things beyond your understanding. That's how come like when we were talking about technology could more inform you and you can have a deeper understanding of your reality. It's kind of like with like with the weather system, right? You have tech that will let you know what the environment in a wide radius is, in where you can pack up and go someplace else or not, and so you you being more you having like you could be you could be manipulated by manipulated through your environment in where you only have enough knowledge based on your limited exposure in the environment that you're in. And I'm just saying like the same thing can happen with virtual reality as well, and where if it's only virtual and you're not being you don't have if you're not in touch with the in touch with reality and what's going on, then you could potentially be trapped in the virtual world.
And that honestly, that's why I brought this into this conversation. Like I know I digress into a lot of different ideas about this, but like
That's
it's
okay. That's
because
okay.
the whole idea was you interpret reality based on what you're presented with, and what if you take VR to the next level where somebody else is applying this to you in a way that you can't interpret the difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's why we go on the internet. We take in more information. There's more a state of awareness of what's going on in the world,
Dal, were you trying to say something? Nivik, hang on one second. I think Dal was trying to talk.
No,
What's up, Dal?
I was just muting myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to watch people's blips when they want to say something. So, Perry, did you have something to say before I get back to Nivik?
So what Nivik was saying with the internet and how we're, exposed to all this information, I immediately now think of the Gettier problem, how we could be exposed to something on the internet to
Yeah, I
see
thought about that.
that it's true, but when maybe that was just a bad, it's a bad website.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an epiphany.
We've got to have an episode on researching sources, on sourcing
for sure.
material from the internet, on
corroborating
sources. Yes, I've got to do an episode on that to show people how to find sourcing.
And I linked a video, but it's not the video that I was talking about, but that one's funny too. It's pretty much the same thing of the video that I was talking about.
I think the funniest thing tonight is the guy with the weed blower.
Yeah.
He wasted so
honestly.
much, man. I'm jealous too.
I wanted to be on that couch. Just fucking inhaling as much as I can.
That's the thing. People try to get as much understanding as possible away from fuckers that try to distort their reality. And you go online, and the fuckers go online.
You have to look at multiple sources and compare them.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of trash information on the internet, but that's the whole point. Is you can also find very good sourcing as well, because it's there. It's you can find them in Google Scholar. You can find it by just searching the paper itself. You can find it by searching scientific journals sites. There's a lot of way to get your sourcing on your information.
Would you say it's safe to say if you see multiple sources on the internet saying the same thing, that drastically increases the probability that it's true?
Yes. If you see like 100 websites say the same thing, it's going to be more likely than not that is the case. But there are exceptions to that rule, of course.
Yeah.
There's a book out there that I would recommend to all you guys. And I'll put it in the chat, like just the name. It's called Trust Me. It's called Trust Me.
Trust Me?
Lying.
Oh, trust me, I'm lying.
And if you haven't read this book,
by Ryan Holiday.
Yeah. If you haven't read it, you can audiobook it too. You can listen to it. The thing about the internet now, like, and news in particular now, which is like in a way the internet, because that's like the highly published everyday articles, blah blah blah, right? When I'm old. Again, we're all old, right? When the internet first started,
except Perry,
the
he's young.
Information on the internet was different, but now its motivation has changed. And
well, I will say the accuracy of information has gotten a little bit easier to discern these days, because I know you were too during the early days of the internet, when it was all just chat rooms and shit. You know what I mean?
No, but I think it was more honest back then, to be honest.
Well, yeah, I guess so. In a way, it was more decentralized, and it was more based on the groups that you were talking to. But you didn't have all these
people didn't have a motivation to lie. They might have a motivation from their perspective, but they
I see what you mean.
Motivated to lie.
And like in Facebook and places like that. Yeah, I got you.
So now, when I scan the news, what I see is as we all know the term, clickbait. It didn't.
Yeah.
It used to be news. Sure. News had headlines and it had like this, like, let me try and grab your attention, but it wasn't clickbait. That was not the same thing, because there was an article under there that somebody took time to write and ideally explored, and ideally had a publisher that was like, did you fact check this? That's not the case anymore. Now the news is a headline that's meant for you to click it, so that you get clickbait, so that you click it and then click into clickbait or whatever. Like
yeah, that's the endless rabbit hole.
Truth. Their goal is to maybe provide possibly a snippet of news, but it's mostly about clickbait, and that's the problem.
Yeah. That's if you get all your news and stuff from like Facebook and shit. You know what I mean? If you get your news from like local sources and you try to find, like, let's say you watch the national news. Well, no, real quick. Let's say you watch the national news. You can also find where they got their stories from, which a lot of the times is from smaller news stations and
Clickbait,
networks.
right?
Yeah. Well, clickbait is the stuff that's like on Facebook. That's the stuff that's on like.
Just read "Trust Me, I'm Lying" or listen to it, and
Okay.
you will understand where I'm coming from, because that was written in 2013, I think. If I maybe 14, but I'm pretty sure it's 13. So we're talking about 9 years ago. That guy explained what was happening to the news media, and it's 9 years later. It hasn't gotten better; it's gotten worse. So just
I don't doubt that. I
read the
would just
book.
have to read the information, yeah, before I made a comment
Yeah,
specifically
and
on
it's
it. So
not a
I don't want
hard
to.
read. It's an easy listen. But
Yeah.
after you do it, then you'll never see it the same, because
Well,
you'll understand that people like him manipulate the people who are providing what you call news.
oh yeah, I don't trust for 1 second uh, anything off the cuff of the hand just because the news said it. If I want to know something, I'll get on the internet and I'll try to find sourcing for it. When I went to school the second time and the first and second time university, I had to learn how to source things properly, and especially the second time through school in my computer science degree, I had to learn how to source all this information and these papers by these computer scientists and shit. And I got really good at finding corroborating data and sourcing for things. And when you learn how to do that and sift the bullshit from the actual information that is necessary to understand what you're looking for, it that's a huge thing. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes, but I don't know that it matters.
Okay. No, that's
You're,
okay. I'm
you're
just
talking about confirmation biases.
Right. Yeah. I don't think that it matters.
okay.
And the reason I say that is because um, every story starts somewhere, right? And so what you're talking
Okay.
about is like trying to source the story. Like, where did it come from? Like, let me
Well,
dig
I'm
deep.
not perfect at it, and it's not
Yeah.
a perfect thing. You know
I'm
what I
not.
mean?
I'm
So
not
I know
saying
you're not insulting me. I'm just saying that there are ways to do this properly in order to understand that
but
you're not getting bullshit. You know what I
you're
mean? Or
not.
you're
You're
yeah.
not like you like as a scholar. You're not an investigative journalist, so you're not going to those people and talking to them as a source, right?
That's right. That's right. No,
All
you're
right.
correct.
So trust me, read that book and you'll
I
understand what
will.
I'm
I'm
talking
interested. You've
about,
got me interested now, so I'm
because
definitely going to read it.
what he does, and he was doing this long before now, and when he wrote this book, it was a long time ago, and everything that he said is still true to this day, but even worse.
Does he use a
Other
lot of
people,
statistics and stuff? Does
no,
he
it's
get
not
deep
even
in the?
about that. It's just more
Oh,
about
okay.
it's more about it's and we've been talking about this a little bit. It's more about what is the motivation for the person who is doing the work, right? And how do I okay, so this is coming at it from a hacker slash social engineering perspective. What do I want to do, and how do I get this to do what I want it to do?
Yeah.
And read that book, he outlines how he did it, why he did it, and how it works. And this, again, was 9 years ago. Like,
I mean, I would agree that the public is probably, in general, exactly as you're talking.
and if the writers are motivated by one thing, which is clicks, then the writers are then hackable, because you
Mm.
can give them what they want. And especially if you don't do it as the primary source, which is kind of one of his tactics, again, read the book, then um, then you're giving them what they want, and they're going to feed off of it because they're hungry, and it will uh,
You're talking about the news
perpetuate.
media, right?
It will perpetuate because
You're
um,
talking about the news media. Is that right?
Well, yes.
I'm just getting clarity for the audience and me so that everybody's on the
But
same page. Go ahead.
Internet media is the same thing.
Like I mean, I'm not talking about Netflix shows. Like, I don't mean that.
Yeah, you're talking about like news networks and shit, right? Like,
well, just uh,
The internet and the
you say.
media is
am
the same.
I misunderstanding something? I
Well,
apologize.
okay. So here's one of the things he says in the blog, right, or in his book. The blog is like all news is blogs. It's just blogs. And he defined, like, again, read the book, listen to it. If you can do it
Okay,
in
we
the car
will.
ride,
We will.
it's all blogs.
I'm not going to believe. I believe you that it's probably some interesting information to read. However, I don't immediately believe this guy's take until I've read it and considered it for myself. So I
Yeah.
will try to get a summarization of it. But I mean, we shouldn't take it as biblical law that he knows what's going on. You know what I mean? If he had a lot of statistics and critical analysis in the book of why he thinks most of what is said shouldn't be trusted. I mean, I don't trust major news media, but like I said, there is sourcing in small news media
But have
organizations and like
you ever thought
local
about
news
why?
groups and things.
Have you ever thought about why you don't trust them? Because
I mean, I don't trust anybody in any kind of power, but that's just me.
right. So after, hang on. So let me give you a challenge. All right. So after you read it, start a group, like, or call and invite me into it, and let's talk about this book, because I'm telling you, it'll
Oh, I
change
will, bud.
what
We
you
can do
see
that.
in media.
I don't mind doing that sometime.
How
I'm
much
always
pages?
interested in yeah. How many
But
pages is it? That is a good question.
oh, it's like, I think 160 or something. It's not.
Oh yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, it's short. Maybe
Yeah,
190.
that's not bad.
Like, it's
That's
not
nowhere
a
near like a textbook or anything. So
no. No.
no, yeah, I can get a good summary of it, and I'll just as long as it's posted in the chat, I'll remember it.
How
Yeah,
old is it?
and the thing, this guy
9
comes from
years,
a
Nivet.
marketing media manager perspective, so he's telling you what he did, not it's not like hypotheticals. It's
So what was
literally,
the final thing that he came to? What did he get understanding of in all of this study that he did? That certain things aren't trustable? Because I mean, I agree with that. What specific things did he come up with? You know what I mean? That
most
aren't to be
that
trusted.
whatever, like, I guess if I had to summarize, but don't not read the book because of this. If I had to
Yeah,
summarize
that's okay.
that,
Yeah.
it's that whatever, especially as a media man, whatever you want the news to be, if you can give them the headline, like, you can give them a punchline that will get them clicks, they're going to
Yeah.
publish. And
Yeah.
and in that, uh like, it it doesn't matter what the truth is. This is what sucks about it. It doesn't matter what the truth is, because they're going to publish, and even if they publish incorrectly, and he talks about this in the book, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like, again, it's a worthy read. Even if they're wrong, what they're going to do is they're going to do a quote unquote correction, but it's going to end up at the bottom of the article, and it's going to not really correct the article. And you'll see this all the time if you're reading news, where, like, quote unquote reached out to or sent an email to get a response from blah blah blah, and
Okay.
what that actually means. Because the truth is yeah, maybe they reached out to those people, but they didn't care or wait for a response. They published anyway, because clickbait requires them to publish today,
So
ideally
like
yesterday.
what did he come to the conclusion of that we can trust?
um that we can trust.
Yeah,
No,
is there
that's not the
anything in the
point of
book
the
that
book.
I understand that, but was there anything that we can trust from media or I mean, can I trust Wikipedia? Can I trust the Stanford Encyclopedia? Can I trust the sourcing on the internet? Can I Can I trust those things, or are they bullshit?
Well, it wasn't to go after all those things. It was more
okay.
to go after what everybody sees on the day to day. So
yeah. So would you consider that like news media and stuff, like the large news media networks and the smaller ones, and maybe places like Facebook and social media sites? Would all of those fit into that category?
yeah, for sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to be on the
So
same page.
when you say Stanford, what did you say?
The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's probably the most
Oh,
well-renowned research material for philosophy on the internet, I would say.
about encyclopedias. No,
What's
he's
that now?
definitely
Oh, yeah,
talking
yeah.
about encyclopedias. I don't think
Yeah.
encyclopedias are talking about present day situations, like not what happened today or yesterday.
Well, no, most of the time encyclopedias are referencing history, but the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy usually updates itself and updates the sourcing for where they got the information from a certain textbook, and they try to keep things, what the arguments are today. Like it tries to keep up with modern philosophy. So, usually it'll get into what the arguments are today, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But by the
So,
way,
like, I really trust its sourcing. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
when it comes to human nature, people do try to seek truth and understanding. Some people, they don't give a shit about that. They just want their biases to be confirmed. And you escape where you can to find truth, but you're going to always meet these dilemmas of not knowing what to believe or what to believe, because those two things are always at play in a person wanting to put bullshit out there to implement confirmation biases and subjective of being subjective versus objective facts and reasoning of seeking truth. And some people, they don't seek truth. Some people do. It can be complicated. It's just it can not be easy at times. And I think to take in as much information of the bullshit along with the truth as possible, and is a good thing. It will help you. All of that factoring bullshit information with well established information and come to you
yeah,
to best
sorting it out
come to
will
the
help.
best
Is that what you're
conclusion.
saying?
Yeah. Taking everything in
Yes, take
factoring
the
all
bad and the
information.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bad information and the good information, because you need to know how to sift it out. Is that right?
Yeah, because you have biases, folks that want their confirmation biases, and you have people that seek truth, and you have to muddle between those two things, in
Yeah, so
where
we're
it can be
searching
hard
for
to
that
know what to
gold nugget
believe.
of yeah, we're searching for that gold nugget of truth, and we're trying to sift out all the dirt, right?
Yeah.
definitely.
If the
Yeah.
lizard people do exist or they don't, or maybe the person's
I'm gonna
crazy. Yeah.
hopefully I'm gonna hopefully lean towards they don't, because I don't want there to be lizard people. Just personally, me personally, that would suck if there were reptilians running the world. But Perry, what do you think about reptilians running the world? Perry, you gotta be here, bro. You gotta be with me.
Still more probable than any theological claim.
So, more so than the flying spaghetti monster?
That's just on par, I'd say.
So straight on par. I agree with you. Guys, I'm having fun as fuck. I want to say this to everybody, just so that because I have to say it as the host. Please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout. We've had a lot of really good. I'm not in the room just yet, but we've had a lot of good talks tonight. I think it's been really fruitful and excellent to study this stuff with Perry and E and Dal and everybody in Honenheim and everybody in the chats and stuff. So please go to Pangburn's YouTube channel and subscribe to his YouTube channel, and also find the link to Discord on his YouTube channel and come and join us there for talks. But I'll open it back up to Nivik and E if y'all want to keep talking about, and Perry, if y'all want to keep going for a little while, I'll keep it running.
Well, I'm down. So I have a question
Yeah,
for you,
sure.
Nivek.
Oh,
Um,
Nivik, go ahead. Yeah.
like what? Let me form my words a little bit better. Like,
E, you're a
what
little
is it
quiet,
that
buddy.
you think will define truth as far as like the interpretation of information?
Well, you introspect inward and understand yourself along with others as well, and you equate that to reality as much as possible to see how much that aligns with reality, in where it's not about what I believe in my subjective bias or whoever you're communicating with. It's about what reality states. And if you do the scientific hypothesis and you come to a conclusion that there is no flying spaghetti monster, there's likelihood that doesn't exist, then it might not be the case, right? I mean, that's the best you got. Maybe there is one. I've yet to see you.
I hope so. I hope there's one.
That's a good answer. I feel that. Like, that's cool. I feel like we're gonna end up at a point where like we're not like, and I say we like as in the human
Because people can lie
condition,
to
right?
themselves. People can lie to themselves too.
Right. Right. But like I feel like humans are eventually not gonna know like how to define reality. Like that's kind of what I was getting at with the VR
Hmm.
stuff. Like
Yeah.
I think there's gonna be a point where
Where
humans will not be able to define.
where I was getting at in biases
Uh-oh.
testing.
There you go.
Anyways, I was just saying sometimes people lie to themselves.
What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, some
Sometimes
people do
the
lie to
things that you
themselves.
do, you don't understand why you do it, and at times it's good to introspect and look inward, and then say, oh, okay, this person reminded me of this douchebag that beat the shit out of me every day after Bell was out in middle school, and that's not the same person. So maybe I'm acting in a prejudicial way, and I shouldn't do that.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes a person could introspect, try to understand the emotions that they're feeling and make sense of them. And
Yes.
sometimes the emotions that you're feeling are short-sighted, and where if you get enough
That's right.
information, you get enough to process, you come to a conclusion, you are prejudging,
Yeah,
and
that's
you
wise
shouldn't do
words.
that.
That's very wise, Nivik. You're right.
A man, like to quote Clint Eastwood, a man should know his limitations, meaning, like, if you don't, then you can get shot by him.
I've got another one that you should probably like. David Hume says the wise man apportions his beliefs to the evidence.
Nice.
I figured you might have heard that one before.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
I agree with
the
that.
wise man follows where the evidence leads is what I would say.
Yep.
It's not
That
easy to
is the main
introspect.
goal. Introspection is super important. Go ahead with what you
It's
were
not
saying.
easy. It's not easy to do that.
No, it's extremely
Uh,
hard. Being aware of your own emotions and your own thoughts and being aware that you're being aware of that is very difficult. It's not
And
something that's
questioning yourself,
easy. Yes.
to look
Meta
at your flaws,
skepticism.
meta awareness.
to
Yep.
look at
Meta
your flaws
skepticism
and
and metacognition.
acknowledge them.
Hmm.
It's not easy to look in the mirror. It's fucking hard.
That's a
You
part of
can break.
introspection and
You can break down
mindfulness.
and you can break down and cry.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's okay to break down and cry. There are things in your own mind that will scare the fuck out of you if you take enough time to introspect. I promise.
It might be
They're
a
in
little
there.
weird, but when I look in the mirror, I get turned on because I'm just so sensitive.
I'm looking at a
I
No,
god.
but
never
I get
turn
I
myself on
get
in
what
the
you're
mirror.
saying, bro.
No, you're good, bro.
God.
It's all Gucci.
Oh man, I don't got my Gucci jacket yet, but when I do,
My
trust me,
Gucci,
I'll be showing pics.
Gucci Mane, Gucci Mane. Tell them.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's a good point though. It's like like probably most people on occasion will have like an introspective moment where they're going to look at themselves and like consider like their impact.
It's a constant thing for me, brother. Every day I am questioning that shit,
Yeah,
and
but
it may
I
be to
don't
my
think
detriment though.
I don't think everybody does that. Is my point. It's like I think most people like might have moments, but they don't necessarily do that consistently. Like,
I'm a weird dude.
um, yeah, me too.
People hide from themselves. People run from themselves.
Right. Well, like, okay. I told myself I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to do it now.
Testing,
So, like
testing.
traffic is a good way to identify like the reality of people, because some people will get in line and they'll wait and they'll be patient. Some people will be so patient they'll let other people in line,
Yes,
and some people will blow past traffic and create more traffic by not getting in line.
there are studies done on this very thing that you're talking about.
Are they really?
Test.
Oh,
Yes,
fucking
psychological
text me that.
studies in terms of groups and how they organize themselves into lines and how they form psychologically because of how the grouping works. Like usually the alphas get to the front because they're running faster, they're pushing past people. You know, there's all these kind of different variables and interplay in
Yeah.
terms of the group dynamics when people are in lines or when they're forced into like separate lines of people, you know, things like that. There are psychological case studies in which, you know, who will let the person in front of them step in front, who will let cutting in line, who's okay with cutting and who's not okay with cutting. They've done all that kind of study.
I'm curious to know about those books, so please send them my way.
Well, they're not books; they're probably just studies. I'm
Have you
most
ever heard
likely
of
that. Okay, go ahead.
Zimbardo?
I
You
don't
know who
think so.
Zimbardo is?
No,
Okay, so have you ever heard of the Stanford study?
just refresh me. I don't think so. Go ahead.
So it's known as the Stanford study, but like it's actually named the Stanford Prison Study.
Oh, the Stanford prison study. Okay,
Yeah, and
that kind of does ring a bell, but
there's
go
this
ahead.
guy named Philip Zimbardo,
Okay,
um, and he wrote a book about it. Man, I wish I could. Actually, I can probably Google it right now, but
it's okay. We're not in a
uh,
rush.
so yeah, here we go. So he he was a psychologist, and he did this study at Stanford, and he wrote a book about it. I'm trying to find the book. It's not the Lucifer Effect. That is one of the books, but he wrote a different book.
Okay, okay.
Um, but anyway, like so what he did um, was he took Stanford students. He divided them. I think it was like 10 and 10. Don't quote me on that. He made 10
Yeah.
prisoners and 10 prison guards, right? And he put them into a quote unquote prison situation, but uh, he did not give the prison guards name tags or anything like that, but he did
Hmm.
give the prisoners numbers.
I do know exactly this study. This is where the people who were in the guards position treated the prisoners way worse. Is that what you're?
And they're Stanford students,
Yes.
and oh, it's called the time paradox. So
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 yeah. Go ahead.
the thing about the time paradox is that when you start reading it, it reads like a self-help book, and you're like, why the fuck am I reading this book, right? But if you get past the self-help part, which is like the first 3 or 4 chapters, it gets into it gets into the reality of the experiment, and then like kind of his deductions, right?
Okay.
And his deductions end up defining some very interesting concepts, which is how people interpret time and how they define time. And it's kind of a personality thing, but it's also like
There is a psychological study of time. I can't remember the name of it, but there is a psychology of, or the time of psychology, I guess you could call it. But
right,
they have looked in, clinical psychologists and research psychologists have looked into this.
right, and this was kind of his deduction after the fact, you know.
This real quick. This is the one where the guards ended up being super shitty to the prisoners, but they switched the roles. Is that how it worked, or
No, well, I don't think so. At
maybe
least
it's a different study we're
the way
talking
I
about? I
read
think
it,
I'm
the way
yeah.
I
It's
read
probably
it,
a different one.
they ended the experiment because the guards were being so shitty that it was going to become a problem.
Oh
Uh,
no, then it is the same one then. Okay, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's
yeah.
the same one.
Um, but he wrote a book called The Time Paradox, which is not it's not widely known or read as far as I know, but like it's dope because he breaks this stuff into these like kind of like a almost like a personality test. It's like these four sections like about how you interpret time, and then how your personality interprets these things. So it, it's worth a read. Sorry, I'm just kind of digressing
That's
right
okay.
now.
You're throwing out some good books. I mean, just make sure to put them in the chat so other people can look back, because people will watch this episode in the future, I hope, and be able to get some good sources for books. So always, if you have good book recommendations, definitely we want to hear about them, at least on my channel anyway.
I'm putting it in there right now. All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, on my channels, guys, anybody who wants to bring up a book or an article or a scientific paper, we can definitely talk about that stuff. It's never a problem.
I wanted to touch on introspection real quick. Some
Oh,
people,
please. I love
they
introspection.
run from themselves. There's some people they hide from themselves, and some people they run from themselves.
I'm not trying to be mean, Nivik, but you literally just said that like 2 minutes ago. Some
Uh,
people run from themselves, right?
yeah, and
I mean, I agree with you.
and project themselves at others in hiding behind another, so they don't have to take the responsibility of being that negative characterization.
Okay.
In it's kind of like the Scooby-Doo mystery, right? You say this person is like this, and not and so the assumption would be that therefore you're not like that. Is in account in holding accountability.
Yeah, that's a bias. So,
So
yeah,
so
I know you
if
know that, but
I call a person a thief, people would probably assume that I'm not a thief. Because
well, none of,
I preach from the altar as like I'm just holier than thou, and I talk bad about how this person steals and that person, and
yeah.
I'm always talking about it. Next thing people notice, I'm the biggest fucking thief they've ever came across, and
Yeah. I see what you mean.
that was yeah that's like that negative characteristic. You're not taking accountability, so you project yourself at another to make the
I'll
assumption be believed that that person is like that. So you are be, so because you're therefore not like that, because you're talking them down.
I think some people are like that, but not everybody. That's why I would say try to stay away from the really broad generalizations that paint with a big brush. You know what I mean? Can we let Perry in real quick, and then I'll come right back to you, Nivik?
I want to see if I wanted to say anything. I mean,
Yeah, I
Nivik, would
thought
you?
you were unmuting. I didn't know if you
Yeah.
wanted to say something.
So there's one thing I wanted to say. How, I mean, I told you I'm trying to read, right? Because I'm not that great of a reader.
Right.
And one of the books that this professor talks about is, well, do you know the writer Goethe, German writer from the 18th century?
Goethe. That makes a lot of these names that people bring up to me. I maybe have come across that, but I don't think so. Go ahead.
Well, he was influential on many of the names that we talk about: Nietzsche, Heidegger,
Okay.
a lot of the German guys. The Sorrows of Young Werther is the book, and I recommend. That's one that I just finished reading. It's
Sorrows of Young what?
Spelled Werther, Werther, but it's pronounced Werther.
Werther. The Sorrows of Young Werther.
I guess a point that I would want to bring up is romantics versus the Enlightenment people, the prudent bourgeoisie, age of reason. I mean, a lot of people pushed back against that. They thought that it was detrimental to the human condition, and machines and technology, and how that was, like I said, potentially detrimental. But I mean, the story of the book has nothing to do with that. But like I said, just the point of a lot of these romantic writers. I don't know if anyone would want to comment on the age of reason versus romanticism, because that was
talking about like the later romantic movement was 1800 to 1850.
So things abstract like idealism, I'd categorize it with postmodernist, post-structuralist type people.
Yeah, that would be like in the late 19th century or
Yeah.
the early 20th, maybe, or mid 20th, something like that.
And I mean,
Well, no, modernism. I'm sorry, modernism wasn't until like the 50s, was it?
I
can't remember. Let me look it up real quick.
I mean, Shakespeare, for example. I mean, he was a romantic writer, to kind of put it in perspective.
Modernism is both a philosophical and arts movement that arose from broad transformations in Western society during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. So now we go to postmodernism. Let's try to get that there. Postmodern is an intellectual stance. Oh, wait. Yep, there we go.
20th century.
Yeah. Postmodernism is an intellectual stance or mode of discourse defined by an attitude of skepticism towards what it characterizes as the grand narratives of modernism. So it says, thus, the postmodern outlook is usually characterized by self-referentiality, epistemological relativism, moral relativism, pluralism, irony, irreverence, and eclecticism.
But I just wanted to kind of throw in, a romantic novel, maybe, if anyone would be interested in that kind of fiction.
Yeah, put it in the chat, my brother. I think that's a really good.
I just posted a link. It's like a super simple graphic that talks about time perspective.
Okay.
And it's the idea that was brought up by that book that I talked about earlier. And it basically defines the idea of like how we all think about time.
Okay.
So these ideas come from like we all live in time. There's no human being who doesn't, right? And we all have these perspectives. So there's past positive, past negative, future negative, future positive, present fatalistic, present hedonistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are who's making these determinations about all these terms? Is this in a book?
Yeah, this is the
this is the terminology of the book. Gotcha.
Right. And it's mostly about whether or not you are focused on the future, the past, or the present. And everybody has like this myriad, like we're all a blend, right? But it's about how you deal with time. Like some people are.
I look at time through like a physics and quantum mechanics standpoint. So like time for me is a little bit different than Well,
but
I mean,
you're going to still have a perspective on it because you're human.
I do have an idea of time so far, but it's up to change. You know, as science learns more, I'm willing to re-understand my idea of
So,
time.
but from a psychological perspective, would you say that you think about the past in a positive or a negative way?
Mostly me. I have certain positive moments and then certain negative moments, but overall, I guess I'm pretty much neutral about my past.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Okay.
know it's what made me who I am, but I also try to live in the moment, which is extremely difficult. But yeah, I don't necessarily look at the past
So,
with like,
so he
yeah,
creates this test, and again, this is in the book, where
okay,
like you kind of like fill out the questionnaire or whatever, and or like you follow the link, whatever, and it's gonna you answer some questions, and it's gonna kind of like any other personality test, it's gonna kind of define you, right? Um,
okay,
but what it does is it if you, especially if you read the book, it helps you to understand how you view time. Like like
yeah,
I'm pretty past positive, but in some ways, but I'm actually really past negative. Like 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 as far as that test is concerned, I'm definitely um present hedonistic because I like to live in the moment. You know, I'm super about that, and I'm future positive for the most part. Like I really do. I like have an idealistic perspective on the future.
I try
Um,
to as well.
right. So these things are, and they change. Like this is not like a this is who you are kind of test or whatever. It's more like
Okay,
how do you feel right now about your past, your current situation, and your future. And the thing about me being present hedonistic, and this has been for me for a while, um, is that I'm I'm very much like live in the moment. Just do you, like, you know, have a good time, you know. Like I've been like
Comment
that
on
for
that
a
real
long time.
quick.
Huh?
Can I comment on that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I get what you're saying, and where it's not always a bad idea to be impulsive because sometimes that's a natural, in, it's a natural inherent trait in the human animal to react and fight or flight, and where your emotions is hardwired for you to just not necessarily think things through. So you're impulsive. You could react to your biases. You know, your implicit biases that are there, and that'll be rational because it's something happening in where you cannot necessarily have time to philosophize and reason and make sense of things. So yes, to be impulsive can be reasonable, but after a while, you can look back and reflect on why you felt the way you did, and conclude probably you were wrong, and come to so the impulse that you're feeling at that moment, at that
Nivik,
given.
we're getting a lot of wind, buddy. A lot of
Can you
wind.
hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah,
So that impulse, that impulse, emotional reaction that you're feeling at that moment, it was wrong because once you got enough information, the emotion that you felt in a prejudicial bias that you might have had, the conclusion that you came to, it was wrong. It's like, oh, okay, you know, I, 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 I have this like this Jewish person that I had a negative feeling for, and I just
hmm
I like that they did this wrong, and actually this is not a bad guy, and actually, you know, I was wrong to make that impulse decision. of anger and rage, and not really trying to process anything through in concluding. You get take enough information to conclude that person isn't what I thought that they were.
You want to let Perry jump in real quick?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, my bad, dude. I'm keep on looking for people who are unmuted. So if
I
you
have
want to talk, so go ahead, E.
I have a response. So like the thing about this diagram is like
Ooh, yeah. Go ahead
there's
and finish
like
that.
this
I'm gonna say something
idea
after that.
of like how you, like okay, so let me focus in on the fact that we're talking about time, right? And
Well, we're talking about this idea that this guy has in this book of the way that he's separated time,
well,
right? The way
right,
that he's
yeah.
delineated
So
it. Yeah.
yeah, so it's about time and it's about your perspective of time. So like I said, I'm more past, positive, but like there's also past negative where you look back on things and you don't like those things, and you focus on those things and they affect your current state. But there's also the present, and like I said, hedonistic, which is me, like a little bit more like live in the moment, like have a good time or whatever. But there's also this present fatalistic idea, which is like more like I don't, I don't really feel like it's like a kind of a catch-22. It sounds negative with the fatalistic, but it's actually kind of sometimes it might be positive because
So what does it mean? What does he mean when he says fatalistic?
It's more like the fact
Because
that
fatalism is a type of determinism.
right. It's more that like because if you read the book, there's like a positive and negative inside of fatalism because like you might feel like you can positively affect the future with fatalism, but you also might get sucked into the past depending on how you're currently feeling and like your situation is like defined within this time perspective, right? Like because you might actually use that fatalism to propel you, or you might use that fatalism to drag you down, like for lack of a better. And that also is somewhat determined again. And I'm not saying this is like I'm not trying to say this guy.
No,
is
this
the
is
Bible.
just this guy's. This is just this
Right.
guy's opinion on it, and that's
Right.
fine. I like exploring that, but I would just for the audience and for everybody to know, fatalism is a type of determinism in which it has some kind of teleological determinism in it. So fatalism is kind of creating this entity of fate that everything is fated to happen. So it's determinism, but it's calling it fate. And a lot of fatalism has to deal with religion. So whenever I talk about determinism, I don't use the word fatalism because it adds an extra entity, quote unquote, fate, that has to be in there as an arbiter, when really you can just say determined or causally determined or nomologically determined, through physics and shit.
And then he has like that future tense, if you will, of like future positive, future negative. And the thing is, like, when you start to apply these things in this trifecta of, like, if you are A, about the past, B, about the present, and C, about the future, this helps to determine, like, how you, like, it's kind of a personality thing, but it's like how you're going to react to certain things, how you're going to work with certain problems, And in the end, like, it's not that there's a right or wrong. It's just more about like understanding yourself. And that's what I was saying about the book. Like the book starts out, it feels very self-help, which I don't like, but it's trying to.
Yeah, you mentioned that for sure.
It's trying to define itself in a way. Mm-hmm. But when you get into these other things, you start to understand why it's like so self-helpish in the beginning. Because what he's trying to do is explain to you, like, this is what I'm trying to describe. And once you go through it, like read through it, like you're like, oh, okay, like I'm actually defining myself and trying to understand my perspective and how I react to things because of my perspective. Does that make sense?
I
And
get what you're
again,
saying.
I don't work for this guy. I'm not his publisher or anything. I don't get any.
What's time to you?
No, it's a river. It's definitely changing all the time. So,
You have a definition of time?
I would say for me, time is the passing of life.
The past?
The passing of life.
It could it be the anticipation as well? Of what's going to happen?
I mean, I would say no. I don't think that would be time. I think that would be the anticipation of time, or like the view of, but not. No, I mean, like time is like something you can't control. It's happening. You know.
Let me ask you a
Passing
question,
of life.
E.
Sorry.
Let me ask you a question. It's kind of a two-part question. So in this model that I'm looking at is, because Thomas talked about the now, how he tries to be in the now. So
I attempt to, but technically the moment that you experience the now, it's already the past. So the present can't technically exist.
Yeah,
That's why I want to ask him, what did he mean by the passing of life, and like passing of life for what? Like,
well, he was just talking about time. I think weren't y'all talking about definitions of time?
Yeah, that was my core definition of time.
Okay.
So is the present hedonistic and the present fatalistic, just kind of like the idea of the now, more or less? Is that what
Yes.
it's? Okay, gotcha.
So I have never come across those terms, but it's probably something that guy made
Right.
so that he could describe what he was thinking to people. He had to
Mm-hmm.
invent some kind of new terminologies, like what did you say, hedonistic fatalist or hedonistic something?
Yeah,
What was it?
present hedonistic.
Nivik, we got a lot of wind, buddy. I know I keep on bitching at you about it. I'm not trying to annoy you,
Yeah.
but
Like yeah, he uses the term present hedonistic and present fatalistic.
Right.
okay.
And
I was
and
just trying to
and
get a handle on how he thought about it.
and again, like it's in the book, and like he's using these things to describe this, and this is his post doctorate book. Like the Lucifer Effect is his book about the Stanford experiment. Like it's basically him talking about how um, uh, humans will react to their environments to the nth degree, because he took highly educated top tier students and put them in an environment where they became Nazis. I mean, like he didn't say it that way, but that's what happened. Like they became um, torturous prison guards to tortured prisoners, and they were
Damn.
all of the same populace. You know, like he put them in an isolated environment, and it degraded so fast they stopped the experiment before it was time to end, because it was a no holds barred. Like there was no. He sucked society out, and he let people go loose. You know, um, and and then he took that and used that as his impetus for the Lucifer experiment or the Lucifer effect, i.e., what happens when you like give people anonymity and let them control other people without objection or controls, as in from a higher power or like a government effect, and actually that has been that actually is like kind of a proof of concept of Guantanamo, um, and then he took those same findings and developed, like I said, post the same concepts of time, because those same ideas and experiments helped him
Right.
to arrive at these ideas.
Yeah, I wanted to address the passing of life of what has happened. I don't see that as anything different than of what's going to happen in determining outcome, because what has happened, there's going to be logical outcome of what is going to happen.
Yeah.
You understand the past to get the present, to understand what's going to happen in the future. Probability.
Yeah, I follow. I think I'm missing a couple of words because of the wind.
You look at the past of what has happened to get an understanding of the now, the present of what is happening, to
Well,
have
yeah.
a likely conclusion of what is likely to happen, probable
Yeah,
outcome.
yeah. I mean, that's induction. That's how yesterday hopefully will be the same as tomorrow. You know,
I,
you have to use the past to understand the future.
I get people's perception can be different because the different information that they are exposed to, they can come to different conclusions of what is going to happen. So I guess that's that. I guess when he says people perceive time differently, I guess that could be how
You know
they
what that
perceive
sounds
time.
like? You know what that
What's
sounds
that,
like,
Perry?
Thomas?
What's that?
Perspectivalism from Nietzsche, if you know anything about that.
Say that part again. I couldn't hear you because of the wind.
Perspectivalism,
Oh, perspective. Yes.
also known as perspectivism. I'm pretty
Hmm.
sure those are both the same thing, but
I'm just gonna say perspectivism because the other one's too hard.
yeah. And I mean, that
But
was
yes.
pretty much his epistemology.
Hmm. He was an existentialist. That was also a part of his epistemology.
Yep.
So time's the measurement of change of matter.
As far as we understand it right now, that's correct.
Okay. So if you have a deeper understanding of the change of what's going on in reality than another compared to another person, are you in different times?
Different
That's a
perspective
weird
of time.
question.
I think
I don't know. Try to answer
time,
that one, Perry.
well, I mean, time, assumingly, is there in and of itself, regardless of our perception, but certainly perhaps an argument could be made that it's just, I guess, a different reality is what I'm hearing you
I
say
mean,
maybe.
imagine there's no humans on Earth. It would still orbit the sun, wouldn't it?
Assumingly, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I assume anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, time is a constant.
Right.
Some physicists still hold to the idea that time is the fourth dimension, plus the three spatial dimensions. But with general relativity and with quantum gravity and things like that, these relativistic things come into play, and time changes. It becomes space-time, where space and time are together. And the old view of general relativity is that it warped, and now they're thinking that space-time comes from an
Yeah,
even more
but that doesn't
fundamental
change the human
part. So,
perspective. No
Yeah.
human is Jupiter and changing time through their gravitational, pull. That's
The one argument that I could possibly think against the constant time is, Scott would be better to talk about this, but how scientists will say quantumly things don't exist until we perceive it.
yeah, no, that's with
the tree
the
falls in the
the
woods.
collapse of the wave function, supposedly, with a lot of models of quantum mechanics and a lot of theories, the collapse of the wave function happens when a perception perceives it. So,
Right.
like, it's not a wave or a particle until there is a perceiver. You know
So
what I
that
mean?
could be part of time. That would be one of
Yeah, I mean,
the
because if the
few
observer is the
arguments.
observed, then time becomes a bit nebulous, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's dependent on us,
Yeah.
supposedly.
So I don't know if I've studied as much as Scott, but I'm pretty dangerous when it comes to quantum mechanics. That's one of my things that I
Yeah,
love.
no, I just heard you talk
Scott
about
knows a
how
shitload
you
about
know
it, and
something
he
about
knows
I'm
quantum
talking
way
about
more.
how it's
Bro.
sorry.
It's okay. I know you got to get it out when it comes to you, but just hold on. I'm coming. I promise. When it comes to talking about quantum computing and stuff, Scott's your man. He's definitely done a lot more reading on it than I have. I mean,
Gotcha.
I am trying to get more into understanding quantum computing because I get the base stuff that's going on. I just don't understand the super specific shit, and that's what I'm going to try to work on.
You
Now,
gotta know a
Nivek,
lot of
I'm
math
sorry.
if you really want to understand it.
Sometimes
Yes,
it's
exactly.
relative. Sometimes it's relative based on understanding and information that's coming to you, because one person's perception of time in the moment can be different than another person's perception of time, where
Yes,
they're
it's
living
relative.
they're living in two different moment. They're living in two different perceptions, meaning that a person can go to the top of a hill, they can see a bunch of marauders coming, and they can see a hurricane and a tornado coming. So he's going to come down off the hill, and he's going to be doing things at that time different than the guy that's at the bottom of the hill tending to his garden. He's going to be gathering his family.
Because
He's
he can
going to
see
be
further.
he's he's taking in more change of the reality, and that's why I was saying it's
Wouldn't you think it would be equal change, though?
he's
They're
seeing
both
a lot of
taking an
shit
equal
going.
amount?
He's seeing a lot of shit going on. More. He knows what's going on at the bottom with the
Well,
guy.
yeah, but that's just because of his vantage point, his perspective. You know what I
Uh-huh.
mean?
So he's living in with the perception of him staying there and having his head chopped off and watching his family be butchered, and
What?
getting out of there before that happens. So when he takes off, and then he hears the guy who's tending to his garden, he end up getting hung and butchered. That's what could have potentially happened to him.
So I'm not trying to be a dick, but we were talking about time, and then we started talking about butchering people. I
I'm
lost you there.
talking about how people who are living in the moment differently in how they're perceiving, in how in their perception of time being different from one another.
Right.
Hmm.
It's relative.
It's
So
relative, yeah.
what one person is doing, he's not aware of the wider paradigm of what's coming his way versus the other person that is.
So do you believe
So one
that
person be doing one thing differently from the other guy who's tending to his garden, versus the other guy, he's rounding up his family and he's loading up the wagon and he's hauling ass out of town.
Perry's got a question for you.
Is time still constant though for both those people, regardless of their differing perceptions?
The one on the hill and the one down below, is time still the same for them, Nivek?
Well, it's relative, right? And
Well, their perception is relative, but time itself, in and of itself, is.
oh, you mean like in the reality that is happening
Whatever
with other
Yes.
things?
whatever
Yes.
the actual reality is, if that sentence even makes sense, is
Yes,
still the
exactly.
same.
I was going to say the same thing pretty much that Perry said, Nivek. Whatever this reality is what we're talking about.
So okay, so you're saying
So all we know that time is that it is the change of sequence of events. That's it. The change in atoms and particle placement. That's it.
No, I
That's what time
disagree
is.
with that.
But it's a lot deeper than that when it goes into general relativity and like
Yeah,
quantum
because
deep time and things like that.
It's an active force that's happening against everything. Like so, you like it like okay. So you tried to say it was a fourth dimension, and
Some people
Some
say
people,
that.
some
right,
physicists still
right,
refer to it as that.
an
Yes.
understanding of it is the fourth dimension. But the thing is like that's like saying like that. Like okay, it's a wave, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like
Well,
light
no,
is a
time is not a
particle.
wave, but I agree
Light is
with
a
you. I would
particle
not
and a
say that
wave,
time.
right?
Well,
So
that's at the quantum level, but time isn't a particle or a wave. It's different. Space-time is different. I would not say that time I would not say that time is the fourth dimension because dimensions have to do with geometry and time is
right,
not geometric.
agreed. Yes,
Time is not geometric. So, I mean, you can look at time geometrically. Anything can be looked at geometrically, but time in this sense is not geometric. So, you know, in space time, it's all kind of one flowing movement, you know, like an ocean. That's kind
but
of
he's pointing out something that doesn't exist. Like he's saying like there's still a reality beyond a person's perspective that is determining a person's outcome.
Potentially. Yeah, potentially.
Every time I make a conclusion of okay, this person's taking in this reality, you could always say that. You can I mean like so I say like this person's taking in this reality, and this is their understanding of that given time. You can say, well, there's a time that's beyond that perception, that is manipulating the outcome that they're not aware of. It's almost as if it doesn't exist, because you can go that you can always say that infinitely every time I try to go beyond beyond to a more understanding of what's going on. You say, well, there's a understanding beyond that they're not aware of that's going on. That's dictating their reality.
True.
Well, I wasn't saying that. What I was saying is like I feel like time is a constant. So it's something that's like it's something that's just always happening.
I believe that too, but we just can't.
yeah.
be
I think
sure
that's
of
what
it.
Perry was saying with the example of the guy on the hill and the guy at the bottom. The time may be relative to them psychologically, but in technical, objective time reality, it's passing the same, right?
Right.
Right.
Whatever
Yeah.
you want to call that
Yeah.
reality.
Presuming that there is an objective
And
reality.
ocean's a
Yes.
bad like I get what you're
That
trying to
doesn't
say.
that doesn't
Ocean
matter
is
though.
a terrible analogy. It's more like a river. It's just constantly flowing. Like it's no stopping. Like it's just going downhill all the time.
Yeah, that works.
It's got one direction,
River works.
and you may find yourself at a
I
different
believe time
point
is
than that.
relative. Time is
Hold on.
relative. Time doesn't exist.
Relative, yes. I don't know about doesn't exist, but yeah, relative, yes.
It just depends how you define it. I mean, you could
Right.
define it in a way that
Yeah.
it wouldn't exist, but in the way
Yeah.
that we pragmatically use it,
I think
It's the measurement of change between two different things, in where you have one thing and another thing, and those and how those things change
so
relative to one another.
let me attack this, Nevik, if you don't mind. I think time is human interpretation of the travel of light and distance.
beautiful.
Pretty much.
Very
Pretty
simply
much.
And maybe
well
you could
put.
add matter in there. Light, matter, and distance.
I mean,
if you want to get technical.
a photon is technically matter and not matter. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but like it's all just travel. It's just distance.
It's just movement, right? I mean,
right,
movement
over
in
time.
general is time, right?
And by time, it's like it's more just our interpretation of how far it's gone. And time
yeah, it's based on our human perception of it. Absolutely.
Yes. And it's really difficult to get to that point. It sucks. It's not fun. but yeah, like it's what's happening. It's like, oh yeah, we're still just fucking rotating and spinning around and going around the sun, you know.
Wait, we live on a flat Earth.
And
What are
we
you
use
talking
So
we use time to determine how far we have gone
We live on a flat Earth. That's
around
dope.
the sun, and we haven't yet actually truly determined how far the sun is from X, Y, or Z. But like, if we
that
had, we would probably change like the date
Well, we know the
that
of
that
distance
time.
from the sun to the planets, but we don't
Right.
know the distance from the sun to the
Exactly.
that light
center of the
that's
galaxy or something. But
the light that's coming to our eyes is the past, and
Yes.
that light
Well,
is information that we rationalize to conclude what's going to happen
Which is
in every
time.
probability.
It's just
that's
distance
an
of
interesting
light
point.
travel
You
over.
look backward in the past to have more of an idea how far to look further into the future. You're
But
taking more information of what has happened to get an idea of looking further into the future of what will happen.
but the thing is about this book that I was talking about earlier. It doesn't matter because psychologically it doesn't matter because we all are human. So psychologically we do have these perspectives. We have these problems.
That's all we have is perspective.
perception is what we got.
Perception is reality.
That is what some people say. Perception is reality is also can get us into fallacious reasoning to where
Yeah.
we,
Yeah.
use our
It was
cognitive
the joke.
biases
I'm
to
sorry.
say, "Oh shit, no, you're good." I mean, in many ways, perception is your own reality. You know what I mean? But it's not everyone's reality, of course. But like time is such a complicated thing, and physicists are trying to throw it into the model of general relativity and special relativity, and they're also trying to understand it at the quantum level around the event horizons of black
Dude,
holes. So I
Einstein
mean,
started.
time is a
Einstein was the
big.
first one.
If
He
ti
Hang on a
started
second,
fighting this problem.
guys.
Remember?
Slow up real quick. Let me. What did you say, E?
I said Einstein started fighting this problem. Remember? Like E equals MC
Well, yeah.
squared was Einstein saying, well, time and light, like how does this make math work? And that like we've been in that for a very long time now because we all agree, kind of, that time is complicated. Light is complicated.
I mean, you
Light.
literally defined it perfectly when you said distance and time are intimately related, basically, and that time is how our measurement of light traveling.
It
You know
doesn't
what I
have to
mean?
be
Some
light. It doesn't
distance.
have to be light. It could
No,
be
it's just movement in general, like I said a moment ago. But light traveling is movement, so that's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
But I was just saying that E
It's
is
the
correct in
fastest
saying that
too that we know of.
yeah, it's the thing that we're going to use to measure most things within reality because it is somewhat of a constant that we can
Mhm.
hold to. You know what I mean? So
Time is a measurement of change, and taking in the measurement of change is the passing of time. And bats use sonar, right? And
yes,
sonar is actually three dimensional. You could I hear bats could get bats can get a better image of what's going on
By
better
listening.
than humans with light.
yeah, in the dark for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely, in the dark they have it up
like
on
like
us.
like like they could have an idea, a better understanding of the reality that is happening at that moment in time through their sonar. A dog with his fucking nose can have a deeper understanding of what's about to go down than a human being.
Yeah.
Where your dog
Yeah,
starts acting squirrely, he smells the motherfucker coming around the corner. You don't have any idea what's about to go down. The dog
yeah, we've
already
done that
knows.
example before for sure.
So like animals can live in different perceptions of time, probably deeper than a human being.
Maybe so.
That's
Yeah,
how you know
because like
humans are fallible, and a dog can sniff out something better than we can predict ourselves.
animals can hear further away and they can smell further away, and what's happening around in the reality. compared to a human being. But then again, a human being's got a big brain. So we have jets and we have sonar and all of that, and we can a human being knowledge is of the planet. They know what's going on in Russia right now, or in Ukraine. And we have what do you call it, weather radar, where we know that a hurricane is coming. So there's more taking in of awareness of reality in having a deeper understanding of what's going on compared to an animal in where our perception of time is way different than an animal. It's like if a human's driving their car and the little mouse in the cage in the box that you have, they're not going to be aware that there's a car pile up and you stepping on the brakes, you're going to slide and you're going to collide because you're on an icy road. You're rational. You're concluding. You're having more of an idea of what's going on compared to your pet in the back seat of the car, and well, that, I mean, I'm just pointing out how human beings could experience time differently than animals, and there's some instances an animal can have a leg up, and some instances a human being can have a leg up.
Yeah. Everybody seems to be getting a little drowsy because it's early. I'm pretty hungry too because we've all been here for about 6.5 hours. Perry is my fucking hero. I want you on all my shows, Perry. Just like I like Nivik and all my other good speakers. E, you've been pretty awesome tonight too. Everybody's been really awesome, honestly. Thanks for having a good show with me. Please go to the Pangburn Hangout. I want to say all the listeners and all my speakers are awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just wanting to ask you guys a question. If let's say if like a crazy medieval king, like when I say
Nivik, let me shut the show down and we can talk about this here in just a second on Discord, okay? Is that all right? Can we do that? Okay. It's all right. I'm not. It's okay. All right. So everybody, I really appreciate you guys for listening. I appreciate all my speakers. I want my speakers, to always be able to come in and have good conversations with each other. So we had that tonight, and I really appreciate everybody showing up and listening to my diatribe, and then having fun with all of us, just kind of bantering and talking about drugs and stuff. So I really appreciate you sticking through all that and hanging out with us. Please go to Pangburn Philosophy YouTube, and that will give you the link to the Discord, and you can come join us and talk in our Discord community. This call-in community will get bigger, and we will eventually have more callers, so be getting ready for that. But anyway, guys, love it. Please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout. You go to, I think, so everybody knows, just go to Pangburn Philosophy on the on your YouTube search. Real quick, we'll pull this up together. Pangburn Philosophy. So when you go to his page, it has his Discord right up there in the top right. Do you see that, guys? Does everybody?
Mm-hmm. On his homepage.
Yeah, it's on his homepage. You just click Pangburn. And it's Travis's face up there, and then to the right of his face is where it says the Discord link. So just join us there. If you ever want to come and talk to us there, please do. Subscribe here and subscribe there and come join us on Discord. But like I said, everybody's been great tonight. I'm going to go ahead and end it right here. And everybody who wants to jump in to chat on the Discord, I'll probably be hopping over there for a little while. Perry, my brother, I guess we'll see you next time unless we see you on the Discord.
Yep. Love you guys.
All right. Love all you guys. We'll see you later. Good night.
Good night.